決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest
and best mobile network.
All it takes are 3 easy steps.
First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider.
Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
And you're ready to go.
Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network.
Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang top 5 plays for week 1. On the 5th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week. Brusco DR gamit ang kanyang Ruby I Am Offended play nung day 1 laban sa TNC. 6 minutes in the game, nag-switch lane si Innocent at Jesu. Dahil outnumbered si Innocent sa bottom lane, napagpasyahang bumisita ni Bentings at Goyo doon para gawing even ang playing field para sa gold laner nila. Nagkakapaan ng dalawang kupunan na parehong nasa mga bush at naghihintay para sa inaasam na kill. Sino nga ba ang unang lilitaw? Ang gagawin dito ni Innocent ay susubukan niya magpa-bait pero agad naman tong kinagat ni Brusco DR with a flicker I Am Offended play at hinatak pati ang dalawang nakatago sa bush na damay pa nga. May follow-up din dito si Goyong DR para nga tunawin ng mga kalaban. Napalangoy sila sa swimming pool. On our 4th spot is Nats from RSG Philippines. Nasa Lord Pit ang dalawang kupunan at kailangang makuha ng RSG ang 17-minute Lord. Pumasok si Nats, kasama si Light para i-zone out ang mga members ng ONIC. Matapos guluhin ang makunat na si Sensui ay nag-switch target agad sila na makita nila si Super Friends. Matapos sipain pabalik ni Super Friends si Light ay agad na nag-split-split si Nats para sa planong turret dive gamit ang grab-grab at nagtagumpay siya sa pag-pick off kay Super Friends. At this time, nasa disadvantage na ang RSG in terms of minion wave management at sa nangyaring clash sa mid lane, pumasok si Nats for backup at napunta ito sa 3v1 situation. Gamit ang split-split at grab-grab, na-sustain niya ang damage ni Nader, Nets at Sensui, forcing them to retreat and successfully buying some time for the teammates to recuperate. On On our third spot is Super Red of Blacklist International. 9 minutes in the game, na-pick off si Wise dahil na-outnumber sila ni US sa mid lane. Agad na tumakbo for backup si Umay Venus at Super Red pero hindi enough ang blessing of the Moon Goddess niya para iligtas si Yue. Outnumbered, napilitang pumalag ang 2 sa 4. Flickering out, nakaiwas si Red sa basic attacks ni Ninja Killa at nagpakawala ito ng torn apart memory at ilang basic attacks na tumunaw kina Riku at Ninja Killa, turning the tables. On our second spot is Eman of RSG Philippines. With a 5k gold lead, 19 minutes in the game, gusto nang i-end ng RSG-PH ang match. With a 615 KDA, ready na rin si Eman sa massacre na magaganap sa kanilang final siege sa base ng ONIC-PH. Habang tinatangkin ni na Nats H2O at Light ang damage ng ONIC, nagpakawala si Eman ng Eyes on You sa gitna ng clash. Matatamaan siya ng penalty zone ni Der pero magka-counter go siya gamit ng go away. Nagpaulan siya ng libu-libong karayom na pinabilis pa ng pag-engage niya gamit ang Falling at Eyes on You hanggang sa maubos niya ang ONIC squad, getting the first maniac in MPL Season 11 right on its first week.
Ay aatras, kakayanin naman depensa nito. Sakto merong catapult, pero nandun yung pulutong ng mga minions. At ito na nga ang inaantay na debut ng RSG Slate Philippines, taking the series 2-0.
On our top spot is Sanford sa kanyang Echo El Clasico backdoor play. Ikatlong Lord Dance na sa Game 1 ng labanan ng Echo at Bren noong Day 2. Hindi maiiwasan ng clash dahil malaking advantage ang maibibigay ng Lord na to para sa dalawang kupunan. Habang itinataboy ni Yawi ang buong squad ng Bren gamit ang heavy spin, nakaredy na ang Sansan duo para i-sandwich ang Bren sa pag-attempt nila pumasok sa Lord Pit. Ginamit ni Few ang kanyang Feather Dare Strike at sasagutin ito ni Sanford ng Eye for an Eye dive na kinombo niya sa Electo Final Blow sa may Petrify. Sakto para ma-burst ni Sanji si Few gamit ang Rough Waves. Ngunit mararamdaman ni Sanford ang hapdi ni Super Marco kaya mapapa-exit ito sa team fight, naghihibla na lang ang buhay. Napunta kina Benny Cutie at Carl Tizzy ang atensyon ng mga natitirang members ng Bren at nagbalak silang i-shutdown ang mga ito. Habang sa bottom lane, makikita na natin si Sanford na nagbabalak mag-split push sa exposed na base turret ng kalaban. Nakapag-buy time si Carl at Benny para kay Sanford na ngayon ay naka-base lock na at mukhang kukulangin si Ogwen sa damage at crowd control abilities para ma-defend ang turret nila. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 1. Let us know sa comment section kung ano ang mga naging reaksyon nyo sa mga play na to at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 2 ng ating regular season.
Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play nun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos makakabasag po kami ng tower. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Ako pala si Yawi, ang tank ng Echo Philippines, at ngayon i-breakdown ko yung ginawa kong play ng game na.
This is the third turtle na hindi nakasilip ang Blacklist International and Echo right now. Talaga na-maintain at mas pinalakapan nila ang kalamangan nila against Blacklist.
Dito mo masasabi na in the zone.
Ayun na naman!
Yung M4, eto na naman sa naman. Fatal Links! The combo is real! Walang namatay dahil sa Kaldantar pero mukhang ubusin na nila. Dalawa lang, pero nakita mo naman yung highlights. Combo, routine, todo. The Echo Express is here once again.
So yung nasa isip ko sa paggawa ng play na to, actually ang usapan yan, pagka-clear ng mid, babasag kami ng bot. Sakto, pagka-clear namin, tingin na lang, tas yun. Sabi ko, dikit-dikit to. Nag-inv ako, tas pabot dapat, kaso nakita ko mag-clear sila lahat sa mid. So sabi ko po, huli-huli, tas nung pagkatas po nun, sabi ko after, basag tayo, basag. Tas naka-conceal din po ako, so feel ko mabibigla po sila. So yun, nahuli naman po. Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play na yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tas nakakabasag po kami ng tower. Yung masabi ko po sa teammates ko, good job din po kasi ang bilis po nila mag-react po sa akin. Kasi kung di po sila napag-react, di po mamamatay yung iba po. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Siguro ngayong season po, mas naging patient po. Parang hindi po ako pwede basta mag-go ng go kung hindi po ready yung teammates ko. Sa next round sa Blacklist, sana po maglaro si Renegade. Tapos ngayong dalawang round sa PH2 po. Sa mga fans and supporters namin, thank you pala sa mga nanood and sumuporta ngayon sa laban namin sa Blacklist. And sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak nyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest
and best mobile network.
All it takes are 3 easy steps.
First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider.
Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
And you're ready to go.
Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network.
Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang top 5 plays for week 1. On the 5th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week. Brusco DR gamit ang kanyang Ruby I Am Offended play nung day 1 laban sa TNC. 6 minutes in the game, nag-switch lane si Innocent at Jesu. Dahil outnumbered si Innocent sa bottom lane, napagpasyahang bumisita ni Bentings at Goyo doon para gawing even ang playing field para sa gold laner nila. Nagkakapaan ang dalawang kupunan na parehong nasa mga bush at naghihintay para sa inaasam na kill. Sino nga ba ang unang lilitaw? Ang gagawin dito ni Innocent ay susubukan niya magpabait pero agad naman tong kinagat ni Brusco DR with a flicker I Am Offended play at hinatak pati ang dalawang nakatago sa bush. Nadamay pa nga, may follow up din dito si Goyong DR para nga tunawin ng mga kalaban. Napalangoy sila sa swimming pool. On our 4th spot is Nats from RSG Philippines. Nasa Lord Pit ang dalawang kupunan at kailangang makuha ng RSG ang 17-minute Lord. Pumasok si Nats, kasama si Light para i-zone out ang mga members ng ONIC. Matapos guluhin ang makunat na si Sensui ay nag-switch target agad sila na makita nila si Super Friends. Matapos sipain pabalik ni Super Friends si Light ay agad na nag-split-split si Nats para sa planong turret dive gamit ang grab-grab at nagtagumpay siya sa pag-pick off kay Super Friends. At this time, nasa disadvantage na ang RSG in terms of minion wave management at sa nangyaring clash sa mid lane, pumasok si Nats for backup at napunta ito sa 3v1 situation. Gamit ang split-split at grab-grab, na-sustain niya ang damage ni Nader, Nets at Sensui, forcing them to retreat and successfully buying some time for the teammates to recuperate. On our 3rd spot is Super Red of Blacklist International. 9 minutes in the game, na-pick off si Wise dahil na-outnumber sila ni Yue sa mid lane. Agad na tumakbo for backup si Umay Venus at Super Red pero hindi enough ang blessing of the Moon Goddess niya para iligtas si Yue. Outnumbered, napilitang pumalag ang dalawa sa 4. Flickering out, nakaiwas si Red sa basic attacks ni Ninja Killa at nagpakawala ito ng torn apart memory at ilang basic attacks na tumunaw kina Riku at Ninja Killa, turning the tables. On our 2nd spot is Eman of RSG Philippines. With a 5k goal lead, 19 minutes in the game, gusto nang i-end ng RSG-PH ang match. With a 615 KDA, ready na rin si Eman sa massacre na magaganap sa kanilang final siege sa base ng ONIC-PH. Habang tinatangkin ni na Nats H2O at Light ang damage ng ONIC, nagpakawala si Eman ng Eyes on You sa gitna ng clash. Matatamaan siya ng penalty zone ni Der pero magka-counter go siya gamit ng go away. Nagpaulan siya ng libu-libong karayom na pinabilis pa ng pag-engage niya gamit ang falling at Eyes on You hanggang sa maubos niya ang ONIC squad, getting the first maniac in MPL Season 11 right on its first week.
Ay aatras, kakayanin naman depensa nito. Sakto merong catapult, pero nandun yung pulutong ng mga minions. At ito na nga ang inaantay na debut ng RSG Slate Philippines, taking the series 2-0.
On our top spot is Sanford sa kanyang Echo El Clasico backdoor play. Ikatlong Lord Dance na sa Game 1 ng labanan ng Echo at Bren noong Day 2. Hindi may iwasan ng clash dahil malaking advantage ang may bibigay ng Lord na to para sa dalawang kupunan. Habang itinataboy ni Yawi ang buong squad ng Bren gamit ang heavy spin, nakaredy na ang Sansan duo para i-sandwich ang Bren sa pag-attempt nila pumasok sa Lord Pit. Ginamit ni Few ang kanyang Feather Dare Strike at sasagutin ito ni Sanford ng Eye for an Eye dive na kinombo niya sa Electo Final Blow sabay Petrify. Sakto para ma-burst ni Sanji si Few gamit ang Rough Waves. Ngunit mararamdaman ni Sanford ang hapdi ni Super Marco kaya mapapa-exit ito sa team fight, naghihibla na lang ang buhay. Napunta kina Benny Cutie at Carl Tizzy ang atensyon ng mga natitirang members ng Bren at nagbalak silang i-shutdown ang mga ito. Habang sa bottom lane, makikita na natin si Sanford na nagbabalak mag-split push sa exposed na base turret ng kalaban. Nakapag-buy time si Carl at Benny para kay Sanford na ngayon ay naka-base lock na at mukhang kukulangin si Ogwen sa damage at crowd control abilities para ma-defend ang turret nila. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 1. Let us know sa comment section kung ano ang mga naging reaksyon nyo sa mga play na to. At kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 2 ng ating regular season.
Naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play nun. Sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos makakabasag po kami ng tower. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Ako pala si Yawi, ang tank ng Echo Philippines. At ngayon, i-breakdown ko yung ginawa kong play ng game na.
It's the third turtle na hindi nakasilip ang Blacklist International and Echo right now. Talaga naman mas pinalakapan nila ang kalamangan nila against Blacklist.
Dito mo masasabi na in the zone.
Ayun na naman.
Yung M4, eto na naman. Fatal Links! The combo is real! Walang namatay dahil sa Kaldantar pero mukhang ubusin na nila. Dalawa lang. Pero nakita mo naman yung highlights. Combo, routine, todo. The Echo Express is here once again.
So yung nasa isip ko sa paggawa ng play na to, actually ang usapan yan, pagka-clear ng mid, babasag kami ng bot. Sakto pagka-clear namin, tingin na lang, tas yun. Sabi ko, dikit-dikit to. Nag-NB ako, tas pabot dapat. Kaso nakita ko mag-clear sila lahat sa mid. So sabi ko po, huli-huli. Tas nung pagkatas po nun, sabi ko after, basag tayo, basag. Tas naka-conceal din po ako. So feel ko mabibigla po sila. So yun, nahuli naman po. Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play na yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tas nakakabasag po kami ng tower. Yung masabi ko po sa teammates ko, good job din po kasi ang bilis po nila mag-react po sa akin. Kasi kung di po sila napag-react, di po mamamatay yung iba po. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Siguro ngayong season po, mas naging patient po. Parang hindi po ako pwede basta mag-go ng go kung hindi po ready yung teammates ko. Sa next round sa Blacklist, sana po maglaro si Renegade. Tapos ngayong dalawang round sa RSG-PH po. Sa mga fans and supporters namin, thank you pala sa mga nanood and sumuporta ngayon sa laban namin sa Blacklist. And sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin.
ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest
and best mobile network.
All it takes are 3 easy steps.
First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider.
Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
And you're ready to go.
Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network.
Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang top 5 plays for week 1. On the 5th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week. Brusco DR gamit ang kanyang Ruby I Am Offended play nung day 1 laban sa TNC. 6 minutes in the game, nag-switch lane si Innocent at Hesu. Dahil outnumbered si Innocent sa bottom lane, napagpasyahang bumisita ni Bentings at Goyo doon para gawing even ang playing field para sa gold laner nila. Nagkakapaan ng dalawang kupunan na parehong nasa mga bush at naghihintay para sa inaasam na kill. Sino nga ba ang unang lilitaw? Ang gagawin dito ni Innocent ay susubukan niya magpabait pero agad naman tong kinagat ni Brusco DR with a flicker I Am Offended play at hinatak pati ang dalawang nakatago sa bush. Nadamay pa nga. May follow up din dito si Goyong DR para nga tunawin ng mga kalaban. Napalangoy sila sa swimming pool. On our 4th spot is Nats from RSG Philippines. Nasa Lord Pit ang dalawang kupunan at kailangang makuha ng RSG ang 17-minute Lord. Pumasok si Nats, kasama si Light para i-zone out ang mga members ng ONIC. Matapos guluhin ang makunat na si Sensui ay nag-switch target agad sila na makita nila si Super Friends. Matapos sipain pabalik ni Super Friends si Light ay agad na nag-split-split si Nats para sa planong turret dive gamit ang grab-grab at nagtagumpay siya sa pag-pick off kay Super Friends. At this time, nasa disadvantage na ang RSG in terms of minion wave management at sa nangyaring clash sa mid lane, pumasok si Nats for backup at napunta ito sa 3v1 situation. Gamit ang split-split at grab-grab, na-sustain niya ang damage ni Nader, Nets at Sensui, forcing them to retreat and successfully buying some time for the teammates to recuperate. On our 3rd spot is Super Red of Blacklist International. 9 minutes in the game, na-pick off si Wise dahil na-outnumber sila ni US sa mid lane. Agad na tumakbo for backup si Umay Venus at Super Red pero hindi enough ang blessing of the Moon Goddess niya para iligtas si Yue. Outnumbered, napilitang pumalagan 2 sa 4. Flickering out, nakaiwas si Red sa basic attacks ni Ninja Killa at nagpakawala ito ng torn apart memory at ilang basic attacks na tumunaw kina Riku at Ninja Killa, turning the tables. On our 2nd spot is Eman of RSG Philippines. With a 5k gold lead, 19 minutes in the game, gusto nang i-end ng RSG-PH ang match. With a 615 KDA, ready na rin si Eman sa massacre na magaganap sa kanilang final siege sa base ng ONIC-PH. Habang tinatangkin ni na Nats H2O at Light ang damage ng ONIC, nagpakawala si Eman ng Eyes on You sa gitna ng clash. Matatamaan siya ng penalty zone ni Der pero magka-counter go siya gamit ng go away. Nagpaulan siya ng libu-libong karayom na pinabilis pa ng pag-engage niya gamit ang falling at Eyes on You hanggang sa maubos niya ang ONIC squad, getting the first maniac in MPL Season 11 right on its first week.
Ay aatras, kakayanin naman depensa nito. Sakto merong catapult pero nandun yung pulutong ng mga minions at ito na nga ang inaantay na debut ng RSG Slate Philippines, taking the series 2-0.
On our top spot is Sanford sa kanyang Echo El Clasico backdoor play. Ikatlong Lord Dance na sa Game 1 ng labanan ng Echo at Bren noong Day 2. Hindi maiiwasan ng clash dahil malaking advantage ang maibibigay ng Lord na to para sa dalawang kupunan. Habang itinataboy ni Yawi ang buong squad ng Bren gamit ang heavy spin, nakaredy na ang Sansan duo para i-sandwich ang Bren sa pag-attempt nila pumasok sa Lord Pit. Ginamit ni Few ang kanyang Feather Dare Strike at sasagutin ito ni Sanford ng Eye for an Eye dive na kinombo niya sa Alecto Final Blow sabay Petrify. Sakto para ma-burst ni Sanji si Few gamit ang Rough Waves. Ngunit mararamdaman ni Sanford ang hapdi ni Super Marco kaya mapapa-exit ito sa team fight, naghihibla na lang ang buhay. Napunta kina Benny Cutie at Carl Tizzy ang atensyon ng mga natitirang members ng Bren at nagbalak silang i-shutdown ang mga ito. Habang sa bottom lane, makikita na natin si Sanford na nagbabalak mag-split push sa exposed na base turret ng kalaban. Nakapag-buy time si Carl at Benny para kay Sanford na ngayon ay naka-base lock na at mukhang kukulangin si Ogwen sa damage at crowd control abilities para ma-defend ang turret nila. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 1. Let us know sa comment section kung ano ang mga naging reaksyon nyo sa mga play na to at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 2 ng ating regular season.
Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng plane yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos makakabasag po kami ng tower. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Ako pala si Yawi, ang tank ng Eco Philippines, at ngayon i-breakdown ko yung ginawa kong play ng game na.
This is the third turtle na hindi nakasilip ang Blacklist International and Echo right now. Talaga naman mas pinalakapan nila ang kalamangan nila against Blacklist.
Dito mo masasabi na in the zone.
Ayun na naman!
Yung M4, eto naglabas na naman. Fatal Links! The combo is real! Walang namatay dahil sa Kaldantar pero mukhang ubusin na nila. Dalawa lang, pero nakita mo naman yung highlights. Combo, routine, todo. The Echo Express is here once again.
So yung nasa isip ko sa paggawa ng play na to, actually ang usapan yan, pagka-clear ng mid, babasag kami ng bot. Sakto, pagka-clear namin, tingin na lang, tapos yun. Sabi ko, dikit-dikit to. Nag-NB ako, tapos pabot dapat. Kaso nakita ko mag-clear sila lahat sa mid. So sabi ko po, huli-huli. Tapos nung pagkatas po nun, sabi ko after, basag tayo, basag. Tapos naka-conceal din po ako. So feel ko mabibigla po sila. So yun, nahuli naman po. Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play na yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos nakakabasag po kami ng tower. Yung sabi ko po sa teammates ko, good job din po kasi ang bilis po nila mag-react po sa akin. Kasi kung di po sila napag-react, di po mamamatay yung iba po. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Siguro ngayong season po, mas naging patient po. Parang hindi po ako pwede basta mag-go ng go kung hindi po ready yung teammates ko. Sa next round sa Blacklist, sana po maglaro si Renegade. Tapos ngayong dalawang round sa MPL-PH po. Sa mga fans and supporters namin, thank you pala sa mga nanood and sumuporta ngayon sa laban namin sa Blacklist. And sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Happy Sunday, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino and you're watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Dalawang best of 3 series ang masasaksihan natin ngayong araw na to sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. At ang unang kakasa sa hamong itaas ang lakas are the next generation of junglers. Will Kyle TZ be able to keep Bren Esports win streak rolling? Or will King Kong help TNC Pro secure their first win this season? Let's find out. Bren Esports versus TNC Pro. Casters, pasok.
One team riding on momentum, another team still searching for it for the season here. We're at the final day of week 2, and it starts off with Bren Esports and TNC. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with the boys Rockhart, OSX. How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good here, and I would have loved to see a huge grudge match here, TNC versus Bren Esports between the junglers. It's going to be a different matchup here, so excited to see how this one unfolds.
The challenge here is Bren Esports has its most of the wins and the other one has most of the losses. So the challenger is higher stakes for TNC.
That's spicy, right? I mean,
Statman.
Yeah, I guess this is a whole new OSX, right? He's sitting in that chair. For those that don't know, he has his analyst cap on, right? So before we get more into the match, though, because that's heated right there, OSX, we do want to mention, of course, don't forget the Smart Switch registration. Guys, you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number. Don't forget to visit smart.ph /switch to Smart to know more. And now, with that being said, guys, OSX, you mentioned it, right? Exactly what needs to happen here for TNC. And we're taking a look at the schedule, right? Bren versus TNC to kick it off. It's the final day for week 2. And then later on, we have ONIC versus NXPE. But specifically this matchup, right? Bren has been off to, I would say, a healthy start, right? I want to say it's been a healthy start for them. They just, I believe this week they had a sweep themselves. And now it's a big time to show exactly if they can carry that momentum on, right? So that is something that's going to be crucial here for them. Rockhart, what about TNC is on your mind here specifically, especially after what happened even last week?
Well, last week I gave him a huge benefit of the doubt. You know what? You got 10 people to juggle around it. There's only so much scrim time that you can actually do with. And yeah, last week maybe was experimentation time for TNC, but this time around, they're going to have to cut the slack a little shorter.
Now, speaking of experimentation, yesterday, TNC, we're getting our hopes up of having the glimpse of silver lining to get through a winning score. But the problem is, on one note, TNC has fixed one major problem. They didn't switch their 5-man roster yesterday. They maintained 2-man rosters for 2 straight games.
Yeah, no, I mean, so, okay, there is an advantage, I would say, to having a deep roster like that. But, you know, in terms of, I guess, the length of the season, with week 2 pretty much on the end here, right, you really have to figure out what kind of roster you want to roll with, what works best for you. And I feel like now this is one of the opportunities, again, for TNC to really find this, because as where it all starts, I mean, there was eyes a lot on Kyle, Kyle TZ specifically. Even these, right? These are the Season 10 of playoff highlights from him. And I feel like last season, a lot of people, when they looked at Kyle TZ specifically, his performance and the shoes that he was kind of had to fill. I mean, Bren is a massive organization with a lot of history behind it, right? So I feel like at this point, you can pretty much say Kyle TZ, he's filled those shoes pretty well, right? He's still growing. He's still got a lot of room to grow in. But the young guy, has been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I would say that he has more room to grow in. He can grow into the tank Lancelot.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Tank a lot. Tanks a lot, yeah.
That's something I'm looking forward to seeing from Kyle TZ. Is he going to be going with what seems to be meta right now, running the tank Lancelot, which does serve a lot of teams very well?
Yeah, you shared about momentum, Bren Esports. I say this is one of the things that they were trying to iron out from Season 10. They became more consistent on how they want to approach specific matchups. So you mentioning the tank slot could actually show, but depends on how we are trying to give focus on TNC's jungle as well. Because yesterday, we haven't seen King Kong, but we've seen him last week. So we'll know for sure on how TNC is going to blend this up at their match against Bren Esports.
I love that you mentioned it, right? King Kong here. It's just King Kong in the jungle, right? The first time I saw it, I was like, that's amazing.
That's the tagline.
That is the tagline. But now it's like, okay, King Kong's going to go up against Kyle TZ. We just saw the stats there, especially, with the accolades he's already achieved so far from Season 10. And obviously, he wants to do more here. And one thing that I really like about Bren so far is it went from where you have a lot of this leadership coming out from few, where they've developed into their own roles, their own kind of identities, and it's really shown. So I feel like with TNC specifically, it's still there. I mean, even the names we're used to seeing, right? When you see them play, such as like Cram and everything else, it seems like it's going to work, but then something is missing from TNC. And I feel like that's what we want to see them here in this matchup against a team like Bren, who, I mean, even between some of their players, there's a lot of brewing rivalry, if you will, right? That could have happened here. Unfortunately, Sox is not going to be playing here. Doesn't want to play against Kyle TZ, but still, it leaves a lot on the line here. OSX, I got to ask you real quick, what are you thinking exactly for this matchup? But I'm going to have you hold that thought, too, because we are going to be listening in a little bit to an interview. But I still got to say, right, I know you have a lot to say. You have your stats there.
I have it.
And I'm sure you can't wait to break things down as the series unfolds. But real quick, what do you think TNC has to do?
Now, since they're trying to get their first, checklist from yesterday, we've seen them develop or try to not change their 5-man, or they're a 10-man squad, okay?
Yeah.
So from the first week till now, there's a challenge of trying to get the groove in each of the players, because from the two casters they had that I've shared the table yesterday with Leo and Wolf, with experience in coaching a team, it's not as easy as it seems, because if you keep on changing every week, you need to gain focus on who will matter in specific matchups.
Well, I can't wait to see what it unfolds, but we're going to hear from our very own Odin on the court side with TNC.
Sampuan po ito, sampuan. Paayos na lang po na nga po dyan, oh. Ay, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. This is your very own Odin at katabi natin ngayon kasama sa biyahe ng tagumpay ng TNC Pro Team. Hi, Tin! Standing muna tayo sa jeep. Ayan. Hello, Tin!
Hello
Isang
po.
super fan ng TNC. Ayan. Gaano ka katagal na fan ng TNC?
Since Season 9.
Uy, matagal-tagal na rin.
Yes.
And nakita mo ba yung roster reveal nila?
Yes, grabe, pasabog. Super pogi ng players ng TNC, sorry. Yun yung pagmamalaki talaga ng TNC, sobrang Ayun po, grabe, parang yun yung best roster reveal.
Yes, hindi naman natin tatanggihan yan. No? Nag-effort talaga sila sa napakagandang roster reveal video. And ano yung reason kung bakit ka nagstay loyal sa TNC for 3 seasons?
Idol ko po kasi si Bentings. Deserve ni Idol Ben ng champion. Parang deserve, hindi lang naman din si Idol Ben kasi lahat naman sila deserve. Pero kasi yung tiyaga talaga ni Idol Ben, grabe. Yun talaga yung Doon ko siya naging idol. Sobrang sipag, gano'n.
Gusto mo na talagang magkaroon sila ng championship, gano'n. And ano naman message mo sa players ng TNC Pro Team?
Laban lang. Alam kong kaya nila yan. Pogi kayo, di ba? Lalaban kayo.
Grabe, may buff pala dito ang TNC Pro Team, no? Talagang merong nag-cheer sa kanila na gwapong-gwapo talaga sila.
Yes, kahit mapaos ako, nandito lang ako TNC.
Napakalakas.
Nandito kaming lahat.
Napakalakas ng sigawan dito ng mga supporters ng TNC Pro Team. TNC always rise. Maraming salamat din and I wish you all the best and the TNC Pro Team. Maraming salamat guys. Yan at marami pa kayong dapat malaman sa laban ng Bren Esports at TNC Pro Team. Kaya naman balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you very much, Odin. And it's always great to hear, from the avid fans here to support the teams. And, you can call that a buff if you will, because that's exactly what TNC needs, and I'm sure that boosts their morale a little bit because, like we mentioned, TNC's still searching for that win, right? That momentum pretty much to propel them through the season. It's not too late. And before we went to the court side, I asked you, OSX, exactly what TNC had to do. And you talked about that pretty much the variability that they have in their roster. Yeah. It's quite deep. And they also have their own sense of veterancy there, right? And the avid fan there, I believe it was Hesu, she mentioned Ben Things, right? She loves to support Ben Things. A lot of people loved even when Ben Things was playing, the amazing plays he made there. But now, Rockhart specifically, before we talk more about Bren, last thing about TNC, aside from their roster, do you think it starts here in the hands of King Kong? Does it start for the jungle for them? Because a lot of these teams, they have these different dynamics now. What do you think for TNC?
I have to say that the jungle matchup against King Kong, honestly, it's a little going to be towards Kyle Teasy. In overall, every aspect in terms of team fighting, in objective taking, I believe that Kyle Teasy has more in that area. Nobody's aside. It's just that what TNC needs to work on right now is they need to see which lineup actually works in general. I think they tried that last week, right? They did a 5-man swap, game 1, game 2 in the same series. And in the previous game, they did a whole Saksa game. Maybe this time around they'll do a whole King Kong game. Maybe that's the one that works.
Yeah, just park King Kong in the jungle.
Just try.
Unleash him, basically. At that
I
point.
give them whole week 2, week 1, week 2. Go ahead, experiment all you want, TNC.
I would agree
Find what works.
with Rockhart here. If they change just one player from yesterday's progress, it could actually work. If they keep on changing now and they keep on experimenting, now is not really a good time because they took so many punches. They haven't won a loss. They haven't even won once. So this is a big challenge for them, even for now.
Definitely a challenge here, but we're going to welcome both teams at Bren Esports and TNC to the stage.
Confidence, consistency, and strength. The Hive remains unfazed and ready to push their limits in every challenge. In seeking honey, expect the sting of the bee. It's Bren Esports! Real gold does not fear the test of fire. Their dedication to bounce back fuels their spirit to defy the odds. They rise as one. This is TNC Pro Team! And their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Bren. It's Bren Esports versus TNC Pro Team. Who is going to rise up to the challenge?
Great to see both teams here. And first off, we're going to be looking at the lineup for specifically Bren Esports. And it's none other than Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, Few, and Ogwin. And like I said, there is veterancy here. A lot of people know now all these names. We've seen great things all across the board from them. And specifically, I mean, even Ogwin, right? We spent a lot of time talking about Kyle TZ in the jungle, but even, you know, Ogwin himself, the fact that he's had a multiple games now MVP, he's done great things. You can see right there, even with that Kufa pick, he has done work for this roster. So altogether, that's what makes this Bren roster pretty scary, right? I mean, you have that leadership factor, and then you have a lot of these guys in their sophomore pretty much season, and they're just popping off at this point, right? But Rockhart, let's take a look here at the lineup this time for TNC.
All right, this TNC lineup that they have right now with Ben Finks in the helm definitely feels like this should be it, right? This should be the win for TNC, just because I feel like King Kong, he needs a little bit more of a boost. And Ben Finks is the perfect guy to do it with, right?
Yep.
If you want to elevate to a level that Kyle TZ has reached right now, you want a roamer that can really up you up. And this is a Ben Finks role.
That's true, and I believe TNC right now is fixing what happened yesterday. Not committing to a change or a swap for a match, but King Kong in the jungle, man, a kaiju matchup dream comes true. You have Kylezilla and King Kong in the jungle. Just imagine the sequel back again in MPL Philippines Week 2.
I love it when he goes on to
See?
To the like movie
movie
references and everything
because
else.
that's how big this experience. Because you've said there's veterancy, there's experience. Well, Kyle TZ went up against Blacks International in the playoffs last season.
Yeah.
So maybe now this one thing that they would want to translate.
And this is
experience,
perfect,
right?
because that movie's about to come to this year, right? The part 2, the sequel.
Yeah.
So now Kyle TZ is basically Kylezilla.
For this matchup only. For this matchup.
Well,
I hope that sticks.
I hope it sticks. But what I really want to see between those two junglers alone is actually some, hopefully, assassin versus assassin, right?
Oh,
because
come on, let's
I
go.
almost feel like King Kong is in that situation where he's in what Kyle TZ was like last season, right? Now it's time for even King Kong. Yes, we've seen Sox the Jungle. Now King Kong, we've seen a little bit of that, but we also want to see exactly what he can pull off in the jungle himself, right? So this is an opportunity for, if you want to call it the movie of week number 2 anyway, it can work out for Kylezilla and King Kong. But we're going to hear exactly what they have to do here with the keys to victory for this matchup.
Maraming salamat, casters. Talaga napaka-importante ng teamwork at kung paano execution ng ating mga teams. Kaya importante din ang ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Unang-una para sa TNC, take advantage of TNC's experimentations. Actually, this is also for Bren. Kailangan nila ditong as much as possible pigilan yung ginagawang experimentations ng TNC. Sinabi natin na maganda siya for TNC dahil ito na rin yung moments kung saan pwede na ma-discover ang kanilang team. But at the same time, this could be a double-edged sword para sa side ng TNC dahil may mga moments kung saan yung kanilang experimentation ay hindi nila na-justify up to the point na yun din ang nagiging reason for them na hindi nila magawa yung kanilang game plan for that day. And at the same time, pwede din itong magamit ng TNC against Bren. Ngayon naman, speaking of TNC, ang kailangan nilang gawin dito is to punish Kyle TZ's aggression. Actually, for Kyle TZ, kilala natin siya. Isa siya sa mga mga nagpatunay na buhay pa rin ang mga assassin at pwedeng gamitin pagdating sa jungler role. Kaya naman kailangan pigilan dito ng TNC para hindi makapag-snowball and at the same time masira ang rotation ng kanilang kalaban. Sinabi natin kanina na importante ang teamfights. Kaya naman para sa ating dalawang teams, kailangan nila kung anong klaseng teamfight ba ang kailangan nilang i-engage. Dahil may mga teamfights kung saan hindi nagiging maganda ang trade para sa kanila, kaya kailangan nilang alamin. Yan ang ating keys to victory para sa ating laban. Sino kaya ang makakatantos dito sa ating keys na to? Casters, sa inyo na muna ulit.
Amazing to see those keys to victory here, and specifically, I want to start with TNC, right? You're looking to punish Kylezilla's aggression in the jungle, right? And now exactly, what does that mean to you, OSX? How does TNC pull this off? How do they punish KyleTZ's aggression? Because honestly, a lot of times when he's pretty aggressive, he does it mostly with finesse, and it turns out really well.
Yeah, in terms of the draft, as we head on to this part, we've seen Bren Esports face some challenges in having difficulty once their enemy team reveals a cheese pick or cheese strat. So one thing that I see for TNC right now, we called them yesterday the team who is or could be the unpredictable. So they could either unleash something different against Bren Esports, or they pick it up themselves because they need to be more in the less of the experimenting, because this team is more ironed on how to approach things. But if you break it once in the middle of the game, or you break momentum, that could give way of how they want to be unpredictable in most of their moves.
You know what? And if we were talking about punish, man, Kajo would have been the perfect hero to do it.
Yeah.
With a whip. Classic punishment.
The pick off,
tools.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
he has a whip. That's what I'm talking about.
You know,
oh, so that's what you meant.
Whip it.
Oh,
yeah.
I got it. I picked it up. OSX, I know you're sitting in a new chair. You got to catch up, buddy. Right?
Okay,
but
so that's how it is.
But okay, jokes aside here, yeah, Kajo would have been a great hero because you guys actually mentioned this too. You know, allow that veterancy, in this case for TNC, bend things here to help, help across the board in that roam position, specifically even King Kong. You know, you allow King Kong to have a better time in the jungle, then at least you can get that, hopefully that momentum in your favor. And again, it's going to come down to, are they playing the objective jungle game, or do they actually just go pedal to the metal and pick the assassins, right? Now, Rockhart specifically, as we get through this first phase of the bans here, what would you like to see priority-wise? Because since TNC is going to get that first pick and they've got to give up 2, what do you think TNC's thinking here? Or is it just so much variability with this roster that we don't honestly know what they want to, the game plan they want to approach with?
In terms of priority, I think give King Kong a very comfortable hero. If you're talking about assassin heroes, go ahead. Don't hesitate to pick up that Hayabusa. But what I want to see what else I want to see here in this first draft is for Benfings to pick up a Kufra. Because maybe that's one way they can really punish KyleTZ. Because KyleTZ is going to go a little crazy here on the draft. If you want an assassin to assassin matchup, Kufra on the Benfings is a perfect tool to actually slow that down and maybe let King Kong shine.
Yeah, the tank roll, the tank pick for TNC. But one thing that I noticed here for the side of the Phoenix Army, they banned out the Fredrin, knowing in their past matches, being on the blue side, they either could actually take it for themselves because they either priority the mid lane hero or their jungle hero, because they could either pick it up themselves, because we haven't seen King Kong yet using a utility jungle hero, but they banned it out for themselves.
I'm glad that they take out the Fredrin of the occasion here. There's obviously a response as well. Bren's going to go ahead and take out the Fanny, right? Because this could end up being that assassin jungler matchup that we're looking to see unfold. And honestly, you guys made some good points. That Kufra is a solid choice, but I think even if you really wanted to wreak havoc in KyleTZ's jungle, possibly even taking a Hilda, for example. And just especially if you're trying to go with the game plan of, hey, let's do assassin versus assassin, but let's give KyleTZ the harder time. You actually try to secure yourself that Hilda here. But OSX specifically, it's your time to shine, Mr. Analyst. What are you thinking here? You've got 10 seconds.
Well, right now, they could either prioritize their mid lane or their jungle hero for King Kong, because mostly Bren Esports picks it first. But now they went for their own choice of this Faramis, so still a flex pick for TNC.
Yeah, I think it is most likely going to be mid, so I like the Faramis pickup. There's a second chance. If you want to go for hard invades, this is one of the tools that you want.
I like this because, the flexibility option is still there, right? Do you take Faramis mid, or do you take him Roam? Because either way works, but do we see the Valentina in response here coming out from Bren? It is still open for them. Also, a lot of XP lane options available to them too.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Lapu Lapu. We've seen a lot of Glue that aren't taken out of the picture just yet. So Bren has the response here. They're going to grab 2 of these, and they go ahead and get a Valentina, like we mentioned, and there's the Melissa, a hot commodity pretty much in that gold marksman option for a lot of these teams so far in week 2, Rockhart.
Yeah, a lot of these teams and a lot of the people in the ranked games, they're starting to really recognize how strong a Melissa can be.
That's true.
And a lot of teams in the MPL have really been maximizing it. As long as you can protect a Melissa, people are realizing, even especially with a new skin, man, we can roll.
Yeah, I would really want that. I would really want that to have in my hands. But now they have the good choice, Bren Esports, considering the fact that the Valentina is still open. They take it. But now TNC, they're eyeing themselves for their gold lane. Something for Innocent. Something to give way for the gold lane progress early game. So if they want to up the pace here, I'm still looking for the possibility if Hilda...
I called it.
Still a good
maybe
choice.
I should be in that seat.
You should.
Yeah, that's true, Hilda. Because we talked about the keys to victory for Bren Esports. The Hilda makes total sense to slow down the aggression of Kyle Teasy.
This is perfect. I love it. And this is exactly... I love that, I love that Naisu really pick up on that, because that seems to be like the common sense answer.
Yeah.
But that's also kind of scary for TNC because we kind of just predicted it off on the fly. Bren probably read it from a mile away if that's the case, right? Considering they probably spent the whole week planning this out.
Yeah, and Hilda is just one of those great answers, right? Because we'll see if Bren wants to secure themselves their own roam option, or if they decide to just go ahead and pick up the XP lane. It is going to be Glue who was left open. So great, I want to say great first phase here for both teams, but specifically what will be a deciding factor in this too is, can you utilize that Hilda? Because what we've seen in the past too, when it's been picked up, even previously this week when it was picked up, I think it was in the hands of Miko from Smart Omega against Blacklist International, where it just didn't do what it needed to do, right? It was the Hilda versus the Diggy matchup, and that was just a nightmare to be the Hilda. So in this case, you want to be able to stall Kyle Teasy as much as possible to give that advantage here to not just King Kong, but your entire team.
I really hope that TNC was watching that, because I remember Leo saying on the desk, like, man, what am I going to do? I'm just a Hilda. I'm just wailing on people. And you said all you got to do is just sprint on people at the end.
Yeah, regen, get vision. But the problem here is Bren Esports hasn't revealed their jungler yet. So if you are up against a Hilda, we could either expect an assassin pick from Bren Esports to compensate or even to burst down that HP of the regenerating health of the Hilda. So with this being said, they could either dictate fights in the early game, knowing that Hilda could be around the bushes. So they could either play around since they haven't showed their cardio. But for Bren Esports, their first 3 solid picks makes a good, continuously growing solid draft.
Yeah, not only that, but I think, locking in the Claude pick too, right? Claude versus Melissa, for the most part, you're just trying to farm up, right? You're trying to farm up, push waves in. You really don't want to fight the Melissa, but what we've seen, the problem with Melissa is whatever teams get them in their hands, Melissa is just a terror late game, right? Actually mid to late game. And half the time, she doesn't even use Inspire because she just, the auto attack hurts way too much. The itemization is there. Whereas Claude, it's like a slow burn. Like, you need pretty much those 3 items, right? You need those 3, maybe 2, but let's just say those 3 items to really pop off into the point of the game where you're using those blazing duets and everything else. Whereas I feel like Melissa, especially with a Valentina on your side and a Glue just for now, it's a lot easier, right? It's a lot easier to just kind of sit there and auto attack. So you're going to need an answer here, but that is already a solid last ban coming out from Bren Esports with that Hayabusa pick, OSX.
Since they're targeting down one slippery assassin that could be in the hands of King Kong, now if they want to have a balance here against Bren Esports, since they have no jungler yet, they're trying to limit down the possibilities of having to use Kyle Teasy's comfort picks. So they take out the Fredrin, they take out the Martis, possible eyes on what could be an aggressive answer, but the Diggy...
Solid choice.
I love that.
A good answer against Bren Esports.
They've done their homework.
Love it. They were
Completely.
really expecting it because they were watching. This is a proof that Bren really were watching the previous. Sorry, TNC were watching the previous games.
Yeah.
Because Diggy can definitely punish you so hard. And Bren, on the other hand, they fought back. King Kong basically just played Hayabusa. Let's go ahead and bat that out. See what happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem, right? Like, you don't want to deal with the Diggy, first off, with the time journey, but just the fact that what we saw with the just getting pulled back time after time when Hilda's sprints and pretty much done, you're kind of just walking around, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what
A
you don't want to happen
walking,
here.
regenerating lighthouse.
Exactly. But you know that sound. There's the Cho locked in here for Bren.
They are still not revealing their jungler pick here for
last
Kyle
pick.
TZ, saving it for the best answer for TNC right now. They would reveal their possible jungler for King Kong. So the option here that could actually show up against Bren Esports, TNC could actually use, well, out of the picture, there is no, what do you call this, Hayabusa is out. Joy, on the other hand, is still out as well. So this also squeezes out other options for King Kong.
Well, I don't think he's going to roll with a Hanzo. We saw Hanzo yesterday, right? He still has a couple options here. There's the Karina. That's about as safe as it gets for him. And there's the Kufra. Like you guys mentioned, Kufra is going to be locked in here. So that means that this Hilda is actually, going to the XP lane.
Yes. All right. That's
So it's not going to be roaming.
That's a huge curveball.
That is a curveball.
Right?
So Faramis, mid, yeah. So
All right.
Bentley's on the Kufra.
So I love it that they put Kyle TZ last because aside from Ogwen, I think Kyle TZ is one of he has the bigger hero pool.
Yeah.
I think Ogwen has the biggest, and second probably comes Kyle TZ in Bren Esports. So with the pushback here, you're going to have to avoid someone that relies so much on the movement.
Yeah,
Because, Karina's
there's Kufra, right?
Yeah, you got a Kufra.
So this limits out not to pick the what?
So it's a Jungle Cho.
Jungle Cho.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so they have the option to take the Lancer because of the presence of the Kufra, but a Jungle Cho for Bren Esports.
They both had curveballs.
Curveballs.
And they threw them both at the same time, and now it just depends who comes out on top of it because I got to say, Jungle Cho, it works sometimes, sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, in the hands of Kyle TZ, this could end up working out for them. But, even taking a look at the talent predictions here, right? We had a lot of, before I went away, we had quite a few Bren. We had a couple TNC. And at some point in the game, guys, I do want to just mention before we get loaded up, watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point, you will have a poll show up, and you have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL-S11. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember to keep an eye out for the poll. And now with that being said, we're going to be loading up into the Land of Dawn here for the first game between Bren Esports and TNC.
All right. It's really scary that we are seeing a little bit of curveballs being thrown at each other. And I like the balance, but we're going to have to find out who comes out with a home run here in game number 1.
Speaking of the lineup here for Bren Esports, they would really rely on Super Marco's progress on the gold lane, because if they will rely on damage, they have good answer for setups. But now, Bren Esports preying on to.
Oh, man, they're really pushing Ogwen to their limits here. And that's actually what I like about TNC's lineup. Their early game is actually quite solid. They don't have any fragile heroes that they have to take care of. The only one is probably that Claude, right?
Yeah, that's a great point. But at the same time, you want to be able to control this early game the best you can, especially if you're TNC. You want to allow Innocent to have that time to farm up here and get to the point where he needs to be. Well, my biggest question is, how does this Hilda versus Glue matchup work out, OSX?
Well, now it's unlimited regeneration and HP bars. Just spamming it out. It could translate into an eternal battle, low-key, without having the Esmeralda or the presence of another XP lane to cope up with the HP. But now it's more of the being consistent of the push of the lanes on how they will maintain this against TNC.
Yeah, my only issue with that is that puts so much pressure onto Innocent to really carry this game, because he's going to be the one that needs to do all the damage, aside from obviously the secondary damage output that you can do with a Faramis.
Yeah, and at this point, you see both teams just about having all those ultimates available to them. First Turtle's going to be up shortly, but still, could be here.
Want to go for a collapse here. Goyo doesn't really have the cult altar. Just comes up right now. And look at that. Ghost Bursters absorbed by Flap TZ. Shows the capabilities of a Faramis against a Glue.
Well, for that matchup, we could actually talk about Kyle TZ and King Kong here. In true damage, King Kong has a better edge in securing one, since now it's Kyle TZ's show, sacrificing a lot of damage with Demon Slayer. Now, who's going to get this first turtle?
Well, Bren Esports looks like they have prime positioning here, as well as turtle capabilities. And now, TNC, they're just showing that, you know what? Again, this is the problem I said earlier. They're solid. They don't really die. But what else can you do aside from that?
Yeah, at this point, you know, just if you're Bren Esports, you might as well just be happy with that. Grab the objectives that you can and be, you know, just disengage from there. No one actually has to go down just yet because, like you mentioned, TNC, even their early game's pretty solid, but right now the confidence here from Bren Esports, even Kyle TZ specifically, is obviously showing. So what we need to happen is Ben Things has to find the setups here on this Kufra. If King Kong can get these early kills, works out great for him, but he should also be contesting these early on objectives, because if things kind of continue to slip out of their hands, TNC, especially early turtles, it's going to start to that snowball effect for Bren.
You've talked about objectives here. We were expecting the Hilda to go on roam. Instead of now it's in the XP lane, for King Kong to be more aggressive, the Hilda would actually make sense if he changes to, well, give another swap on the lanes, because the more vision that he gives for King Kong, a lot of ways that they can get for objectives, even for steals, against Kyle TZ.
Yeah, you got more abilities to check those bushes, but look at this. They didn't really check Ben Things. Good damage output here. That's a 4-man almost for Ogwin, but again, the damage just not quite there for TNC to punch back. Ben Things could be in trouble here. He is still in the middle of everything, but Kyle TZ is going to be the one going down first blood. Traded really quickly by Flap there. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, a 1-for-1 trade, right? But it was Ben Things that went down, so it was the roamer for TNC, and it was Kyle TZ that fell for Bren, but now a play top side.
Oh, man, Innocent. Can he get out? I don't think so. Good range coming in from that Melissa.
This is the big problem right now of TNC. If they keep on answering to this early game pickoffs and aggression against Bren Esports, this gives them a complete snowball in every gank that they can do, especially now that they have Super Marco and Few having these heroes on their hands. This could mean business against TNC. Now they're really eager to build that items up to give damage.
Yeah, I love the TNC. They're just piling on whenever they get the chance here.
Well, they got that chance, and now they have a chance to actually contest this turtle here. They're going to be going for it. Could just go in the hands of King Kong.
Huge dive here on the back, just trying to distract the members of Bren here, and they take that turtle. And Hesu, I think he's going to be able to get out with his life even.
Yeah, without the presence of Flap TZ being taken down first, the aid of taking down Innocent or being focused or isolating Innocent out of those ganks and pickoffs, this is a bit of a difficulty for even for Bren Esports to find an angle. But right now, we're seeing light for TNC slowly in the first 5 minutes of the game.
I mean, the first 5 minutes here, right? You're seeing TNC, the life is there. They got the turtle. They got a couple kills as well. But I mean, itemization-wise, OSX, how's this working out for them?
Now you have more additional way to spam out the skill set of Goyo being the Faramis. You have the mana in, so he could actually be a replacement or to give rotation faster for TNC to aid King Kong's way of getting his jungle objectives in, because the more damage is being built up here for TNC could mean penetration for the defense of Bren Esports.
Yeah, the way that Bren is playing, though, they are looking like Super Marco's more confident. As long as Flap TZ and Ogun are nearby, and that's why people just love the Melissa, man. You can do stuff like this. You basically force Innocent to go down because you really don't stand a chance at around 5 minutes.
Well, that's the thing he has to do, right? Innocent is literally just farm. Let me just farm for at least a good, 10 to 12 minutes, and then I'll be there for, the impact of this Claude pick, whereas Melissa, you kind of just unleash and you're going to be okay. But now Hesu, the focus, bottom side should be fine.
Yep.
Still a lot of focus here, right? All leading to pretty much any picks that they can find, right? But either of these teams, have the potential to actually turn the tide here. In Ben Things.
And that's exactly what Ben Things is trying to do. Tries to go for the jump in because they really need to take these fights. But looks like the huge mess that's happening right now in the middle is going to keep Innocent alive. They can't touch the Claude. But then again, the Claude's not really doing that much damage yet. And that means that TNC has to back off.
Completely now, TNC is feeling damage against Bren Esports. With the setup of Ogwen and with the initiation from how they crawl down bottom, really told TNC that Bren is up to something. This is the problem here. Ogwen has more vision for the team. While on the other side, Ben thinks he's trying to keep on looking for ways to slow down the aggression of FlapTZ, but the problem that they're seeing here is to slow down lanes of TNC.
This is the thing. There is just a lack of damage coming out from TNC when they need it most, because what you're seeing is this is the process, right? You see actually the initiation from Ben Things. He might get a setup, but then the response comes out from Ogwen with the Fatal Links. They then get Goyo to use the Cult Altar, but by that time, TNC doesn't have enough damage, right? Innocent isn't where he needs to be, whereas Bren they pack a lot more damage, whether it's that burst or sustained, and now they're just assaulting objectives.
Yeah, they seem to be very confident, even with just one-man Fatal Links. They're fighting under the turret, and look at that. Bren, they also have their own Cult Altar, and they're able to take out King Kong.
You've mentioned, Naisu, that TNC is lacking damage. And looking at the items back then, Innocent only had one. That is the Demon Hunter Sword. Not enough against Bren Esports. 2 items for Super Marco. That hits hard as early as 8 minutes. So this is the problem of TNC. How are they going to cope up with the defenses plus the damage building for Super Marco?
Man, Atlas seems to be very, very oppressive in the hands of Ogwen. I think this is a huge battle pick for Bren here in the future.
This is based off the performances that Ogwen's been having. It's not a surprise that he's having this type of game on the Atlas, because every time he does use the Fatal Links, he gets value out of it. And that's the important part, right? He's getting value every time he uses that ultimate. He's able to set up the rest of the team here. And Few as well is doing an amazing job at picking the right ultimates to pretty much take. And now, slowly but surely, they get these tier 1s down in each lane, setting themselves up here for that first Lord of the game. And that's going to be crucial for them as they continue on. Now, that's the thing, right? Let's say Bren Esports gets that first Lord. TNC actually still has a decent, I would say decent defense. It's not amazing yet. It can be if Innocent gets to where he needs to be, but that's one of the big kind of conditions for them. So I would actually like to see TNC still contest this Lord and not just give it to the hands of Bren.
I mean, yes, please. You need all of that, right?
Completely. The objectives would really mean a lot for TNC, but the problem, we need to have damage for Innocent, even for King Kong. But in looking at the few minutes early on for Bren Esports, Benting is trying to spot one, but Bren, they're trying to push back TNC.
Yeah, it's a 5-man push, and Benthinks has to use the conceal to slither away, and that means that Bren will have the priority in terms of control of this Lord Pit.
Benthinks also does not have the flicker. Here's the initiation, though.
Yeah, Ogun really threatening King Kong here. Where are you going to go? Oh my god, FlapTZ. He took out Innocent. Oh my god. The Cult Altar was way too late, and now where's the damage for TNC? It's nowhere to be found.
And that was just a 4-man counter punish against TNC. Only Goyo is left, and how will they even deal this? Nice to call it on point. Bren Esports securely gets this major objective. Now they're merely covering to sweep some of the minions to push back into the base of TNC.
It's crazy because what you just saw there was, I mean, how scary it looks when Bren Esports decides to pull the trigger, right? They use the conceal. Ogwen's literally floating towards everybody, and there's just a collapse. Yeah, they actually burnt that flicker from Ben Things, so then Ben Things is left with no, surprise initiation. But what you saw with that whole interaction was the itemization difference, and now they're still going to be going at it here.
All right, so at this point, TNC's just going for broke. Let's just go for the damage. Innocent's in front with the Blazing Duet, but as you can see, it barely scratches the surface.
Well, speaking of scratching surface, Bren Esports on a goalie of 7.4K. Super Marco on a standing of 404. He has 4 important items that can easily penetrate TNC defenses. Yes, you have the Faramis from Goyo, you have that insurance, you have the health of Jesus, but now he has full physical penetration and even has defense from the Wind of Nature. Look at that. Total damage of Super Marco. Up the charts.
That
now they're knocking
huge.
in the base.
And now with the Lord in the middle, I think This should be it. Look at Super Marco just untouched at the back. They take out King Kong like it's nobody's business. And Few, he's also threatening on the side with the Karina. Interesting. And the Haldies is just TPing in the front. He just knows what's up.
Yeah, confidence and strength right out of Bren Esports. This goalie's scary.
Oh, look at
Innocent.
this. The TNC punchback. They finally take care of that pesky Super Marco Melissa. Is this a sign?
They didn't like the TPs.
They didn't like it.
They didn't like it.
They got mad.
They really want to put it out right away. It's like fire, like put water right away against Bren Esports. But that thing, what happened there of Innocent trying to use that blazing duet right in the presence of Bren Esports. He's slowly climbing the charts right now for the player's gold, but right now TNC is buying time. The problem is also the waves keeps on pushing because the wave clear that Bren Esports has.
Yeah, in fairness, I think that's all TNC has to do here at this point. Reach a 25-minute game, maybe.
Maybe the 25-minute mark, but Ben Thing's still going, pressing the situation here. Nothing going to come out of it just yet, and you see Few, he grabs that coup for ultimate. He's like, no, never mind. So basically, yes, a good point is they need a lot of time here. Let's specifically look at the items OSX and how this could play out if they extend it maybe another 10 minutes.
Now with the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff, he's looking to pierce through defensive Bren Esports. One thing that he needs to worry about is Flap TZ and Ogwen. He needs to let loose, or they need to use out the resource of the ultimate coming from Ogwen, but he has the BMI for that. The problem here is he needs to have something to aid the damage, but the Korean here is physically onto the tank procedure, but now they're relying on Innocent. He has 4 needed items, but for this, they need to have a good setup from Ben Things to set things up. He has the immortality. He has the chance to be confident, but now pick-offs for the side of the TNC could actually work.
Ben Things has immortality, right? But you just saw there, that was a couple auto attack hits from Super Marco, right? And it brought him to a half health. So if he puts himself in a situation where he's not able to get the setup he wants, then most likely Ben Things is going to go down. But he's going for this one.
Yeah, as usual, Ben Things just goes for it. Basically going for broke here. They're almost able to take out Flap, but Hesu goes down instead. Look at that. Owen's in the front. They're trying to zone out King Kong, and Bren manages to take out the TNC jungler successfully. And there's basically nothing that TNC can do about this Lord this time around.
And just as that, Bren Esports used this tactic to bait in TNC's need for objectives. They have a lot of things on their plate they need to push, but this Lord, they need this push against the Bren Esports base. But how Super Marco is dealing so much damage, and that setup from Ogwen really shook things up for TNC. Now they're at their mercy of their last third turret onto their base, and Ogwen and Kyle Teasy. He's doing it again.
What's he doing?
It's the movie, man, you know? Kyle Zilla. He's in full control right now, at least for this part of the movie, right? So now you're seeing it unfold here. Lord's going to be coming down the mid lane. TNC's got to have an amazing defense here, but I just see this kind of a very difficult task for them because
they're flexing.
Look at the lead they have. Kyle TZ goes in.
Yeah, that's going to be Hesu, the primary target here. Once they take out Hesu, there's very little that Ben Things can do as a frontline, but look at this, TNC, they're still holding on for dear life here. Lord is in the middle of everything, though. Where is the blazing duet? Innocent's not popping it just yet. So much patience here for TNC. And there it goes. Ogwen finally pulls the trigger. Speaking of triggers, all the triggers being pulled here by Innocent. Blazing Duet finally used, but now they don't have damage, and that might be a problem.
They're still holding on, though. They're going to be going. That's the Winter Tranchant.
Yep, the DPS is still alive. Innocent is here, but not for long. Few takes him out, and that should be it. The 3 men remaining from TNC not going to be able to defend anymore. That's game 1. Going over to Bren Esports.
TNC wanted to push it forward into the late game, but Bren Esports flexing all the recalls and just being confident. They can't even reach Super Marco's defenses, and that gave so much weight to cleanly take them into the base as 15 minutes.
15 minutes, right? They're not going to get the chance to get to that 25-minute mark that they desperately needed. And I'm actually surprised that that last base fight lasted that long. They held on for as much as they could, but unfortunately, like we were saying throughout the game, TNC just didn't have the guns to go head-to-head with what Bren Esports was throwing at them, right? And it started early on and just kind of collapsed on top of it. And a lot of this had to do with Ogwen as well. How much pressure this man uses with the Atlas pick. We've seen him do it before. He's still doing it here. And I mean, I love what Ben Things was trying to do. Don't get me wrong. This game, you saw how much effort Ben Things was trying to give to this team, but unfortunately for them, it was a little too late, right? And he had some great sets.
To be fair, that's exactly what Ben Things needed to do. Because you can't just show that, oh, we can't do anything. You have to at least look like you can fight.
Yeah.
You know, just to scare Bren Esports a little bit. Although that's not enough. The damage lacking, the lack of damage is very apparent here for TNC.
You were talking about damage here. They were relying on Innocent most of the game, but we were expecting, for me, the Hilda could have been a Grey Rome option for King Kong to be more aggressive. They were lacking information. They were lacking where the members of Bren Esports go or went, and Hilda being on the XP lane, for me, it's underutilized. And it's just not enough for them to buy time, and defense is just falling down short for 50 minutes.
It probably works great against Glue, like in that that specific scenario,
Yeah.
works great against Glue. But
Agree.
in the grand scheme of things, right, you would rather see that Hilda in the roam, where then you can cause havoc. But still, I mean, even with that said, I'm not necessarily sure if that would have given King Kong the advantage that he needed. Maybe it would have made things a little bit easier, but the way that Ogwin plays around this team, or especially the way that he helps Kyle Teasy's success specifically, is tough to deal with, right? So there's a lot that they have to deal with as they prep for that. But first off, I want you to break this game down even further. OSX, take it away.
Man, I'm loving this new chair right now. It's TNC completely loses again for the first match of this day. Bren Esports clearly winning that team fight on the first thing that they did from the draft. Looked like King Kong had difficult time climbing up the Empire State. With a score of 15-6, looking by the choices that they went in for the priority of the Valentina. Being on the red side, you have more of the option to use a lot of ultimates in favor in your team fighting capability. With this, they have the Faramis, they have the Hilda, more HP regen heroes, but the problem here is Bren Esports in their first 3 solid picks, the Melissa and the Glue answers more of the damage department in their end. By looking at the first 5 minutes of the game, Melissa had 2 core items right away against the Claude. Now, the problem here for TNC, they keep on responding for team fights that Bren Esports dictates by the minute from 5 minutes to 8. And look at the stats here, the damage to the turret is really going to the side of Bren Esports. Even for the objectives, we were trying to question why the Cho. Is the damage enough for the steals and capability? Well, I stand corrected and showing it to you that the lineup of Bren Esports is mainly on funneling the damage of Super Marco. TNC, we were trying to see some light here on how they wanted to counter the vision, but it was lacking. The time was on their side. They keep on dictating traps, and they will keep their eye for Bren Esports was always on Few and Super Marco. So that's the reason why they had more time to give advantage on the laning stage. And for this, our own MVP for the first game is none other than Ogwin rocking that Atlas. With the KDF 0, 1, and 13, it's not just the setups. It's always about the vision that aids so much or gave so much way for Kyle Teasy. In the keys to victory, we were expecting that the Bren Esports would be more aggressive. Well, it was a different shade that we saw. It was more onto the utility. It was more on the team fighting capability of their end. But now, by looking at the highlights of this game, they keep on setting up the breadcrumbs for TNC to follow. King Kong, they know how this hero could be amplified early game to mid. So what they wanted to do is to keep on using that tactic to push TNC onto the far side of their laning and even objective. For this, they were lacking some time building those items because in the first, 8 minutes, Claude only had 1 item, and that was just the Demon Hunter Sword. Probably the mindset of this player is to penetrate down the defenses of Flap TZ and Kyle TZ or even Ogwin, but the problem also for TNC, but they were lacking one more thing, the magic damage that Goyo that wanted to show. Yes, we've seen some counter punishes from the side of TNC, but the problem here also is the setups that Ogwin keeps on using against TNC. Super Marco being independently stable, using those auto attacks, using the skill 1 and skill 2 progressively and aggressively became a great way for him to be independently stable for damage and even security. So now this is just purely Bren Esports showing strength and confidence, taking down the first game against TNC. Well, we were trying to talk about why they were opting for a Hilda. XP lane could be a tank, but that was just TNC lacking the damage, lacking control, and answering to traps. But how about you, gentlemen, Rockhart and Naisu? How about that for TNC?
You know, I am, just real quick, I'm proud of you. You know, what a great job there. I remember the first time I sat in that chair back in M4, and I was like, oh, man, respect to all the analysts out there. You guys are amazing.
Easy.
Joe, not joke aside. I'm being honest with you, man.
I'm trying to work.
Okay. With all that being said here, specifically TNC, right? They obviously want to go out with a different draft mindset this time because you said this in your segment, Francis. You know, the thing is I like Fairness mid can work.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times what happens is there's that lack of magic damage.
Yeah.
You're there for, those pulls. You do have a little bit of poke and obviously the Cult Altar, but still you're lacking kind of that either sustained or burst magic damage, which I feel like would work a lot better there.
Yeah.
Not to mention, we already talked about the Hilda a little bit. So, in my case, I would love to see TNC go with a different game plan for all around and just allow King Kong even to have a better time in the jungle because it really was a struggle for him. Now, Rockhart, what are you thinking for this one?
First of all, I'm reminded why Atlas keeps getting banned last season.
In our games, yeah.
Right? Second of all, I feel like they had the right idea of Hilda maybe can survive against the glue, but they didn't have much else after that.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you survived the laning phase, congratulations, but what else? What's next?
Yeah. It was underutilized for me. The Hilda, it was a good option if they went for the roam, okay? It was so much, chances.
Wasted opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to waste this opportunity to watch and experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live here with us at the Shooting Gallery Studios. You can actually buy your tickets online. They're available now at ticket2me.net. Get yours now. We'd love to have you guys here. It's been amazing so far. All the audience here cheering for their teams and everything else. So don't miss out. Come join us. Now, with that being said, we are a few minutes away from the draft. We've already kind of given our thoughts here. Now, Bren, on the other hand, I feel like they had a pretty clean game. So, and this is something that we kind of expected at this point because Bren has gone from filling some shoes last season, like we said, and then now they're at the point where it's like, all right, we've got this refined strategy now, and it's actually multifaceted that it just works in whatever they decide to draft.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, even when they pick heroes they don't traditionally like the Diggy, right? They've used it to their success, but now I still want to see this go to a 3-game series, right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that TNC has enough in their bank here to pretty much adjust because we've already seen it with the depth of the roster. Now, how far does that depth go in terms of their hero pool, in terms of the hero compositions they can bring to the table, right? Because in all honesty, TNC has to get it together here, right? They don't want to get out of week 2 getting swept by Bren right now.
True.
So, OSX, one last thing while we wait for the draft, what is a crucial thing for TNC specifically that they can do to take this to Game 3?
Right now, I still miss how I witnessed TNC back then in Season 9. They were number 8 on my power rankings, and what they just did...
everybody's, by the way.
What they just did is just we use this term, textbook TNC. We're looking for that way of answering A, B, and C to problems X, Y, and Z. And if they keep on, use the approach again. They started the week with a bang. This is a long pick. This is not something to, something to remind us that TNC can remain unpredictable, but if they want to have a chance in this game against, even for Kyle TZ, I say they open a different option for King Kong, because we only know King Kong used the Hayabusa, now the Karina. What's new? Something different and something new, something surprises.
Well, for TNC, the C stands for Silong, so maybe that's it.
Oh.
That's what it stands for?
Yeah.
Could be, yeah. It could either be a C or Z. Yeah.
Could be.
No.
But Rocket is trying to say...
In all seriousness, I feel like maybe TNC is just writing the textbook right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know.
TNZ for Zilong or TNC for surprises. or become S. Well, I'm just expecting TNC to show something new. That's just all.
Come
we
on,
want them to rise.
Keep the IQ high, Francis. Keep it high. Don't dip down, all right? That's
go.
one thing. You got to maintain it at the high levels, right? But yeah, TNC, they definitely have to come up with something in their textbook. And I feel like a lot of the times when we were seeing that textbook TNC, some people were complaining about it, right? I mean, they kept playing the same thing. And unfortunately, I feel like now, Season 11, after what we've seen up to this point, you actually can't go that route. Yes, there's heroes that constantly pop up. Glue, Fredrin, to name a few. Now it's the carry's kind of fallen off, by the way. Melissa's now there. But I feel like in this terms, TNC, you can still be textbook. You can still do that, but have those flavors, right? And they're kind of doing it with this roster switch up that they've done. But I think, number one, you rely on Ben Things, which we saw from the previous game. Again, I'm not saying Ben Things didn't do what he had to do. The guy was trying to pretty much save that game, on his Kufra. But if this means, hey, Ben Things, take the Franco. Take the Franco in this game, find those picks, get that numbers advantage, and move on from there. Maybe it's something they want to consider for this draft here as we load up for game number two's draft.
Yeah, Franco. Unleash the Franco inside Ben Things, because now I've watched his videos through TikTok and it helped me a lot in getting the iron hooks right during my RG.
All right, so we revealed where you got your knowledge.
Yeah, I know, man. It's
MLPB.
Yeah.
TikTok. Ben Things in TikTok.
Exactly, and that's how you easily practice and translate it to a better experience. Okay, with now TNC being on the red side, they might play with the gambit here up against Bren Esports. They could give priority on one, but they need to set their eyes on who's the playmaker here, who's the one that could give advantage or for TNC. Because if the Fredrin doesn't get banned here, Bren could easily pick it up right away.
I would rather that, if they give up the Fredrin over to Kyle Teasy, I think they can still play into that because they've got the two picks themselves in that first phase right after that. Let's just say it is the Fredrin that's locked in. And if they really wanted to and not have, well, again, we don't know how deep King Kong's hero pool goes, where he's that comfortable with. But we saw it last game. The Hayabusa got banned out. The Karina game, did he have a non-effective game on the Karina? For the most part, yes. He wasn't really able to contest the things that he wanted to, despite playing a hero that should be doing it pretty easily, right? So in this case, there's the Edith ban. What do you take? I mean, do you want to secure something for King Kong, even if it's taking that gambit like you mentioned, OSX, and just pick up his comfort hero, right? Just go to some of these textbook answers for TNC.
Okay.
There's the Fredrin ban, though.
Oh, they're respecting it here. They're respecting it for Bren Esports. So they could either pick the Valentina if you're Bren Esports, or they could either give priority on their jungler. Depends on how they want to squeeze King Kong, because right now I'm still looking at this as an open book for TNC's jungler. So, oh man, we missed it. It's Fanny.
Yep, that's something you don't want to miss if you're facing Bren Esports. Kyle Teasy is always so ready to take up that Fanny whenever it's available.
Keys to victory number 2. Aggression, but now Fanny back in Kyle Teasy.
I feel like you can be pretty aggressive and still get away with a lot on Fanny, especially in the hands of Kyle Teasy, right? So the answer is going to be Valentina Grok.
Oh,
You know what? I'm actually quite happy with this pick for TNC. The only problem is the only question here in my mind right now is who's going to pick up the Melissa, because Bren would love that for sure.
It's open, yeah.
But it can also get countered by heroes like the Farsa. If the Melissa gets picked up early, right, the problem with that is it gets destroyed by nuke long-range mages.
And we know a few.
Yeah, you're saying that try to reserve it on the second phase, yeah?
Yeah,
if you're Bren Esports.
But in TNC, they already locked in Valentina, so maybe that's their mid already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you play into it, right?
Okay. They just did the Moskov. Okay.
Okay, early. Confident. That's a confident play here for...
Well, you have the dash from the Valentina. You have the initiation from Hess. You need something to protect yourself from the knockback of the Moskov. So, not revealing it onto the last phase, I say Bren Esports is really building it really nice.
Oh, there it is.
It's out.
So they secure the comfort, right?
Yeah, you've mentioned it, nice. It's happening.
Yeah, they go ahead and lock in that Hayabusa for King Kong here. It's going to be the assassin versus assassin matchup that we were kind of looking for with these two junglers. Now, the other thing that I like about the Moskov pick is you kind of play into that Guardian's Barrier from the Grok too, right? You can actually make it work for your team instead. Even if he gets the wild charge off, the wall is there, well, then you can actually use it now with the Moskov, right? And it can actually cause a lot of kind of a, not a displacement, but in its own right, you use it against them. So now that's there, but still begs the question, what do we see TNC take for that gold lane option, right? I'm assuming we're going to see these marksman bans come out from Bren, unless they're just that confident and, you know, let them play what they want to play.
Yeah, Innocent, they were relying on Innocent from the previous game. So with now, King Kong has his hands on to the comfort pick. I say now Ben Things or TNC would release the spirit of being more aggressive up against Bren Esports. Because now, Harith, they're shoveling down the options of Innocent. What more do we know about this? If Innocent would really be on a... how do I say this? There's a Fanny. There's a glue. How do we become safe with this? A Brody could be a good option.
Yeah, actually, a Brody is a great option, but Melissa is still better because it has a panic button against a Fanny.
Yeah, the ultimate.
To go away.
Yeah.
It's a tough situation because regardless, I feel like when you're against someone like Kyle Teasy here on the Fanny, you know that you're gonna have you're always gonna be looking over your shoulder, right?
Yeah.
Technically in the gold lane. So whether you solve that with what kind of marksman or what kind of gold lane pick handles that the best, but you also need to be able to protect your gold laner, right? And that's going to be in the hands specifically for Ben Things to do. He might actually have to spend a little bit more attention towards that gold lane side, right? To make sure that he doesn't have a more delayed time to get the items that he needs. Because, again, we saw what happened in the previous game, and that wasn't even with a Fanny across from you, you know, who's going to be diving into your lane regardless of what happens. So there's a lot here now that TNC really has to keep their eyes on. Now, with this pick next, maybe we see them go with that gold lane pick already, but knowing that the Moskov's here, what do you think's on the board for them, Francis?
Now, if the Moskov, they need some extra protection. They could use Popol. I'm not sure about this. Popol and Koopa. Well, Brody, on the other hand, could be one option, but yeah, okay. Carry, well, I'm not sure with this because there's a lot of teams we've seen from days before that they have their eyes, they've studied carry so much that they can handle it even it's open for the first pick.
Yeah, honestly, it's hard. I understand the hesitation in Francis' voice.
Yeah.
It's hard to sugarcoat this. This guy's going to get slaughtered by a Fanny.
Yeah.
Unless the Grok is there 24/7.
Well, you've mentioned Grok 24/7, so we could either see TNC be more aggressive to take Fanny's, well, glory food. The purple could actually be an answer, but with the presence of a Diggy, how do you escape this? Another Bren comfort pick.
There's a whole new shade of Bren.
Oh, I
right?
love that.
They're leaning into the Diggy now.
Yeah.
So, interesting. And they also go with the Faramis here. So, I feel like in this case for Bren, you have, one, a lot of poke potential. You do have great vision potential.
A lot.
And then you have that aggression kind of unleashed, like you mentioned, with Kyle Teasy on the Fanny.
I actually have a huge general statement, thesis statement for Bren Esports' lineup. Almost every irritating hero that you're going to match up against in ranked games is here.
Yeah.
Every role has one of the most irritating heroes.
Correct.
For that role. Oh my goodness.
Okay, TNC, kindly open your books in Chapter 8.
Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario. How do you answer it? Now.
Oh, there it is.
That's it. That's it.
All right.
I love it.
There you go.
He's back.
I actually had to clap my hands physically there because...
That is a Ben Things pick right there.
Yes.
So that means that is going to be the side lane XP lane Grok, which we've seen quite often, right? It has worked for certain teams. My question is, what emblem does he roll with, right? Because we've actually seen two different variations. That's usually the Weapon Mastery Grok or the High End Dry, but you're up against a glue. I don't necessarily think Grok's going to have the best time against a glue. unless something amazing happens where he gets that advantage for his lane.
High and dry could be a good option if you're in the laning stage, because Grok in a physical damage, path could actually give a lot of way to poke a glue in the XP lane.
Yeah, the win of the glue is the sustain. Grok has very little sustain.
Yeah.
Compared to a glue who can just do it all day long.
Yeah.
And that, like, not only that, but the range difference, because glue can literally just harass you from a distance, right? So, and Grok, I mean, he's a walking rock, pretty much. So, basically that's tough to deal with.
A rock with a G.
Exactly. So we'll see how that all plays out here. But I do like Ben Things on this Franco as we jump into game 2. Already 100% on his hooks, right, starting off. But there it is. It is going to be that Grok with a high and dry here.
Okay.
And as we get settled into the game here.
A classic start here for Ben Things as the Franco. You want to disturb that purple up against a Fanny. Now he has the Franco. He has the opportunity now to completely give vision and, delay and harass this Fanny. Because being as dependent as this, look at this. He's doing it. He's doing it.
Delay. That's pretty good. I like what they're doing here. That's the best you can do actually in this situation. Slowing it down by every second counts.
Oof.
Okay, they get the flicker around from Ben Things, but Ben Things doing exactly what he has to do, right? It's just, how long does this work for you? Hopefully for Ben Things and his team, he can continue to land those hooks when they count.
Oh, man.
But, I mean, look at, even with Ogwin parked up here, Innocent's having a hard time, and here comes Ben Things in the response, because I like the fact that Innocent at least is not playing that type of hero like Claude, where he does need a lot longer time to build up. But with Carry, on the other hand, you do have some of the more early damage available to you, but what you don't have is kind of that range that you're looking for, right? Whereas Moskov, he can just kind of free hit from a distance and be okay, the way that his mechanics work, and work around that.
Yeah, that's correct, Naisu, but also what Bren Esports is doing right now for their gold lane, the presence of Ogwin is really, or could become a pain up against a carry. With a scaling type of hero, you don't want that vision of a Diggy right where, being present that it has a dash with a complete good skill set to survive the early laning stage. This could pressure Ben Things as well to just be in the gold lane, and we will see. Look at that, hooks.
Yep,
perfect
great
land.
hook there from Ben
Whoa.
Things. Very classic. No flicker needed. That's first blood going over the Innocent of TNC.
He wasn't sure.
He wasn't
sure if he was going to get it,
but that was just the passive of a carry connecting to the last hit.
It popped. Once it pops, you don't stop.
Yep, that's true.
Well, now they're going to be fighting for this turtle, right? So I feel like TNC in this case, too, they still got to be careful how they approach it. They're going to let King Kong get every little bit that he needs here while Kyle TZ works on this turtle, gets it to half health, and the positioning now for King Kong is going to be crucial as the turtle's for the taking.
All right, King Kong getting ready for the retribution here. He takes it. Finally looking a lot confident here and definitely more comfortable on the Hayabusa.
This is the Chapter 8 of the TNC textbook. If all else fails, stay confident, game phase on, now you be more aggressive. This is just Ben Things doing completely different work. Few, on the other hand.
Look at that. Even with the Cult Altar, suppress in hand, Few still going to be able to survive there.
I thought he would be able to get that kill.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, if all else fails, right?
Yeah.
OSX?
One word,
Surprisingly, they didn't get that one, but now, Goyo.
Looks like he almost got caught by surprise there. Barely makes it out by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, this is the problem now if you're up against a Moskov. Heading into 5 minutes, that complete attack speed while building your special item to get additional damage could pressure TNC to be on a defensive play. So looking just by the items here, now the most, a bit of a richest guy right now is the Moskov. You have that corrosion sight, you have that extra slow while you're doing movement speed. So with the aid of the Electro Flash, this is more ways for Bren Esports to put pressure up against a carry. He only has the steel leg plates and the swift crossbow. A bit of a way of upping up the attack speed, but that's why TNC is completely aiding the gold lane right now.
Ben Things on point with the hook so far, right?
Man.
Gets the times journey out. That's actually crucial here as that is down, so they can actually play around this. If they wait patiently.
The assassin matchup that we were looking for here. Everyone from Bren was ready to pile on the King Kong, able to make it out with the Shadow.
Okay,
that's
this
the
is
way
gonna a play at topside still that they're going for, but you know, all this is they're just waiting for this turtle to spawn here. Everybody is pretty much going to be joining this fight.
Yep, the only hook that Ben thinks misses, he pays for it with his life. Look at that, Super Marco picking up the kill. Hez's on the back. He's actually doing a lot of work against the backline of Bren, but not going to be enough to really push him back. TNC, it's a 50-50. Kyle TZ, assassination potential here on the fan. He's actually quite high, and no retribution holder for TNC means actually King Kong's there. So he's going to be able to get some damage in. Ogwin taken out by the shadow kill. That's a 1 for none there. TNC looking real good.
They get that kill. This still fight for the turtle, though. Do they give it up here? It's half health.
Who gets it, though? Here's the 50-50. King Kong just walks straight up and presses retribution.
Talking about confidence building up from a loss in game number 1. That's how you need to do it. If you are a Hayabusa, go ahead, be up front, and you have all the means to escape. But we've seen a bit of a struggle here for TNC. If Ben Things misses some hooks against Bren Esports, the ultimate can answer a lot of things for the most potential threat in Bren. That could be the Fanny here. So the more that they get their hooks on point and to give Vision more for this 4-man rotation that's happening right now, I can say pressure is the answer for TNC to push Bren Esports to shift to a different route.
Well, conceal play coming out here. They're going to be pressing the situation topside.
Ooh, the extended wild charge will not really be able to knock up Bren Esports that long, but buys enough time for TNC to take that turret. TNC on full retreat right now. They'll be able to make it out alive for the meantime, but Bren, they're looking like they're ready to go for their own turret push here.
Well, they know the ultimates are down.
Yep, ults are down. Bren's in tow. Turret really suffering so much damage to the attack speed coming in from that Moskov, man.
Yeah, they needed to find a trade. They can't find someone to pick off. They need to make a push. While they see King Kong down bottom clearing some waves, they wanted to treat it as a way of doing a cross-map objective. Now, on to the side of Bren Esports, we have the Corrosion side, the Golden Staff. This amplifying the basic attacks of a Moskov. Now, up against Carry, you only have the Corrosion side. Time is still needed for TNC to make it all work. So that's the reason why most of them are rotating in a 4-man or 3-man situation, mainly because of the presence of Ogwin and Flap TZ. No matter how much damage does TNC have into the early game or to the mid game, they can sustain it right now. But the problem that they can answer now is to completely get this turtle. Bren hasn't gotten one since the beginning.
Yeah, they need to contest this. Kyle TZ just kind of pushing up that wave top side, trying to get that attention, but still, they want to be crucial how they reach this. Actually, they might just give this one up. King Kong's not even there. Conceal, though.
Yep, that's going to be quite an easy turtle here for Bren Esports. And now, for 7 minutes, it's been so even on gold. Bren now up by at least 700.
Yeah, not too far. TNC showed up late on the positioning on how Bren Esports really pulled a good way and pulling their turtle on their side. Because if you were a Franco, you would need to have vision, and they had lacked it for a second. Now, hook 1 on Ogwin.
There goes the cooldown of that time journey, but only going to be used to just keep everyone alive is going to be that Cold Altar. The team fight is going in favor of Bren so much because of few here. With Super Marco's DPS and the assist from Ogwin, there's very little that TNC can do to stop that.
Yeah, this is getting deadly. If you're a Moskov, see, from 5 minutes to 8, this is one of my nightmares that I had in one of my games, a Moskov.
Your games?
Yeah, my game specifically. Moskov's gold right now, 6,000 and counting, with almost 3 core items in. This is getting deadlier by the minute. Yes, TNC needs more time, but the more time that they even hold on for their very own lives, so look at that, they lose the chance in building the damage because Innocent needs more time, and Bren is just all over the place.
This is crazy, just looking at that chart and realizing how much damage Ogwin has done when half the time he's not even there. Like, he's just putting these death bunnies in the bush. And maybe that's why Bren's, hey, Diggy's not so bad, right? Let's go ahead and just play it. Look at the poke that he's providing for the team here. And that's not only that, but the Times Journey is playing its part as well. So right now, Bren I mean, it's been a rather low kill game, right? 2 for 2 here, 4 total kills, but still, the lead that Bren Esports has built out of these decisions across the map is going to be scary for TNC to deal with, especially now that this first Lord's up. You know, can TNC even contest this one, OSX?
Yeah, they could completely have confidence. Just need to have the perfect positioning. TNC would need to get a view here on who's up front, because the more that they pull Bren Esports to the other side or even onto their end, it more gives them an advantage to put up for a good team fight. But they're not risking it. They're respecting the fact that they lack the damage yet.
Yep. TNC says there's so much vision. Why don't we go and play Conceal? Maybe we can get near the Lord, but the plan was just to reset the Lord there. TNC, again, like you mentioned, just buying enough time here for Innocent. That's all they can do.
I think it works out great, right? I mean, the part of that whole equation is the fact that you saw that. There was enough respect there from Bren Esports to actually reset that Lord, because they know that there's still potential for TNC to actually win these skirmishes and win these fights, but they're going to pull the trigger now.
Yeah, with all those bunnies of death, there's just no way that TNC can come near. And if TNC are going near, Bren knows it. So they have full control of that Lord fight.
The vision of the bunnies.
The vision of the bunnies, man.
With the bombs. The Bombs Bunny being present for Bren Esports. 4K gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. Not even, it's interesting how King Kong is not even contesting more of the major objectives as of the moment. And it's also, they're looking at the fact that he can be easily bursted down.
It had me wondering that too, because I have expected, with how King Kong has done so far, especially early game, he would at least attempted to steal the Lord of the Retribution, the way he's done it with the Turtles. But
yeah,
now,
early game, yeah.
Now they're forced in this situation where they've got to defend the high ground. And yes, it's only the first Lord, but they're kind of at the whim here, the aggression from Bren Esports.
With all of this, I feel like Ogwen's MVP material, the way that TNC just cannot come near, except for the moments where, yeah, we finally have a fight near our base. We can finally take out objectives, whoever comes near. Hopefully Ben Finks can get a hook, but so far, for the past how many minutes, it's just not been a fruitful iron hook, and they've had enough. Hesu goes in, wild charge in tow, and of course he will get taken out almost, if not for the Cold Altar, but that's a lot of ultimates being used by TNC.
Oh.
It's gonna be Bren's time to shine here. Cold Altar is in check. No more available for TNC, and Bren knows it. Trying to go for the final kills.
Well, Kyle TZ going to go in.
Look at the damage. Look at the damage coming from Kyle TZ. The passive of the Blade of Heptases, by not being in the fights, amplifying more damage against TNC. With the gold lead right now, look what just happened there by Hesu. He just completely knocked a bit of HP, used all their ultimates. Now they're being trapped into their own base. That more likely they needed this, even this orange, for King Kong or even for Innocent. I say they're lacking the answer now to how to even to go out the base. By just looking at the items here, the most richest person inside of Bren Esports, none other than Moskov. Having the Has Claws, even Corrosion Scythe, and not to mention, he has Inspire in his hands.
Yeah, he just heals up if he does take some damage, but I don't even think he has to worry about that, honestly, because it's not often we see 13 minutes into the game, your XP laner, your mid laner, on the other side of you, TNC, 0-0-0, right? They really have not been able to do much this game at all, and I don't know if that's, if you can say because that's Ogwen. I don't know if that's the true answer, but Ogwen has been doing work with the Diggy, right? So I just feel like in terms of this Grok XP lane pick, and then you have the Valentina, you really haven't been able to do much at all with those heroes, other than Goyo's probably used the Colt Altar to survive these team fights. But look at that. I mean, the poke, even on Ben Things, doesn't have an angle that he's looking for. And now, if they do decide to actually fight this Lord, which I don't think they're going to do, it's going to be a disaster for them.
Yeah,
they can't even go near Rockhart.
Yeah, TNC's biggest objective here is they're not dying, at the very least.
Yeah.
That's their biggest achievement here in this game. But other than that, I don't know.
But that has consequences, okay? You've mentioned 0K days, but now Ben Thing spots one.
Oh my goodness, Flap TZ finally a huge pick off from TNC, but again, it can't really translate to anything.
Yeah.
Because the Lord's already taken.
Okay, let's see. Chapter 10. How would you even win this if you were TNC? Looking at the fact that a lot of members, by just one hit or two hits from Super Marco and even for Caldi, count that out. Just the bombs bunny of Ogwin. They can't even go near the presence of Bren Esports. And looking at the damage, he's even a tank build and completely securing the mana regen, the pokes, even the board. Look at that. What? Almost half HP. How do you go up against it? If they keep on relying to bend things, they sacrifice one or two, but that's not enough for a team fight against Bren Esports.
For TNC, they have to find one
my
avenue.
goodness.
Oh my goodness, that's their damage.
I just blinked.
That's the TNC damage out right now. They go for the suppressed. Ogwin's taken out. At the back though, TNC trying to make a play. This is going to be it. Their last stand. King Kong and Ben Fings all alone on the map. And there's nothing that the Hayabusa can do. That's a 2-0.
Plainly clean and simple. The Hive, with strength and confidence, clears out this game with a sweep against TNC.
Even with the comfort, even with going to Chapter 8 or whichever in that textbook, unfortunately it wasn't enough here for TNC, and it's tough to see because, yes, it was a low kill game, but I just feel like TNC was the whole time trying to figure out what they should do. The whole time for this game, actually for the series, they were really trying to not have their backs against the wall. And even with, I gotta say, like even King Kong having that Hayabusa pick, man, and getting those stolen objectives early on, unfortunately they weren't able to capitalize on that. And really when it counted with those Lords, it was just they were out-itemized, outclassed at that point. And it's tough to see from TNC. They've definitely got to do something here to get ready for the week ahead of them next week, because at this point, they're still looking for that first series win.
Yeah, they end week 2, still no victory. And everyone is just waiting for the next step here for TNC. What's it going to be?
This is not looking good for TNC. They have taken so many punches, and at the end of week number 2, Phoenix Army still is going back to the drawing board once again. We've seen some light, man. We've seen some light early game.
Yeah.
We're feeling it. It was there. And from a lineup against Bren Esports, they all need just 5 minutes to activate Super Marco. From then on.
And that's the thing, right? Against a team like Bren, who has obviously found their form even from last season to the point now where they are just a huge team on their own across the board. It's a big deal for a team, like TNC to really kind of match up toe-to-toe with them, and they have to get to that point because what we've seen so far from TNC is, yes, there's been some light, but there's been a lot more struggles, right? So they have to figure out what kind of roster they want to go with, who is really going to be able to shine, how deep that hero pool can go, because even with the comfort, again, Ben Things on the Franco, who has done amazing things, he was landing hooks, but the way that the game was played, even to the macro, micro levels, it was just Bren Esports outclassing TNC there.
Yeah, it basically looked like Bren Esports just spent the whole of Season 10 just shining that, what do you call that?
The
Filing
knife?
that knife.
Yeah, like
just sharpening it. Sharpening their skills all season
ironing
long.
everything.
They got a sharpening stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whetstone.
The whetstone, something like that.
So that's what it feels like. It feels like, right? No roster changes. They look so comfortable. They look like they have a plan. They put that plan to action. There's very little their opponents can actually do against it.
Yeah, this was the problem of Bren Esports back in Season 9 to 10. They were looking for that winning formula, and from Season 10, for the first time, we've seen Bren Esports in the playoffs. Meant a lot to them, and it builds so much confidence for these players to push forward. As you've mentioned, fighting the knife, ironing everything, man, this is just Bren showing, hey, we're back, and we're trying to showcase more that we can do in the next weeks. But if TNC keeps on doing, experimenting and not holding to how to finish the game quickly in this kind of compositions, this is not looking good for them.
It's definitely a dire situation, right, to be in. Especially if you're a TNC fan. And of course, there is going to be those fans out there that are rooting for them to get that first series win because we've seen the rise and the falls of multiple teams, not just TNC, where one season to another, they have to adjust, they have to make refinements, and then they do. They eventually get there. So TNC obviously has all the tools they need. But we are going to be hearing from Mara Aquino and the winning team here with Bren Esports on stage. Take it away.
The win streak keeps on going para sa Bren Esports. Give him a round of applause. Congratulations! 3 sweeps in a row. Pero may tanong ako kasi napansin ko, dati parang ayaw nyo kay Diggy. Lagi nyo siyang binaban, but ginamit nyo siya parang twice in a row na. Why are you choosing Diggy now?
Ano lang po, napilitan lang.
Sino pumilit sa'yo?
Ano kasi yun eh. Situational talaga yung Diggy.
Parang highest damage ka ata
Ano talaga yun? Carry Diggy.
Oh, wait, ito, kailangan ko talagang i-press to kasi si Coach Ducky, pinost pa niya to sa social media na dapat daw yung Diggy hindi payagan sa laro. Alam ko, Coach, hate na hate mo to, ba't ngayon pinapayagan mo na?
Gumagana eh. I mean, gumagana kasi siya eh, so sige, pick na lang.
So, alam ko ayaw mo, last season, season 5, ayaw mo na to, last season may pinost ka din. So, na-convince ka ni Ogwin? Ano to nangyari?
Na-convince ako ng itlog ni Master Ogwin.
Oh, Master Ogwin, paano mo siya na-convince?
Pinakita niya sa akin yung itlog ni Master Ogwin.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna be moving on from that topic and I'm gonna go kay Flap. Flap, okay. May time na sobrang konti na lang nung HP mo, muntik ka na mamatay pero sumugod ka pa rin, na-save ka ng ult ni Faramis. Ganun ba kalaki yung tiwala mo kay Few in-game and outside game? Kasi kahit mapapahama ka na, sumusugod ka pa rin eh. Full trust?
Opo, kasi alam kong may papalo up sa akin eh, kaya pasok lang ako ng pasok eh. Pero yung sa outside naman, minsan nagiging pasaway ako. Hindi ko siya nasusunod. Kahit pinagsasabihan ako, naging pasaway pa rin ako.
So, siya yung parang nagiging mentor mo, naging kuya mo sa team mo.
Opo.
Pag pasaway ka, anong sinasabi niya?
Wala, naiinis siya sa akin. Tapos pinapatawa ko na lang siya ulit para di na magalit.
Pinapatawa para hindi magalit. Ikaw, it seems like you give great advice, Few. Now, looking at your opponent, TNC, we know at one point nga they came in second, they're doing really well. You were in their situation before na nag-lose streak kayo. Ngayon, 3 in a row sweep win streak. For somebody who's been in their position, now doing so well, what advice can you give a team like TNC who's struggling in the beginning of the season?
Unang-una, i-disregard nila yung mga nababasa nilang hate comments sa mga social media. Kasi pag pinapasok nila sa isip nila yun, mas lalo sila magdadoubt sa sarili nila. Hindi nila malalabas yung buong laro nila. Tapos, wag mawawalan ng tiwala sa kampe, pati sa ang pinamalaga sa sarili.
Very great advice. Once again, a round of applause for Bren Esports. Go ahead, take your walk for sure. Your fans are happy to be beside you. Ang ganda ng sinabi ni Few. Disregard what they read in social media at kailangan wag mawala ang tiwala sa kakampi at sa kanilang sarili. And just a reminder to everybody, be careful what you put out there because you never know who you're going to be affecting. So always keep it good vibes. Ngayon, let's see what our casters have to say. Casters, pasok.
You love to hear it from the messages from Bren Esports there, along with Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, guys. Keep the hate away. Don't type it. Yeah. You just leave it out there. TNC will figure things out. But Bren Esports, man, they are on a roll. 3 series now sweeps, right? And they lost to, I believe it was Echo.
Yep.
And that's a learning lesson. That's fair. That's the
world
defending
champs.
world champions, right? So
okay, respect.
All right, so it's fine. But Bren Esports, I feel like they're going to be a big contender for this season 11 winner, to be the winner of season 11 as a whole, because they've already accomplished quite a bit the past couple months, man. If you look at the point where they're at now, and even just when you see them in the interviews too, right? You can tell that there's been this kind of development and change for them, and it's been amazing to watch it just kind of unfold from where they were in specifically season 9 to season 10 and where they are now. So I know you have some more to say about this matchup. OSX, Francis, why don't you take it away for this game?
Thank you so much, JZ Rezabek. Now it's for the analysis segment for game number 2. It's Bren Esports, another bumpy ride for TNC. Now it's just completely Bren Esports answering the problem of game number 1 against TNC, and that was the macro game. With the first pick, even me, forgetting the fact that the existence of Fanny existed in the side of Bren Esports, and being in the hands of Super Marco meant mayhem in the side of TNC. He is one of the respected users of this hero and one of the top caliber players in the Philippines. Now, for this draft, with a standing score of 7-4, this answers a lot. And this tells a lot against TNC. Yes, they picked up the Valentina and the Grok, but one thing also that they were wanting to see against Bren Esports is to counter how to give the vision that they were lacking in game number 1. Yes, the answer for the Franco of Ben Things was the complete way in giving vision for his teammates, and plus the presence of the Hayabusa. Now, to look more deeper for the team fights that happened against Bren Esports, it's more onto the hero damage. As we mentioned in the game earlier, what Super Marco needed was 5 minutes not being untouched. And what Naisu and Rockhot mentioned earlier, TNC was not having any scores, not getting even trades, always 0-0-0 for XP lane, for the roam. Now, that was a bit of a consequence for the Phoenix Army to bounce back. With the scaling lineup such as Carry, also a Hayabusa, and a Valentina, you would want that kills in your score. You would want that in your sheet. But now how Bren Esports answered the game completely with a complete different flavor and going back to the roots of picking back the Diggy, well, Master Ogwen, this is our MVP for the game for Bren Esports. With the Athena Shield and also the mana that he needed, it was all free, a free roaming Diggy around the map to disturb the presence of TNC. Yes, early game, we were looking at chances of TNC managing to secure major objectives and also picking up the right pickoffs. You see Bentings here landing on the perfect iron hooks, but from minute 5, they were feeling the presence of Kyle TZ. While he has the Blade of Heptases, the damage was showing up against their own jungle. So now, if you were TNC, you would want that objectives, you would want that jungle creeps on your end, but the problem is they cannot go out the base. It was border protection, it was complete border control, and Bren Esports played it simply. And that answers a lot. It shows a lot of strength. It shows a lot of confidence. And just that, they swept TNC with a 2-0. Well, looking back on the keys to victory checklist by Infinix, well, take advantage of TNC's experimentations. It was a bit of a minimal approach from the Phoenix Army, but they went back to their comfort picks, such as the Hayabusa. Punish Kalti's aggression. We were looking for that to be answered in game number 1. Game number 2, we were seeing a lot of hope, but getting his hands on the Fanny, it was a lot on their plate. But knowing which fights to engage, it was a showing, but again, time was not on the side of TNC. Bren Esports completely playing it clean. Nice to you on Rockhart. That game was a complete disaster for the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, I love that last one, right? Knowing when to fight. Because in game 1,
yeah,
you noticed TNC always wanted to fight. But it wasn't always to their favor. And I think that's where Bren shines. Their control of the game on when and how they will manage team fights really netted them a huge advantage in both game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, you punish that experimentation is pretty much what TNC is in right now. When you have this big of a roster and you're kind of fielding different players each time that you play, it is an experimentation, not just to mention their picks as well, right? So most of the teams will try to take advantage of that because we've even seen that happen with other teams previously in other seasons. One off the top of my head who we'll see play later is even NXPE, right? They used to be in that position where they had to do that. So, you know, now at this point, again, with Week 2 pretty much almost wrapped up here. We have one more series. There it is on the screen right now. ONIC Philippines versus NXPE. Things need to fall in place here for all the teams, right? So this is going to be interesting how it plays out, but sit tight with us. Again, I'm Naisu, Rockhart, OSX. We'll see you after this.
MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、
喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang top 5 plays for week 1. On the 5th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week. Brusco DR gamit ang kanyang Ruby I Am Offended play nung day 1 laban sa TNC. 6 minutes in the game, nag-switch lane si Innocent at Jesu. Dahil outnumbered si Innocent sa bottom lane, napagpasyahang bumisita ni Bentings at Goyo doon para gawing even ang playing field para sa gold laner nila. Nagkakapaan ang dalawang kupunan na parehong nasa mga bush at naghihintay para sa inaasam na kill. Sino nga ba ang unang lilitaw? Ang gagawin dito ni Innocent ay susubukan niya magpabait pero agad naman tong kinagat ni Brusco DR with a flicker I Am Offended play at hinatak pati ang dalawang nakatago sa bush. Nadamay pa nga. May follow-up din dito si Goyong DR para nga tunawin ang mga kalaban. Napalangoy sila sa swimming pool. On our 4th spot is Nats from RSG Philippines. Nasa Lord Pit ang dalawang kupunan at kailangang makuha ng RSG ang 17-minute Lord. Pumasok si Nats, kasama si Light para i-zone out ang mga members ng ONIC. Matapos guluhin ang makunat na si Sensui ay nag-switch target agad sila na makita nila si Super Friends. Matapos si Paen pabalik ni Super Friends si Light ay agad na nag-split-split si Nats para sa planong turret dive gamit ang grab-grab at nagtagumpay siya sa pag-pick off kay Super Friends. At this time, nasa disadvantage na ang RSG in terms of minion wave management at sa nangyaring clash sa mid lane, pumasok si Nats for backup at napunta ito sa 3v1 situation. Gamit ang split-split at grab-grab, na-sustain niya ang damage ni Nader, Nets at Sensui, forcing them to retreat and successfully buying some time for the teammates to recuperate. On our 3rd spot is Super Red of Blacklist International. 9 minutes in the game, na-pick off si Wise dahil na-outnumber sila ni Yue sa mid lane. Agad na tumakbo for backup si Umay Venus at Super Red pero hindi enough ang blessing of the Moon Goddess niya para iligtas si Yue. Outnumbered, napilitang pumalag ang 2 sa 4. Flickering out, nakaiwas si Red sa basic attacks ni Ninja Killa at nagpakawala ito ng torn apart memory at ilang basic attacks na tumunaw kina Riku at Ninja Killa, turning the tables. On our second spot is Eman of RSG Philippines. With a 5k gold lead, 19 minutes in the game, gusto nang i-end ng RSG-PH ang match. With a 615 KDA, ready na rin si Eman sa massacre na magaganap sa kanilang final siege sa base ng ONIC-PH. Habang tinatangkin ni na Nats H2O at Light ang damage ng ONIC, nagpakawala si Eman ng Eyes on You sa gitna ng clash. Matatamaan siya ng penalty zone ni Der pero magka-counter go siya gamit ng go away. Nagpaulan siya ng libu-libong karayom na pinabilis pa ng pag-engage niya gamit ang Falling at Eyes on You hanggang sa maubos niya ang ONIC squad, getting the first maniac in MPL Season 11 right on its first week.
Ay aatras, kakayanin naman depensa nito. Sakto merong catapult, pero nandun yung pulutong ng mga minions. At ito na nga ang inaantay na debut ng RSG Slate Philippines, taking the series 2-0.
On our top spot is Sanford sa kanyang Echo El Clasico backdoor play. Ikatlong Lord Dance na sa Game 1 ng labanan ng Echo at Bren noong Day 2. Hindi maiiwasan ng clash dahil malaking advantage ang maibibigay ng Lord na to para sa dalawang kupunan. Habang itinataboy ni Yawi ang buong squad ng Bren gamit ang heavy spin, nakaredy na ang Sansan duo para i-sandwich ang Bren sa pag-attempt nila pumasok sa Lord Pit. Ginamit ni Few ang kanyang Feather Dare Strike at sasagutin ito ni Sanford ng Eye for an Eye dive na kinombo niya sa Electo Final Blow sabay Petrify. Sakto para ma-burst ni Sanji si Few gamit ang Rough Waves. Ngunit mararamdaman ni Sanford ang hapdi ni Super Marco kaya mapapa-exit ito sa team fight, naghihibla na lang ang buhay. Napunta kina Benny Cutie at Carl Tizzy ang atensyon ng mga natitirang members ng Bren at nagbalak silang i-shutdown ang mga ito. Habang sa bottom lane, makikita na natin si Sanford na nagbabalak mag-split push sa exposed na base turret ng kalaban. Nakapag-buy time si Carl at Benny para kay Sanford na ngayon ay naka-base lock na at mukhang kukulangin si Ogwen sa damage at crowd control abilities para ma-defend ang turret nila. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 1. Let us know sa comment section kung ano ang mga naging reaksyon nyo sa mga play na to at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 2 ng ating regular season.
Naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play nun. Sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos makakabasag po kami ng tower. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Ako pala si Yawi, ang tank ng Echo Philippines. At ngayon, i-breakdown ko yung ginawa kong play ng game mo.
This is the third turtle na hindi nakasilip ang Blacklist International and Echo right now. Talaga naman at mas pinalakapan nila ang kalamangan nila against Blacklist.
Dito mo masasabi na in the zone.
Ay na naman!
Yung M4, eto na
Yawi!
naman. Fatal Links! The combo is real! Walang namatay dahil sa Kalantar pero mukhang ubusin na nila. Dalawa lang. Pero nakita mo naman yung highlights. Combo, routine, todo. The Echo Express is here once again.
So yung nasa isip ko sa paggawa ng play na to, actually ang usapan yan, pagka-clear ng mid, babasag kami ng bot. Eh sakto, pagka-clear namin, tingin na lang, tapos yun. Sabi ko, dikit-dikit to. Nag-NB ako, tapos pabot dapat. Kaso nakita ko mag-clear sila lahat sa mid. So sabi ko po, huli-huli. Tapos nung pagkatas po nun, sabi ko after, basag tayo, basag. Tapos naka-conceal din po ako. So feel ko mabibigla po sila. So yun, nahuli naman po. Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play na yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos nakakabasag po kami ng tower. Yung sabi ko po sa teammates ko, good job din po kasi ang bilis po nila mag-react po sa akin. Kasi kung di po sila napag-react, di po mamamatay yung iba po. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Siguro ngayong season po, mas naging patient po. Parang hindi po ako pwede basta mag-go ng go kung hindi po ready yung teammates ko. Sa next round sa Blacklist, sana po maglaro si Remy J. Tapos ngayong dalawang round sa PH2 po. Sa mga fans and supporters namin, thank you pala sa mga nanood and sumuporta ngayon sa laban namin sa Blacklist. And sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
when you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang top 5 plays for week 1. On the 5th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week. Brusco DR gamit ang kanyang Ruby I Am Offended play nung day 1 laban sa TNC. 6 minutes in the game, nag-switch lane si Innocent at Jesu. Dahil outnumbered si Innocent sa bottom lane, napagpasyahang bumisita ni Bentings at Goyo doon para gawing even ang playing field para sa gold laner nila. Nagkakapaan ng dalawang kupunan na parehong nasa mga bush at naghihintay para sa inaasam na kill. Sino nga ba ang unang lilitaw? Ang gagawin dito ni Innocent ay susubukan niya magpabait pero agad naman tong kinagat ni Brusco DR with a flicker I Am Offended play at hinatak pati ang dalawang nakatago sa bush. Nadamay pa nga. May follow-up din dito si Goyong DR para nga tunawin ng mga kalaban. Napalangoy sila sa swimming pool. On our 4th spot is Nats from RSG Philippines. Nasa Lord Pit ang dalawang kupunan at kailangang makuha ng RSG ang 17-minute Lord. Pumasok si Nats, kasama si Light para i-zone out ang mga members ng ONIC. Matapos guluhin ang makunat na si Sensui ay nag-switch target agad sila na makita nila si Super Friends. Matapos si Paen pabalik ni Super Friends si Light ay agad na nag-split-split si Nats para sa planong turret dive gamit ang grab-grab at nagtagumpay siya sa pag-pick off kay Super Friends. At this time, nasa disadvantage na ang RSG in terms of minion wave management at sa nangyaring clash sa mid lane, pumasok si Nats for backup at napunta ito sa 3v1 situation. Gamit ang split-split at grab-grab, na-sustain niya ang damage ni Nader, Nets at Sensui, forcing them to retreat and successfully buying some time for the teammates to recuperate. On our 3rd spot is Super Red of Blacklist International. 9 minutes in the game, na-pick off si Wise dahil na-outnumber sila ni US sa mid lane. Agad na tumakbo for backup si Umay Venus at Super Red pero hindi enough ang blessing of the Moon Goddess niya para iligtas si Yue. Outnumbered, napilitang pumalag ang dalawa sa 4. Flickering out, nakaiwas si Red sa basic attacks ni Ninja Killa at nagpakawala ito ng torn apart memory at ilang basic attacks na tumunaw kina Riku at Ninja Killa, turning the tables. On our 2nd spot is Eman of RSG Philippines. With a 5k goal lead, 19 minutes in the game, gusto nang i-end ng RSGPH ang match. With a 615 KDA, ready na rin si Eman sa massacre na magaganap sa kanilang final siege sa base ng ONIC PH. Habang tinatangkin ni na Nats H2O at Light ang damage ng ONIC, nagpakawala si Eman ng eyes on you sa gitna ng clash. Matatamaan siya ng penalty zone ni Der pero magka-counter go siya gamit ng go away. Nagpaulan siya ng libu-libong karayom na pinabilis pa ng pag-engage niya gamit ang falling at eyes on you hanggang sa maubos niya ang ONIC squad, getting the first maniac in MPL Season 11 right on its first week.
Ay aatras, kakayanin niya magdepensa nito. Sakto merong catapult, pero nandun yung pulutong ng mga minions. At ito na nga ang inaantay, the debut ng RSG Slate Philippines, taking the series 2-0.
On our top spot is Sanford sa kanyang Echo El Clasico backdoor play. Ikatlong Lord Dance na sa Game 1 ng labanan ng Echo at Bren noong Day 2. Hindi may iwasan ng clash dahil malaking advantage ang may bibigay ng Lord na to para sa dalawang kupunan. Habang itinataboy ni Yawi ang buong squad ng Bren gamit ang heavy spin, nakaredy na ang Sansan duo para i-sandwich ang Bren sa pag-attempt nila pumasok sa Lord Pit. Ginamit ni Few ang kanyang Feather Dare Strike at sasagutin ito ni Sanford ng Eye for an Eye dive na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow sa may Petrify. Sakto para ma-burst ni Sanji si Few gamit ang Rough Waves. Ngunit mararamdaman ni Sanford ang hapdi ni Super Marco kaya mapapa-exit ito sa team fight, naghihibla na lang ang buhay. Napunta kina Benny Cutie at Carl Tizzy ang atensyon ng mga natitirang members ng Bren at nagbalak silang i-shutdown ang mga ito. Habang sa bottom lane, makikita na natin si Sanford na nagbabalak mag-split push sa exposed na base turret ng kalaban. Nakapag-buy time si Carl at Benny para kay Sanford na ngayon ay naka-base lock na at mukhang kukulangin si Ogwen sa damage at crowd control abilities para ma-defend ang turret nila. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 1. Let us know sa comment section kung ano ang mga naging reaksyon nyo sa mga play na to at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 2 ng ating regular season.
Naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play nun. Sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos makakabasag po kami ng tower. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Ako pala si Yawi, ang tank ng Echo Philippines. At ngayon, i-breakdown ko yung ginawa kong play ng game na.
This is the third turtle na hindi nakasilip ang Blacklist International and Echo right now. Talaga naman at mas pinalakapan nila ang kalamangan nila against Blacklist.
Dito mo masasabi na in the zone.
Ayun na naman.
Yung M4, eto na naman. Fatal Links! The combo is real! Walang namatay dahil sa Cold Altar pero mukhang ubusin na nila. Dalawa lang. Pero nakita mo naman yung highlights. Combo, routine, todo. The Echo Express is here once again.
So yung nasa isip ko sa paggawa ng play na to, actually ang usapan yan, pagka-clear ng mid, babasag kami ng bot. Sakto pagka-clear namin, tingin na lang, tapos yun. Sabi ko, dikit-dikit to. Nag-NB ako, tapos pabot dapat. Kaso nakita ko mag-clear sila lahat sa mid. So sabi ko po, huli-huli. Tapos nung pagkatas po nun, sabi ko after, basag tayo, basag. Tapos naka-conceal din po ako. So feel ko mabibigla po sila. So yun, nahuli naman po. Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play na yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos nakakabasag po kami ng tower. Yung masabi ko po sa teammates ko, good job din po kasi ang bilis po nila mag-react po sa akin. Kasi kung di po sila napag-react, di po mamamatay yung iba po. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Siguro ngayong season po, mas naging patient po. Parang hindi po ako pwede basta mag-go ng go kung hindi po ready yung teammates ko. Sa next round sa Blacklist, sana po maglaro si Renegade. Tapos ngayong dalawang round sa RSG, PH2 po. Sa mga fans and supporters namin, thank you pala sa mga nanood and sumuporta ngayon sa laban namin sa Blacklist. And sana supportahan niyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin.
ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, WeTime. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang top 5 plays for week 1. On the 5th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week. Brusco DR gamit ang kanyang Ruby I Am Offended play nung day 1 laban sa TNC. 6 minutes in the game, nag-switch lane si Innocent at Jesu. Dahil outnumbered si Innocent sa bottom lane, napagpasyahang bumisita ni Bentings at Goyo doon para gawing even ang playing field para sa gold laner nila. Nagkakapaan ang dalawang kupunan na parehong nasa mga bush at naghihintay para sa inaasam na kill. Sino nga ba ang unang lilitaw? Ang gagawin dito ni Innocent ay susubukan niya magpa-bait, pero agad naman tong kinagat ni Brusco DR with a flicker I Am Offended play at hinatak pati ang dalawang nakatago sa bush. Nadamay pa nga, may follow-up din dito si Goyong DR para nga tunawin ang mga kalaban. Napalangoy sila sa swimming pool. On our 4th spot is Nats from RSG Philippines. Nasa Lord Pit ang dalawang kupunan at kailangang makuha ng RSG ang 17-minute Lord. Pumasok si Nats, kasama si Light para i-zone out ang mga members ng ONIC. Matapos guluhin ang makunat na si Sensui ay nag-switch target agad sila na makita nila si Super Friends. Matapos sipain pabalik ni Super Friends si Light ay agad na nag-split-split si Nats para sa planong turret dive gamit ang grab-grab at nagtagumpay siya sa pag-pick off kay Super Friends. At this time, nasa disadvantage na ang RSG in terms of minion wave management at sa nangyaring clash sa mid lane, pumasok si Nats for backup at napunta ito sa 3v1 situation. Gamit ang split-split at grab-grab, na-sustain niya ang damage ni Nader, Nets at Sensui, forcing them to retreat and successfully buying some time for the teammates to recuperate. On our 3rd spot is Super Red of Blacklist International. 9 minutes in the game, na-pick off si Wise dahil na-outnumber sila ni Yue sa mid lane. Agad na tumakbo for backup si Umay Venus at Super Red pero hindi enough ang blessing of the Moon Goddess niya para iligtas si Yue. Outnumbered, napilitang pumalag ang 2 sa 4. Flickering out, nakaiwas si Red sa basic attacks ni Ninja Killa at nagpakawala ito ng torn apart memory at ilang basic attacks na tumunaw kina Riku at Ninja Killa, turning the tables. On our 2nd spot is Eman of RSG Philippines. With a 5k gold lead, 19 minutes in the game, gusto nang i-end ng RSG-PH ang match. With a 615 KDA, ready na rin si Eman sa massacre na magaganap sa kanilang final siege sa base ng ONIC-PH. Habang tinatangkin ni Nats H2O at Light ang damage ng ONIC, nagpakawala si Eman ng Eyes on You sa gitna ng clash. Matatamaan siya ng penalty zone ni Der pero magka-counter go siya gamit ng go away. Nagpaulan siya ng libu-libong karayom na pinabilis pa ng pag-engage niya gamit ang Falling at Eyes on You hanggang sa maubos niya ang ONIC squad, getting the first maniac in MPL Season 11 right on its first week.
Ay aatras, kakayanin naman depensa nito. Sakto merong catapult, pero nandun yung pulutong ng mga minions. At ito na nga ang inaantay na debut ng RSG Slate Philippines, taking the series 2-0.
On our top spot is Sanford sa kanyang Echo El Clasico backdoor play. Ikatlong Lord Dance na sa Game 1 ng labanan ng Echo at Bren noong Day 2. Hindi maiiwasan ng clash dahil malaking advantage ang maibibigay ng Lord na to para sa dalawang kupunan. Habang itinataboy ni Yawi ang buong squad ng Bren gamit ang heavy spin, nakaredy na ang Sansan duo para i-sandwich ang Bren sa pag-attempt nila pumasok sa Lord Pit. Ginamit ni Few ang kanyang Feather Dare Strike at sasagutin ito ni Sanford ng eye for an eye dive na kinombo niya sa Electo Final Blow sa may Petrify. Sakto para ma-burst ni Sanji si Few gamit ang Rough Waves. Ngunit mararamdaman ni Sanford ang hapdi ni Super Marco kaya mapapa-exit ito sa team fight, naghihibla na lang ang buhay. Napunta kina Benny Cutie at Carl Tizzy ang atensyon ng mga natitirang members ng Bren at nagbalak silang i-shutdown ang mga ito. Habang sa bottom lane, makikita na natin si Sanford na nagbabalak mag-split push sa exposed na base turret ng kalaban. Nakapag-buy time si Carl at Benny para kay Sanford na ngayon ay naka-base lock na at mukhang kukulangin si Ogwen sa damage at crowd control abilities para ma-defend ang turret nila. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 1. Let us know sa comment section kung ano ang mga naging reaksyon nyo sa mga play na to. At kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 2 ng ating regular season.
Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play nun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tapos makakabasag po kami ng tower. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Ako pala si Yawi, ang tank ng Eco Philippines, at ngayon i-breakdown ko yung ginawa kong play ng game na.
This is the third turtle na hindi nakasilip ang Blacklist International and Echo right now. Talaga naman mas pinalakapan nila ang kalamangan nila against Blacklist.
Dito mo masasabi na in the zone.
Ayun na naman.
Yung M4, eto na
Yawi!
nilabas na naman. Fatal Links! The combo is real! Walang namatay dahil sa Kaldantar pero mukhang ubusin na nila. Dalawa lang. Pero nakita mo naman yung highlights. Combo, routine, todo. The Echo Express is here once again.
So yung nasa isip ko sa paggawa ng play na to, actually ang usapan yan, pagka-clear ng mid, babasag kami ng bot. Sakto, pagka-clear namin, tingin na lang, tas yun. Sabi ko, dikit-dikit to. Nag-NB ako, tas pabot dapat. Kaso nakita ko mag-clear sila lahat sa mid. So sabi ko po, huli-huli. Tas nung pagkatas po nun, sabi ko after, basag tayo, basag. Tas naka-conceal din po ako. So feel ko mabibigla po sila. So yun, nahuli naman po. Yung naramdaman ko po pagkagawa ko po ng play na yun, sobrang tuwa po kasi sobrang laking luwag po nun, tas nakakabasag po kami ng tower. Yung sabi ko po sa teammates ko, good job din po kasi ang bilis po nila mag-react po sa akin. Kasi kung di po sila napag-react, di po mamamatay yung iba po. Ang masasabi ko po sa Blacklist, good luck and kita-kits ulit sa next round. Siguro ngayong season po, mas naging patient po. Parang hindi po ako pwede basta mag-go ng go kung hindi po ready yung teammates ko. Sa next round sa Blacklist, sana po maglaro si Renegade. Tapos ngayong dalawang round sa PH2 po. Sa mga fans and supporters namin, thank you pala sa mga nanood and sumuporta ngayon sa laban namin sa Blacklist. And sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
It's the last series of the week here on MPL Philippines Season 11. The brewing rivalry between the next two teams can be traced back all the way to their amateur days. Ilang beses na nagtangpo ang dalawang koponang ito sa iba't ibang grand finals ng iba't ibang torneo. Pero sa unang pagkakataon, sa entablado ng pinakamalaking mobile esports sa bansa, sila ay muling maghaharap. Magbago ba sila Super Friends? Can they change the result? Or mananaig ba ang mga tropa nila Goyong DR? Pilipinas, it's ONIC Philippines versus Nexplay EVOS. Casters, pasok.
A rivalry that has brewed days, if not months ago, has now found us today here on the big stage. It's ONIC Philippines versus NXPE. And it's again us here at the desk. It's me, Naisu, with the boys, Rockhard and OSX. Guys, are we ready for this rivalry, and how is it going to unfold today?
Honestly, I think this is the start of something beautiful because these teams have been really prepping against each other and really boiling since the start of the season.
As what Mara said, the rivalry continues. I myself a witness. I even casted their games back then in the amateur scene. Now, onto the big stage. This tells something. This is destiny. This is fate. ONIC and Nexplay EVOS, yes, they're carrying they're carrying the franchise names, but from their origin roots, this is something else that they can prove in.
Well, before we get into more of this matchup, don't forget, everybody watching at home, enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the mobile number portability or the MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. And now, again, thank you to Smart, but with this matchup upon us, boys, we've got a lot to talk about, right? Because specifically, there's been some good and bad for both teams up to this point. They're here now to round out week 2. And specifically, when we get a closer look at both of these teams, right? I mean, specifically, we actually mentioned NXPE earlier in the previous series, you know, kind of the experimentations they had to actually go through before. And I feel like now, with this acquisition, you know, from the amateur scene, they're here now, right? That journey has started for them. They've been together for a while. Their synergy is there, and I honestly want to say that NXPE looks really good as a team, right? I just feel like they need that, I would say, a little bit more time to refine their playstyle here in this league at this level. And I mean, we're taking a look here exactly at Goyong, right? And how he has played up to this point with their sweep against TNC earlier. So, OSX, how's it looking here?
Now it's the feature of Goyong DR from Nexplay EVOS. They went against TNC. Now they keep on showing their experience, translating it into their own success. Now how they feature this, there's a lot of things in common. They have heroes similar to ONIC Philippines, that Selena and Kagura, which features Goyong as one of the Titan users from his roots.
Yeah, it's you can actually add the Faramis there if you're thinking about it all the way from Season 10. And up to this season, that's still pretty much relevant. And I love the contrast there, right? You saw TNC versus NXP 2-0. Wonder why. You got to wonder why. They're a newer player. They're a newer team. I feel like NXP is like a fake amateur, a fake freshman.
Yeah.
Because
they have so much experience.
They're
technically.
freshmen, but they have years together.
Yeah.
So it's a big difference.
That's a great point because that's what I was saying. You know, when you watch them play, yes, they're new, but you can see the synergy there. And I want to hear more about this from our very own Odin. She's there on the court side with some fans from NXPE.
Thank you, casters. Hi, everyone. Magandang gabi. This is your very own Odin na nagbabalik mula sa courtside. At ngayon ay pag-usapan naman natin ang isa sa pinakabagong lineup sa MPL Philippines, ang mga manlalaro ng Nexplay EVOS. Noong late 2021 hanggang quarter 3 ng 2022 ay na-dominate nila ang amateur scene. In fact, they are the only team in the amateur scene who won consecutive major tournaments na hindi lang 2, hindi lang 3, kundi kasindami ng seasons ng MPL Philippines. 11 magkakasunod na championships. In late 2022 ay nagsimula silang magpahinga sa pagsali sa mga amateur tournaments to prepare for greater heights. Ang MPL Philippines. Is a 3-month preparation enough for Nexplay EVOS to actually go against familiar faces from the amateur scene and who were once known as the Super Rookies last season, ONIC Philippines? Sa totoo lang ay parang nami-mirror ng NXPE ang start ng ONIC Philippines last season. Both teams, they share the same values. Gusto nila, sabay-sabay silang umangat. Matatandaan din natin noon sa interview with Rapidut na sinabi niya na ayaw nilang pumasok bilang solo players at isama sa ibang teams, kundi ay dapat magkakasama silang umangat as a team sa professional scene. At tila ganito rin ang naging desisyon ng players ng Nexplay EVOS entering MPL Philippines Season 11. The pressure is on para sa dalawang teams na noon ay nagharap sa amateur tournaments. ONIC Philippines entering 1 season ahead. Do they have the advantage? And are they better than before ngayong kakaharapin nilang muli ang mga manlalaro ng Nexplay EVOS na bago sa professional scene? At pressure rin ito para sa Nexplay EVOS na patunayan at panghawakan ang lakas na pinakita na nila noon sa amateur scene. Madala kaya nila ang kanilang swerte from amateur scene to professional scene? At buff nga kaya nila ang makukulay na lang buhok? Isa pa rito, may kasama silang mga buff, nandyan si Hypebeats, Eleanor, at iba pa nilang talents. Yan at marami pa kayong dapat malaman sa laban ng Nexplay EVOS versus ONIC Philippines. At malalaman natin yan with our casters.
Thank you very much, Odin. And now, for all our international viewers out there, you're probably wondering, what was she saying there? So, Labing Isa, right? Yep. That is how many, I believe, championships or titles that this NXPE EVOS team had before they entered under the banner of NXPE EVOS. Basically, Odin is saying, do they have what it takes to actually prove themselves in this league? Yes, they have accolades across the board in the amateur scene, but now that they're here, this is where the big boys play, right? You have to be ready for this, and they're against a team who is technically 1 step or 1 season ahead of them, right? They were rivals in the amateur scene. They're probably going to develop a rivalry here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already started.
I know.
So ONIC Philippines, does NXPE EVOS have actually what it takes to give it to a team that they're familiar with, but also that has had a step ahead of them?
So similar stories for both teams, but I think Odin also mentioned that, right? No matter how long you play together, the advantage that ONIC has is that they're actually facing against the highest caliber teams in probably the whole world for a whole season. That is not something, that's a huge experience that you just can't buy just facing off against championships in the amateur scene.
You mentioned earlier that you call Nexplay EVOS like fake freshmen, that people wears masks, and once it's freshman day, oh, you're seniors? And finally, now, as you've mentioned, will they have the same caliber? For me, it's a different thing because only time will tell. But if we want to calibrate the strength of Nexplay EVOS right now, they came from a win, they came from a loss. But that was against Bren Esports. So also, from ONIC Philippines, they won 1 point against Echo yesterday. So only learnings will translate into winnings, I guess.
Not only that, but I feel like the familiarity between these two teams is obviously going to show here when they battle it out in the Land of Dawn. But also, I mean, this is more so the case of, you know, the freshman being like 6'10" and he's like 200 pounds. And you're like, wow, are you really a freshman? You know, but jokes aside, we're going to be welcoming both teams here to the stage, ONIC, Philippines, and NXPE EVOS.
What time is it? It's running time!
Treat every challenge as a normal day. The clock-stopping confidence of the Hedgehogs continues to open portals for their success. Check your clocks. It's ONIC Philippines! As they continue to make an impression, their determination and commitment remain strong to solidify their mark in the professional league. Hear them roar, it's Nexplay EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Bluff Z and Coach Josh. It's NXPE versus ONIC Philippines. Who will stand tall?
Love it, right? And now we're going to be taking a look here at the lineups here for today's match. For ONIC Philippines, it's Nets, Sensui, Ryota, Super Friends, Kekadut, and yes, I like that you mentioned it, Francis. You know, is it just a normal day this time again for Nets? Because he mentioned this yesterday, right? Now, I'm sure he's going to want to get off to a good start here, but specifically, I'm interested in that matchup in the mid lane.
You've mentioned the chance of having a normal day. I can see it in Net's eyes right now, even how he walked on stage. Confidently smiling, and how we had the chance to bump in on the way to the gentleman's room. Well, maybe that's a way of saying that, hey, we can take one of this on. And knowing a familiar foe, this is their rival in the amateur scene, Rockhart.
It's so hard to make them rivals in this sense, because you saw how chummy they were, right? When they were like facing on the face-off, it's like brothers just seeing each other again for a long time and talking to each other, looking at each other and saying, you know what? Finally, right? It's about time.
It's like that long storyline has finally led to this, right? And it's only the beginning, right? We're only in week 2. We're wrapping it up. They're still going to get another chance to play against each other, and hopefully they can actually see each other in, even to capitalize on that story, is in the playoffs, right? Who knows what can happen here? A lot can be gained through these weeks in the regular season, and it's good that you guys mentioned this too. You know, the fact that, yeah, both of these teams have had their wins and losses up to this point, but obviously they're going to learn from each loss or each mistake and to kind of refine themselves from that. And I feel like, yeah, specifically, that's what we saw, and that's why it was mentioned by Odin in the courtside there, that's the advantage, right, that ONIC Philippines technically has, whereas now you have to kind of see this growth process, if you will, for Nexplay EVOS.
Yep.
So here it is, right? Is this actually going to be it? I will actually, if I could bet something, I would bet this is going to be a free game series. It's just that they play so similarly, they play so scrappy and so quickly, which defines how our amateur players play for the longest time. The Philippines has the best amateur players in the whole world, and they fight as fiercely as our pro players.
Yeah, what you see here, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens is Philippines' finest from amateur scene
I
to
thought it was
pro
us.
scene. Well,
Because we're on their screens right
yeah,
now.
yeah. Well, we're one part of the video, but that's true. Being with you here on desk really gives a lot of pressure, even for me and Rockhart. Yeah, but yeah, one of the Philippines' finest, us here on the desk, plus the people behind our chairs
right.
are the ones telling destiny and fate today. And if you wanted to see something different, Naisu, I know you would want to see something more.
We want to see the keys to victory here, so let's throw it over and have this game broken down.
Maraming salamat mga casters at talagang importante ang ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Para sa ONIC, they have to establish dominance as sophomores. Alam naman natin at binansaga ng ONIC Philippines last season as the Super Rookies. Pero this time around, kailangan nilang patunayan na mas kaya pa nilang iangat ang kanilang lakas at kailangan mas taasan pa nila kung ano yung nakasanayan ng ONIC Philippines before. It's more of them evolving as the sophomores of the tournament at eventually magiging veterans na rin sila. With the help of Super Friends, kaya nila yung gawin, and with the knowledge that they had from the previous seasons or the previous games that they had as well. Para naman dito sa Nexplay EVOS, they have to utilize Goyong DR's hero pool to pressure nets. Alam mo naman natin na isa sa mga ticking time bomb ng side ng ONIC Philippines si Nets. At maganda at saktong-sakto yung Kagura, yung Selena, and all other heroes na pwede mag-assassinate na ginagamit ni Goyong DR para ma-disrupt yung pagtaba ng gold laner na side ng ONIC Philippines. Yun ang kailangan nilang gawin. At para sa ating dalawang teams naman, this ain't the amateur scene anymore. Gaya ng sinabi natin, this is the biggest mobile legends or mobile esports tournament in the Philippines. Kailangan nilang patunayan that they're ready to take up the challenge and at the same time to level up the play and the experience that they have. Yan ang ating keys to victory para sa ating laban. Sino nga ba ang mauuna sa pagkapanalo? Casters, kayo na muna.
Love the keys to victory there, and specifically, you know, going back to pretty much our education analogy here, right? You got to dominate as sophomores. You got to show these freshmen, like, hey, you know, we've been here a little bit longer. I don't know what it was like for you guys back in school, you know, but as a sophomore, wasn't a bully, by the way, but when you see those freshmen, you're like, yeah, I've been there, you know, and I'm here at this point. Yeah, that's my locker, you know, or you walk on that side of the hall, right? So in this case, I feel like that's what ONIC Philippines wants to do, is they do want to show that dominance here, specifically against a team that they're very familiar with. But you saw the second key to victory, OSX, and it's to make sure that Nets doesn't have his normal day, right? Pressure him in that gold lane specifically.
Well, from the topic of opening sophomores to freshmen, I remember my freshman year. It's initiation day that gives me the creeps, the goosebumps. Oh, what are they going to do? Are they going to make me walk on something different? But yeah, but to go back, making Nets uncomfortable and squeezing out different heroes could mean something against this fight.
Yeah, I love this.
I was looking at your face, and I feel like you're having flashbacks.
Yeah, I am. It's perfect, actually, because before the broadcast started, we were talking, right?
Yeah.
Is this actually a showdown? And then we were saying it doesn't look like much of a showdown. It's more of a schoolyard brawl.
Yeah, it's a schoolyard brawl.
That's it. This is a schoolyard brawl right here. Sophomores versus freshmen. It is ONIC versus NXPE.
Yeah, and walking into this first draft for the series, right, which we're assuming is going to go 3 games. I don't see this being in a sweep here, and I like that NXPE is actually taking that first pick. They're going to be on the blue side, and what I would love to see them do is Fredrin's not going to be taken out here, right? If you would go ahead and take the Fredrin, you at least set yourself up for a safe jungling path, because again, I think the focus here specifically too would be how do these two mid laners interact with each other? Where is that playmaking potential on both of these squads, right? We've seen amazing things from Nets before. We've also seen him shut down, so I want to go back to Super Prince, right? If he can get his hands, well, he's not going to get it on the Eve, but he still has the Farsa still available here. They take out the Kadita, so I think they're getting ready to put something overloaded for Super Friends.
Yeah, you know what I want to ask? You guys saw Nets earlier, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did he seem a little nervous or anything? Because I'm sure he knows the capabilities of Goyong.
Oh, yeah.
How he's going to get hunted down all day long for sure, right?
Yeah, and if they want to have that chance, they would really want to have a good trade being in the second pick. Now they respond in for the Fredrin, going in the jungle, plus a good amount of burst. That's the Farsa, who's been really giving away for much initiations early game.
I love the Farsa because it will discourage heroes like the Melissa. Heroes like the carry will have such a hard time.
Yeah.
Right? So it's actually a great second pick if you think about it.
Not only that, but even with the Valentina being locked in here first, they're willing to go ahead and play against that being taken with the Feathered Airstrike. But this is actually very interesting that NXPE is going to get their hands on this Kaja, who we typically seen banned out, right? So now already, just having that single hero alone, Kaja on the board, very pick potential is there. It's pretty much on demand, right? Especially paired with the Flicker. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play around that. And to round up the first phase here for ONIC Philippines, it's going to be the Ruby pick.
I love this. How ONIC manages to have their eyes locked on for a perfect catch. We've seen Kekadut use Ruby yesterday against the world champs, and it gave them a point to really gain that confidence, the momentum. How no matter how they lost, it's how they learn to adapt with the meta. Ruby is really looking good right now, especially for the marksman. If you're going up against a really scary marksman, you would really want to have this one on your side.
Remember from that, though, right? The Kekadut playing Ruby, I think it was twice in a row. First game, it was a blunder. Second game, much better. So now where does that coin flip on his Ruby this time, right? Obviously, even if you're playing against a team that you know pretty well, you still want to make sure that you're not overextending, you're not too aggressive, and that you can actually capitalize on those setups with this Ruby pick.
Yeah, Kekadut has his work cut out for him, honestly, because one of his main priorities is to keep the Sparsa alive from a flying dragon.
Yeah.
I mean, that is difficult. I gotta say, because, you know, Superfin's gonna have a hard time staying or controlling that mid lane if he keeps getting hunted down while he's casting that Feathered Airstrike.
I love how they equalizes everything on the mid lane. As the ban securely ends with the final choice of ONIC Philippines to taking down the carry, they really want to squeeze out the battle into the gold lane. They're keeping everything straight. They have the knockups. They have one thing that they get from ONIC Philippines is with that Kaja, you have a lot of things to worry about. So now they're either pushing for nets to take the Brody or even the Beatrix, since they have answers for backline defense.
I mean,
that was a hard question.
That was a hard question.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not going to. So none of those are actually going to be last banned here. They take out the glue. So yeah, it does leave to question what is going to be thrown in the gold lane here specifically. And how do you want to play around it, right? You've already actually covered a lot of your bases, both sides. Right now, I would say one of the great things in favor for ONIC Philippines specifically is the fact that with Ruby, if Kekadut has an amazing game, at least when you flicker and you use your ultimate in the I'm Offended, you can actually catch multiple people, whereas across the board with the Kaja, the only downside is that you can only pick one target. But what if the Valentina also takes the I'm Offended? Now you have multiple options for pull-ins and for shutdowns.
Counter set, counter punish, completely on the table. But if the marksman would go for an Inspire, which I usually see on the matches that I cast with, okay, he's going for the Brody.
Safe.
Love it.
Opening, again, his pull, but this secures more to activate the passive to get a perfect land for those hits that you want if you're a Brody.
And Brody is a great pick because it will also discourage picks like the Melissa.
Yeah.
It's going to give the Melissa such a hard time, and that's just thinking ahead here. For ONIC, it's like a threat to Minana. Go ahead, I dare you.
Yeah, it looks like Coach Lyric is not feeling like us a threat at all. He maybe sees it coming, but Martis...
They're thinking about it.
Okay, so there's a lot of knockups, a lot of pickoffs, but what's your gold lane if you're up against this kind of lineup?
What if they opted for... Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Beatrix. I was thinking, Beatrix, Moskov still open. I don't think they could have gone this route if they wanted to go with a magic damage dealer in the gold lane to throw things off a little bit. But, you're kind of just relying here on Valentina. You do have a decent amount of physical damage now, too. But here's the Beatrix, right? They locked that in against that Brody pick. Let's see what this last choice is going to be here for ONIC Philippines.
All right, maybe a big XP pick. Something that can really go toe-to-toe. Hard, is it? Yeah, there it is.
Something to sustain the lane. Well, answered with the Thams.
We haven't seen Thamus in a while. I mean, he's
Quite a while.
appeared, once, I think, based on that statistic maybe. But the fact is, he's still I would say he might have fallen off a little bit compared to the previous seasons. But Thamus is still I feel like a safer option here that you can roll with, because it can be devastating and very tanky too, and just kind of hard to deal with as the game transitions.
Fams actually fills a very, very specific role, right? He fills a role that if you want a huge tank, I'm there. That's all he basically does.
A big shoulder to rely on.
Yeah.
That's a huge hot shoulder to rely on, a molten shoulder. But don't forget, during the game, at some point, ladies and gentlemen, a poll will pop up, and you only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S11. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. So remember to keep an eye out. You don't have it long when it does pop up, but now we're loading in here to the Land of Dawn. It's the last series to round out week number 2 here. It's ONIC Philippines versus Nexplay EVOS.
All right, I'm really going to love this mid lane matchup because two feathered airstrikes, it's always a mess. It's always chaotic whenever you see those together. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. And the pressure from the Kaja means that the moment they hit level 4 there, something's bound to give.
Yeah, I love the power spikes that you've mentioned here, Rockhart. Earlier, ONIC Philippines, they secured the Brody, and we've talked about how Super Friends is phenomenal with this Farsa. So if everything works well here, this is just a complete domino of damage while entering mid-game. But the problem here that we can see against Nexplay EVOS is how will they rotate up against ONIC Philippines. But slowly containing a Martis jungle up against a Fredrin, a higher sustained early game is on the side of Sensui.
Yeah, and of course, the Martis will try to maybe delay the fights, maybe until level 7, level 8, when you have better chance to actually pull off chain ultimates, right? That's the moment you want as a Martis player. You don't want to fight level 4 because you're not as strong yet.
You hold it off, right? And you just focus on the objectives the best you can, I feel like. And at some point, then, your Martis has room to move around in, but still, Fredrin, for the most part, it's that CC train that you have over here for pretty much ONIC Philippines. Not just between the Fredrin, but then, of course, you have the Ruby there. So if NXPE wants to get the upper hand, they've got to really play around the CC being thrown at them. If they can do that, they get the firepower they need on Domeng, and then even Goyong. At some point, the Terrifies will be there. So if they can lock someone down, or even make that straight line to the back line, that will be crucial.
Very crucial is going to be this first turtle going over to Sensui. There goes Super Friends. He's a little late on the feather airstrike, but will be enough to take out that Martis, like we talked about just a few moments ago. And look at that, Ryota. He's really, really taking up the mantle of that front line for ONIC here.
This is the early game view of what you want to achieve if you have a Farsa and if you have a Fredrin right in your pocket. So inside of NXPE's mind, they're respecting the fact that, hey, early game spikes, we need to clear this thing out, because if we keep on dwelling, especially if you have a Valentina, to activate the passive more efficiently, you need to wait for the right time. So now we can see that NXPE is still answering cautiously and slowly so they can have a proper attack early on.
Can I just bring something up real funny?
Go ahead.
This is so counterintuitive. The top lane, the XP laners are the ones who are super busy.
Yeah.
The ones going for the fights. The dead lane is the gold lane here.
Well, that's just,
right?
I mean, they want to be well equipped for the battles ahead of them, which is the best case scenario for them. Because what your point here too with the XP laners, the way that I look at it, they interact very differently, right? I mean, you have the Yuzhong pick that's going for the back line. You're trying to get that set up with the Petrify even. Whereas Thamus, on the other hand, with Ryota, the guy's just trying to be a meat shield. That's what he has the Vengeance for and the Conquering Inferno. He's literally just trying to take as much damage as possible and be that front line to allow Kekadut and Sensui to follow up or peel where they need to.
But look at this, ONIC. That was almost instant assassination here from the 4 members of ONIC. I was a little surprised how quickly they took out Brusco.
ONIC Philippines playing the macro game up against Nexplay EVOS. They know that they can dictate fights on where it could come from. The ganking from ONIC Philippines right now is efficiently working because they know if Doming, as you both mentioned, they have power spikes to watch out for. Mid-game, late game, but what they need to do here is to space out. And you've mentioned also that there's a lot of CC from these two teams. What are they looking for from each of the angles that they're doing is a window just like this.
Huge window here for NXPE.
Oh.
They're going to be able to take out Super Prince with that Shaw Essence. And it's going to be an instant answer, looking like Ryota and Sensui just doesn't have enough damage without that Forza. And it looks like the NXPE, they want to go for the collapse. Ryota, he does not have enough sustainability even with the Vengeance.
Okay, so that was an interesting trade because I figured ONIC Philippines would just kind of back off from that, but they kind of got outmaneuvered, right? Outmobilityed, basically, at that point. So they secure themselves second turtle of the game. They're still managing to hold on to the gold lead, but what does this mean? What does it exactly mean in terms of items here, OSX?
It's not too far from Nexplay EVOS, but on the upper hand, as we look on the screen, Brody has the physical penetration with the Malefic Roar, mainly because of the defense that they have. Whoa.
Yep, ONIC, they're getting dove in really hard. Lots of flickers being used here by the Hedgehogs. And that will signal NXPE to back off as well. But NXPE, they're happy. They got the Summoner battle spells here.
Yeah, true. Going back to the thought there, ONIC Philippines with advance of 2K Gold League, the Malefic Roar in the hands of Nets, is clearly buying space for the teams to initiate. As what Nice said here, space for Kekadut, meat shield for Ryota. That's how you burst Nexplay EVOS one by one, because Nexplay EVOS' strength right now is the mobility. They have easy catch to delete one. How Super Prince was out of position in some places of the map earlier, that's how they gain advantage in most of their losses. So if that's why this is the reason why ONIC Philippines is rotating much quicker and as a team.
I like what they're trying to do here, though. Now they're putting the pressure on this bottom side. They want to get this tier 1 down so that they can actually probably lane swap and switch things up, focus on those turtles or the other later objectives in the game right now. So there it is. Turret falls here, bottom side, and they're going to go ahead and rotate up to try to contest this turtle up top now that it's spawned. If they can get this third one, clean sweep on the turtles, they'll be happy with it. And it sets ONIC Philippines up in a good position as the game transitions to that mid to late game portion.
Yeah, look at the lane control. Someone's got to pick off here.
Oh man, Kekadut once more in trouble. All alone here with Nets. The damage is just not quite enough. NXPE, they're just toughing it out. They're just going in, and they're really the Brusco thing. The Brusco factor here is actually what I'm talking about here.
It's on, it's up and ready. What you're seeing right now on your screens is the strength of Nexplay EVOS catching 2.
Huge knock up there. Oh my goodness dang. What did you have for breakfast? Did you have a lot of stones? That's what I'm thinking.
Man, that was literally, if anybody could have the perfect scenario in their mind as an XP laner, specifically Yuzong, that was it right there. You know, maybe throw in one more body, that would have been perfect, but what a setup there, and just like that, it starts to whittle down that lead that ONIC Philippines had here.
Now, by just looking by the items, with Brody with the Blade of Heptases, by not being touched at all and most of the times being on his lane and getting some wave clears, this gives them a lot of chance to build up the damage and passive of the Blade of Heptases. So the more that they let Nets loose could mean trouble for Nexplay EVOS, but then again, what sets you on the table from ONIC Philippines, there were a lot of chances that they're being out-positioned, outgunned. And most of the time, Nexplay, with their mobility, they respond quickly and much faster around the map.
Just watch NXP. I think they're starting to realize, what if we just hunt down Kekadut, right?
Yeah.
It looks like the weakness in the armor of ONIC right now. And Ryota trying to offset that by starting the initiations, and it pays off. That's 2 for none for ONIC.
Amazing, follow-up there, especially from the timing on Kekadut to actually decide to do that with a flicker combination. So just like that, they put themselves in a good situation, but Ding has an idea for himself coming to mid lane.
All right. I was thinking maybe he wants to re-engage, but realizes, wait, my teammates are not here.
Yep, better not.
Better not.
Not yet, but both of these two teams, their first mid-tier turret is still up. Now the mindset probably what's going on in these two players from Boyet and Sensui, you're not taking any position, you're not taking any ambush from a Cams because they're not yet ready to initiate with team fights yet.
Yeah.
Because right now, as you've said, Kekadut, they really want to catch Kekadut because this is the momentum breaker of Nexplay EVOS, so they don't want that in every equation.
See, I feel like this is where, you know, things show the veterans. See, hold on, Brusco.
Look at that. They're just trying their very best. 3 people on the Boyet, but he still gets the retribution. He only punishes a kill, but I think NXPE quite happy with that.
Boya did this yesterday.
Yeah.
You remember? I'm having flashbacks of yesterday.
That's why I was looking at you.
Just toughing it out, and that's a lot of flickers being used by ONIC to try to disengage. That was really surprising here from Goyoung. Will pay for it with his life, but look at this thing. He's not done. He's trying to get those kills. He's got some damage, but will not be able to survive the damage output of ONIC.
The trade keeps on going as the lead goes up with ONIC Philippines. We're not feeling it yet, but the trade now of targeting the most specific players changes their team fighting capability, putting them down to a test and pressure.
Okay.
It's also funny because 3 people realize that, you know what, just go for the Martis.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go.
Just go. They know what's going to happen.
Right.
And it did.
I mean, the crazy thing is still, you don't want to just let Boyet do that, right? Because we've seen it happen before. And even if you're winning these skirmishes and team fights, if he's able to just kind of swoop in there and take these objectives from you, especially as the game goes on, that could be disastrous for ONIC Philippines here. And as we look at the damage being done here, OSX.
Goyoung on 31,000.6. If you're a Valentina, you're having a good time being up against your own opponent, against Super Friends, but it's not too far. But the advantage of being a Valentina, you get higher poke, higher magic damage, and clearly you steal the most efficient ultimate, and that is Kekadut. So space right now, that is what ONIC wants, because for all we know, Goyoung DR is probably praying to get the ultimate to get that set. Just how they're waiting on who is going to commit the first mistake into the sport.
And
that's what I was saying. It's a good point because
good point.
It's what ultimate does he take, right? A lot of times he has to decide whether he takes Kekadut's ultimate or the Super Friends Feathered Airstrike and plays around with it.
That is perfect, actually. I could have said better myself. And to combo that with what we mentioned before the game started, massive amounts of crowd control here for NXPE. And they can leverage that. That's why Goyoung's just having a free hit day.
Again, if Nets is having a normal day, it's a free hit day for Goyoung or even for Domeng. So if this is the problem, a lot of CZs, well, turn up the damage. Turn up the damage, get the items in, get the spaces, but they keep on trading, right? They keep on trading, and if that keeps on going until the ultra late game, it's a tight game that we can actually witness.
Yeah, and that's why we're going to game free. I have a feeling.
That's the ultra late game.
Yeah. I'm just going to call it, right?
Game 3.
Game 3 games in 30 minutes each.
You've been out on the backyard. The playground brawl's been going on all afternoon. And
everyone's
it starts
bloody.
Here. And everyone's bloody. And now there's no more recess. It's time for this Lord. Who's going to be able to take this one? Look at the setup, by the way. This is a typical thing we're seeing now on those basically top or bottom, wherever it happens, those bush plays.
Yeah, look where Ding is positioning, right? Boyet is just ringing the bell of the Lord just in case ONIC goes all in and they wrap around. Just like this, Ding. All to the back dragon form.
It's a reset. ONIC's on conceal, but I don't know if they're ready. It's 4 people versus 2 here on the left. And they take out Kekadut. Super Prince is very, very far away. He can't use a Feather Airstrike. And Boyet is the one who's absorbing a lot of damage coming in from ONIC. There goes Nets. He's got the double. He's also got that killing spree, so he just keeps on going. Domeng, he hits the snipe, but it's not enough. Brusco's in trouble. Flicker's on the way, and that should be it. That's a disengage, and ONIC comes out on top, 3-1.
Bullets firing all over the place. ONIC Philippines completely sustaining and maintaining the team fight. Ryota becoming the meat shield by the initiation of that Yuzong. If he wanted to have it petrified or even could get a good setup, It was too far. It still trades on what's happening here.
ONIC Philippines played that really well because they actually knew that that typical play we see, what I mentioned before it happened, was probably what was brewing, right? And so they actually let that Lord reset a little bit. They pulled off of it, and then they responded to the play rather than getting basically sucker punched, right? I mean, that's what they were trying to do, is try to catch ONIC Philippines off guard. Didn't happen. They read right through it, and now they get to pretty much reap the rewards here and push into the most likely the inhibitor turrets of NXPE. After this, I mean, they might be looking for another one. Take a look at Brusco, looking for an angle on the back side.
Look at him. Domi and Brusco way behind. What's the plan here?
Well,
Sucker punch.
Yeah. Complete answer with ONIC Philippines lead of 8K. Seeing the items also with Super Fins, I say they have full magic and physical penetration to give on this fight.
They find nets. It's 3 people, but ONIC, look at them. They collapse as well at the same time, and that gives Super Prince a double kill. Look at this. Nets. Oh my god, he did not go down, and I think that would be game 1. It's all up to Boyet, and it's the full squad of ONIC.
Well, they're still going to have to push in. Can he actually stall this game out long enough?
He's trying. He's trying, but he's gone.
That's it. It's ONIC Philippines with the lead, completely taking game number 1. Talking about initiation day for the freshmen.
Yeah.
That, it's weird, right? I wasn't expecting that to end right there. But then when you see that they're trying to do what didn't work for them with the Lord, and then it didn't work for them there and ended up costing them game 1, it begs the question, you know, exactly, was that just a move out of desperation at that point? You know, do you feel like you were that far behind? Unfortunately for NXPE, it just didn't work that time.
For me, it felt like, you know, those anime moments where the punch is going in slowly.
Yeah.
And it was, ONIC was like reading it.
And you see the frames per second.
The frames per second is just
Finally,
so,
the fist is right in your face.
my goodness.
Yeah, in anime, not violently speaking, but into that context, how ONIC Philippines, they see some threat, right?
Yeah.
Mid-game to late game, I see the threat in team fights. And that specific pickoff that they wanted to do, the wraparound and how they wanted to counter-punish, was on the clock and on point.
It would have been on point if, for I don't know exactly if this caused it, but the fact that they ran into Kekadut, and all Kekadut had to do, he actually stopped from the basically the unleash of the Beatrix didn't even get a chance to unleash anything, because as soon as they went through the conceal, they got CC'd, and so that kind of ruins your plan, even with that speed up, right? So Brusco got in a bad position too, so it was really tough for them. But OSX, I know you have more to say about this matchup, this game 1. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Naisu. And that is just ONIC Philippines is completely, they're on the clock on how to make it work in game number 1. As we noticed for the lineup of the side of Nexplay EVOS, there was a lot of knockups, there were a lot of pickoffs, and even CCs. The only team or the only players that we can look for damage could come from the Valentina and the Beatrix. But this time, they would need space, they would need 8 on the early game, and they would need more synergy to make all their skill set work. As you've noticed, incompletely, 15 minutes flat, and 15 points for ONIC Philippines. That's just one kill per minute. ONIC Philippines. Man, you guys are on a roll. What watch are you even looking at? But this is clearly on point, per minute objective and kill. But if we can see the damage that they felt against the side of Nexplay EVOS, the team fighting was also on the side of the Tigers. But if ONIC Philippines clearly lost the part when they were heading from the mid-game, the damage wasn't enough. Because if we're looking at one player who completely had the correct recipes to head on to mid-game, that was Nets, and also the space that Kekadut was creating. The surprise setups and the flicker in combo was the one that keeps on getting work at. They can't even reach Nets. They can't even be near by Super Friends. It's Ryota and Kekadut maintaining the space, keeping distance to not get reached by the side of Nexplay EVOS. Well, don't get us wrong, there's a lot of CCs. You have the Martis, you have the pickup from Kaja, you also have Yuzong to penetrate the back lines. But what was missing? Well, it's a normal day for Nets. Look at him, 5-1-6. If I can talk to him once again, I would really want to ask how he starts his day. But having his Brody onto his side, this is on the Philippines' strength with a KD of 5-1-6. Prioritizing the build of the physical penetration by the Malefic Roar, mainly because of the tankiness, more of the sustain that Nexplay EVOS has. And going back to the highlights, this was the first item that he wanted to build rather than the Blade of Despair. Just how he utilized that second item, which is the Blade of Heptases. You were wondering, Rockhard and I said, what's happening in the gold lane? It was more likely to look like a dead lane. Well, having that item right behind the second slot into your inventory, that's one way to make a Brody smile. Activating the passive, that's true damage, and not getting into enemies by, 30 seconds and 1 minute amplifies everything once you're ambushed or even attacked. But the space that Nets has, but given by Kekadut and Ryoda, rejoiced and gave more power to keep using his ultimate. Just by this, they keep on exchanging team fights. Domeng has one heck of a punch using that sniper, but one thing also that they were not looking at was the power spike of Super Prince. Nets had the Malefic Roar, but one item that was built onto the second slot of the Farsa was also the Divine Glaive. Having magic penetration and physical penetration and also a complete good scaling place, that's ONIC Philippines just marching right on your door and finishing game number 1 and checking on our keys to victory. Well, let's have a checklist. Establish dominance of sophomores. Check. I remember my initiation day. Utilize Goyang's DR's hero pool to pressure Nets. Not yet. The Brody was open, and it was a clear answer to all the heroes of the side of Nexplay EVOS. But again, this ain't the amateur scene anymore if you want to have it with ONIC Philippines. And I agree with that third statement, because only time will tell, and this one is a different chapter, and ONIC Philippines just saying hi to Nexplay EVOS in their first match in MPL Season 11. How do you feel about that, boys?
I don't think I'm having the same flashbacks as you two are. You know, again... I would say I was a rather large sophomore. Yeah, I was a rather large sophomore in my time. So, you know, and even when I was a freshman, I was a rather large freshman. So I didn't get picked on. But jokes aside, the thing is, NXPE, they got picked on a little bit here in this game. And I feel like specifically they weren't able to go with their keys to victory, specifically against the gold lane, like we mentioned.
Yep.
And even Brusco, you know, I feel like Brusco, he didn't get a chance to really use the Kaja the way that you want to see it be used. And it's banned a lot for a reason, because that pickoff potential, it can be so darn good. But when you can't actually utilize it for that, and you're being pretty much counter-punched every single time by even Kekadut, what do? You know, that's where it gets hard, because your pickoff potential falls off. Yeah, Ding had he had an amazing setup at one point, right, on the Yuzhong, but still, you pretty much lose a lot of that firepower, a lot of that setup potential to allow your firepower to get in there. And that's why Nets had his typical day, man. You know, he was able to just fire off on that Brody, and I would be surprised if it's not stolen from him from game 2, or at least banned out.
Yeah, the thing that's running in the imagery that's running in my head, basically, I hate to say this, it's like a slam dunk thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, Sakuragi goes into the team, everyone's like so good, and then, you know,
suddenly,
he has
that.
so much raw potential, but it's just not enough, right? He's getting red.
Well, I was going to say the game face of the day, not Butters, but
oh, man.
If you guys want to join, don't forget the hashtag. And it's already our winner right here, the game face of the day. The hashtag is SmartPowers MPL-PH S11. Congratulations. You have just won a redeemable in-game code. Enjoy it. And that's why we love to have you guys here with us at the Shooting Gallery Studio, because you guys not only get to celebrate your fandom with the teams you're supporting, but also you get a chance to win multiple prizes, because we're doing it pretty much every day of the regular season every week. So come and join us. Don't forget, you can buy your tickets online as well. So now, with all that being said, this matchup, we want to see it go the distance. We want to see 3 games here with this rivalry that's been building for quite some time now. And specifically OSX, I know you went through those keys to victory. What is the biggest thing on, even if it wasn't the keys to victory there, what would be the biggest key to victory for Nexplay EVOS to get this to a game 3?
Well, one thing, they need to have an extra magic damage, a good AoE burst mage hero. As we witness and see, in game number 1, there was a lot of knockups, okay? There was a lot of things answered for the Eva catch, okay. But they were relying on the Beatrix so much, okay? It has an activation time, but if you want to complement while it was being built up, you need to have that extra aid, like, hey, you get an Eve, you get something, but don't get me wrong, the Valentina had a good time, but it wasn't enough. He was trying to just get the ultimate. We were questioning ourselves, what ultimate will be utilized? What ultimate will be used? Well, it wasn't enough to go up against ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, and most of that is actually utilized by the Feather Airstrike, right? That's why Goyong was like the highest damage at some point of that game. And honestly, I really felt like it could still have been a 30-minute game if NXPE didn't go for those cheeky plays, that 2-man
like
gang
one after
squad,
another, you mean? Like
straight up.
The trading, yeah.
If they just went as a 5-man in the base, maybe that would have gone longer.
Yeah, because they were immediately punished the first time they tried it, and then they were immediately punished again the second time they tried it. So, you know, that was why I was saying it was a surprise that they actually tried to do that, because you would have rather seen them, especially with it just being the first Lord of the game, you're better off just defending in your base, because even then, with the Valentina, you could have just taken the Feathered Airstrike. You have great high ground defense. Maybe you get a pick off, actually, you know, with the Kaja pick, and then you could have hopefully turned the tables there. So I feel like they had the right pieces to the puzzle, to a sense.
It felt like an equal fight.
It felt like an equal fight, but the decision-making, the execution factor is what is missing. And again, this is back to the analogy, the metaphor here. These are freshman mistakes. Right?
Yeah,
they are.
It's normal, okay?
Yeah.
It's normal. So if you want it to look normal, put it to game number 3.
Well, you got to win game 2 first.
to make a statement. But I've seen one thing, okay? In the drafts and picks that these two had, well, it's their first time meeting, right? But they have similarities. They use Brody, they use the Karita, they use the Cho, the Rubiso. I say open a different hero. I say open different something. Surprise us. Surprise us something. If Nexplay EVOS, like how they got these players with rich championship roots from the amateur scene, why not surprise everybody? No.
I mean, they got really fast fingers. They're very young. Go for fast-paced gameplay. Go for fast-paced heroes.
Gushin.
Don't be afraid to do stuff like that, right? Come on.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Fanny.
I think you just need, if you're Nexplay EVOS here, yeah, you just need to set the momentum yourself. And honestly, from the background of the organization, Nexplay EVOS, that's what they're known for, is like their pace, the kind of, in a sense, it is a little chaotic, but it usually works out for them. So I feel like the previous game, they were all playing to basically the tone of ONIC Philippines. So now that we're here in the draft for the second game, they're still going to be staying on the same sides, right? So maybe they come in with a different approach here. We'll see if the bans actually change any. I'm not expecting any major changes, but Fairness comes out. Okay, that is a curveball ban here. They decided to just go with that Natalia ban. They take that out. There's the Joy. We'll see what the next bans are here. But priority-wise, right, on the flip side, OSX, what do you see Nexplay EVOS taking this time? I don't think it's going to be the Valentina, do you?
Well, from the previous match that they had up against TNC, they used the carry first pick, because mainly, from what we saw earlier, Valentina was the most prioritized in the side of Nexplay EVOS. So right now, since they were lacking the damage, they could either get their hands or their eyes on the first damage dealer hero that they can get. So it could be the Marksman, or it could be the XP lane. So if they even the odds against ONIC Philippines right now, if they either steal something that they know with this team. Oh, Kadita, okay. This sets up something for ONIC Philippines. Oh, okay. Valentina still. So this opens up Faramis. No.
Faramis
wrong. Frederick. For the side of ONIC Philippines.
Is this going to be similar?
I think it is. I think it's
the same thing.
Very similar, right?
Yeah.
Just in a different pick priority.
Yeah, same
Okay,
lineup. Round 2.
Granted, right? Goyang did have a decent damage potential or damage output previous game.
Yeah.
I don't think that he was really a weak link overall in that game 1. I think it just came down to those decisions specifically to kind of go for that cheese backline play, right? So now that they don't have the Kaja, I'm wondering if they just try to give it another go again. Maybe they lock in the Kaja, and that's why it wasn't even banned out, right? Because in a way, ONIC Philippines is like, if you guys want to play the same thing and have another go, here's your chance.
They can be quite confident knowing that, you know what?
There's the Yuzhong.
There's the Yuzhong.
Same thing for Nexplay EVOS. Are we looking at the same one? Oh, see,
Carry.
Carry is out. I was looking at it earlier
Yeah.
in their picks. This made them win up against TNC. So maybe if they go back to something that's working, well, if you work around this carry, you would need to have something to freely rotate. Because for me, in the previous match that we saw, in some teams, this is not a problem.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's bring out that carry and maybe give Nets a better goal laner. I don't know.
He just takes Melissa.
Melissa.
I mean, it's
I knew
open.
Knew it. You were going to say that.
I mean, you could technically hold on to it, but you know that if you do, some are going to be banned out. They actually go with a safer route here and take the Ruby instead. So I'm wondering if we actually see possibly a Melissa ban coming from Nexplay EVOS, or if they narrow it down pretty much on marksman choices.
Yeah.
But still, do you want to even give the Brody again to Nets? There's a familiar face, by the way. Well, Manjin.
There's a lot of evade.
Manjin.
Oh, yeah. But you can't evade that face right on the screen. Yep.
There's a 70% chance that the Brody or the Melissa will get locked out.
Maybe both.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
If Nexplay EVOS had a hard time with it, well, actually respect Bandit, right? Because if they really want to go up against ONIC, again, Brody, ONIC never lost a match against a carry, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't had a match with carry, and they went, well, they had more challenges rather than a carry. They had Irthel, they had Moskov, and they won against it. So,
you know what I'm waiting for? Carry jungle. The surprise.
That is stretching.
That's wild, but
I mean,
it could be a possibility.
It's what happens. It happens.
I know. Yesterday we saw Alice Jungle,
Yeah,
which
you
obviously
never know.
has popped up from time to time.
Alice, yeah.
No, Alice.
Alice? Yeah.
Alice,
Twice,
yeah.
I
we saw the Alice earlier in our own game.
You and me, since the beginning of the day, we've been hearing different stuff. From the fruit avocado.
To affogato.
Affogato coffee to avocado.
Man, I'm just like, man, I don't like affogatos. And Francis over here is like, I don't like avocados either. So, you know, you might want to get the hearing checked here. Francis,
Yeah, I
right?
know, right? Because right now it's still happening. So, the specific Lapu-Lapu ban from
There it
Nexplay
is.
EVOS preventing everything, and the respect ban is showing no Brody. So opening up Nets as another hero for the gold lane.
Melissa's still open though.
Still, Claude. They want the Claude. Okay.
That's a different route.
They
And-
need to actually evade initiations from the back line with the Yu Zong, but they still don't know what's coming from the last two picks though.
You know what's funny? I feel like they ran that Claude straight into a carry. That's a losing lane, right? Most of the times.
I almost feel like it's. Yeah, you wouldn't want to take the Melissa because you have a potential copied Feathered Airstrike across from you, right? So
That hurts, yeah.
It can just go through that dome. So you kind of go with a more, I guess, one of the safer routes, which is Claude, because you try to just farm up. You use your Blazing Duet later on. You do the damage. This is a great response though from Nexplay EVOS. They do lock in the Lolita. Their last pick's going to be interesting debut pick here.
Okay.
The Baksha.
See, I was telling about how this team again could make another impression. To keep doing it, man. It's your initiation day. Go ahead, show something new. Baksha up against the Fredrin. Yeah, it's sustained damage.
Baksha's like the
Okay.
Baksha's like the surprise freshman that is now. He's the same size as these sophomores. They brought the
That's
Baksha
basically
out.
you.
That was basically me.
Man,
I am the
Basically
Baksha.
you. All right.
But will it be enough? That
that's
was
the
the question.
Baksha's a very high MMR amateur pick in the jungle.
But the last Diroth pick answers to a lot of shredding power that they can give in the side of Nexplay EVOS.
Well, shredding power or not here, OSX. The thing is, I like what Nexplay EVOS brought to this game too. It's a little bit different, a little bit the same from previous game. Right now, I think the biggest thing about it is you have the potential to pull this off because you're not relying. The downside of the Kaja pick, like I said, was you're relying on that Kaja. You can't get the pickoffs you want. You're kind of you're just sitting there, right? You're going to be dead quickly. Now you have this Lolita to help you out, withstand some of the damage being thrown at you, and you can play around the CC and damage that you'll have later on, especially with a carry, if Domain can get into a range that he needs to. So all this speculation, we'll see how it plays out here in game number 2.
I feel like game number 2 will be determined by how well Brusco is actually going to keep Goyong alive here. Because actually that's a little difficult. The reason why a lot of teams pick up the Ruby is they can just really bully early on. They don't need that ultimate. They have so much sustain. They can just disrupt this mid lane so much.
Yeah, speaking of disrupt and surprise attacks, good thing that the carry picked up the Flicker instead of the Inspire. As I watched in the previous games, with the presence of the Ruby's Flicker, well, you can be dead.
It's a safe option.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deadly. Right, you don't want to deal with it. But this, I mean, poking back and forth, even in the mid lane, just trying to get each other as low as possible here. Brusco could be in trouble. He's got the Flicker still, so he flickers out.
Oh, delayed though.
Oh, the bottom lane, Ryota! Gonna go down for first blood. That was surprising.
That's Boyette, by the way. That is the new freshman on the block.
Yeah.
They brought him out. He gets first blood.
Yeah, that's Naisu in MLBB form. Baksha.
Well, I don't have two big shields as wheels or whatever, so.
We'll find that cosplay soon. Don't worry.
We'll find that photo. Don't worry.
We'll find it.
We'll find it.
Don't Google me, please.
How you look back in high school in your freshman year.
Do it, guys. Anyway, yeah, I feel like this is huge, right? Boyette DR's Baksha has that innate anti-lifesteal which Dairos hates so much.
Oh, right.
Right?
Yeah. It can soak up. It can translate into buy time for a good rotation, just like this.
Yeah, they can fight early on, and NXPE is just reeling towards him, ganging up on Ryota. That's the second time in less than a minute.
Oh, yeah, this is how freshman does it. How they saw what might happen to them if they don't fix their cards for game number 2. Oh, that's a pull against Kekadut. That's just Nexplay EVO securing the first turtle of the game.
Great start here for Nexplay EVOS, right? Completely different from the previous game. We were saying they need to start the momentum themselves, get the ball rolling, right? And they're literally rolling now on this map with that Baksha pick, getting this early kill, getting the early objectives, and now building themselves a comfortable little gold lead, right? How do they play around this, though? They need to be able to, again, secure that farm for Domeng, let them have a good time, not go down in the gold lane, and then keep capitalizing on it, right? And punishing ONIC Philippines wherever they can find it. On the flip side, though, ONIC Philippines, they still, at this point, when everybody is at this point in 3 minutes in, they're good to go. Oh, my goodness. Just like that.
Right.
Appraiser's Wrath and Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, that's big damn.
That's a big damn combo if there was any of it.
You cannot escape something like that, but now rotating over top lane.
Here we go. NXPE, they're picking up the pace here. Boyette going straight for Super Friends, and Super Friends can't do anything about it.
Ooh, okay.
And they're not done.
Nets. Okay, he's going to be fine. But they could actually collapse here top side. Boyette charging up. Sensui just on the bottom there. He's just keeping an eye on the situation. But yeah, nonetheless, Nexplay EVO still holds on to this minor lead.
They need to have an advantage. If they want to have pure damage with the tankier side of Nexplay EVOS, I say they don't want to get disturbed. But Nets relying on BMI right now against carry really works. He needs to sustain the game though.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Ryota once more. The target here for ONIC. Oh man, Sensui can't really do much about it. This is the exact reason why when I saw that Dairoff pick, I knew something bad was going to happen to ONIC. And it's happening right now.
Speaking of which, second turtle of the game. Now,
this sets up ONIC to contest this. But how game number 1 went bad for Nexplay EVOS, they're answering it on a bigger scale. In the macro game, they're answering a lot. Since Nets is relying for a longer state for a mid to late game power spike, they're using this win as an advantage.
Oh man, I love that. Brusco DR setting up the Numenon Blast, hitting Sensui straight to the face and denying them a retribution. They keep going here. Sensui trying to get some attention back, but it's not enough to save Kekidut. And now ONIC, they're forced to back off with Nets very, very close by. Can't do anything about it.
Nexplay EVOS furthering the lead they have, exactly what they had to do here. Still going. Net's going to fall top side. So still putting the pressure points where they need to. And you can see it, right? You can start to see how this mobility, this displacement that Nexplay EVOS has is playing advantage here. ONIC Philippines, though, they might try to find their own moment, but this is going to be really difficult if they actually pull the go on Ding here, because for the most part, the guy can just Dragon Form away and be safe.
Yeah, finding the right moment, the exact word to put what ONIC Philippines can do. Carry has taken down the top tower. Now, with the damage that he has, ONIC Philippines would not want to be on the set of team fights. If you want to have a good time, you would actually be cautious on every step. But what can you really do as of this time is to make cross-map objective trades. Something that you can't be spotted on, because how Nexplay EVOS rotates right now, they have so much information to trap ONIC Philippines to a deadlier gank.
Now, this is a big test for ONIC, right? If you really want to call yourself a pro, you have to be able to dig yourselves out of situations like this. And they're trying to do that right now with a huge gank on top. Boya DR, as tanky as a boxer is, can't sustain the firepower of 5 members of ONIC.
Now, they might get collapsed on, or at least give up the tier 1 turret here. Looks like Nexplay EVOS going to go ahead and take that and might crash down. Kekidut, though, has the backup he needs, has to flicker out, so still. It's, I mean, at least it's an objective for Nexplay EVOS. It's a kill for ONIC Philippines. Itemization-wise, how's it looking, OSX?
Up against Super Friends versus Goyong right now. Valentina rather, is having a good time with the Clock of Destiny. 2 levels ahead. That's extra magic damage poke and also amplifying yourself with the Clock of Destiny. So with space, damage, and also slowly continuous burst up against ONIC Philippines, it's an invisible border of threat that ONIC Philippines would not want to cross. Just how they respected Nexplay EVOS in taking this turtle.
Yeah, I think you just give that up at this point, right? You hate to give up the third and last turtle like that, but it's better than just losing the fight and furthering that gap between you and Nexplay EVOS here. So rather a good call for ONIC Philippines, but is there a saving grace for ONIC Philippines here with the gold lead now at 3.5K as it leads up? They're going to have a tough time. And this is the thing about Claude picks, right? Anytime there is a Claude, you really need time to build up the items that you need, those 3 pretty much core items, and then go from there. But even looking at the player gold here, OSX, anything that stands out to you?
Carry, number 1. That's what she needs. Gold, getting the items up against a Claude. You're walking winning condition against Nets. Now what Nets wants is space to not get disturbed, but on the side, Doming has all the complete, well, starting checklist to make it happen just right now.
But who starts it off first? It's ONIC. Look at that. They're able to take out the Brusco very, very quickly. Tower goes down, though, so is this still pretty bad for the Hedgehogs? And it's a 1-for-1. Kekidut can't really make an exit, and that's a problem with a Ruby.
Element of surprise. ONIC Philippines could really use this tactic up against Nexplay EVOS. Why? How Doming rotates now to clear waves. There's no defenses taken down in their base. ONIC can't even take 1 tower even up top. This secures a lot of ways to not get chance for ONIC Philippines.
Well, they're fighting for resources at this point, right? It was just a roamer for a roamer trade there. And notice as well, Ryota is starting to get a couple kills here on this Dairoth after having a rather rough start, right? He was 0-3 at one point. Brusco.
Once again, getting started off by Kekidut, but this time around, Superfin's a little far away to follow up, and that's trouble. Sensui, he's 1 hit away from going down, and I don't think he can pull off the Appraiser's Wrath to get that health back. that forces a disengage, but to be honest, I'm surprised ONIC could have disengaged that. I swear someone would have gone down.
Yeah, but just by that peel.
Oh, look at that.
Russo goes down.
Russo goes down. That's the front line going down. But here's Ding. He's also a big front line for NXPE. That's enough time to buy, I think, for that Lord to get taken out.
Oh my goodness.
Non-stop action here.
Look at the peel.
The schoolyard brawl here.
That was a great, I mean, just decisions across the board from Nexplay EVOS, especially Ding. The way that he used that Black Dragon form to just basically buy time and actually space to allow them to secure that Lord there was great. So great play there, because if ONIC Philippines actually continued to punish and got into range, it could have been bad for Nexplay EVOS. So now the ball's in their core. They're actually to play with this Lord. It's going to go down at this bottom side. They're going to most likely get a couple tier 2 turrets from this and then look to knock on the base of ONIC Philippines. Again, all the pieces of the puzzle are here. They just have to avoid getting set up, because at this point now ONIC Philippines in a decent position to actually win some of these skirmishes. The damage is still lacking a little bit, right? But especially if Ryota can get the pretty much the abilities off from this Dairoth kit, they might be able to follow up on that and then grab a kill here. But right now, they're better off, honestly, just kind of waiting it out, right? This is where we see that difference of experience and veterancy. If they wait it out, wait for that base defense, they might be able to pull it off.
Oh, look at that damage. Total damage count from Goyong, almost 29K. That's a happy Valentina right there. Talking about upping the pace of a carry and a Valentina, clearly giving so much power against ONIC Philippines.
Actually pretty close, Goyong. Trying really hard to make a pick-off against Nets. I love it. I love seeing NXPE like this, right? This is their identity. How fast-paced their gameplay is right now. It's actually giving ONIC a really hard time to start those fights. And even if ONIC does start out the fight, you know what? The follow-up damage is higher in NXPE.
Starting the fight. Well, that's the problem of ONIC Philippines. If Kekedut puts out his foot out in the vision of Brusco or even Domeng, the peel is so high if they even want to risk 1 or 2 members of ONIC Philippines. But just like this, they're pulling the members of ONIC Philippines into a trap.
Oh, Brusco really wanted to go for Nets. He's looking for that target, but he has to flicker out. Oh my goodness, that's pretty huge. In the coming Lord fight, that will be big, and Sensui actually could go down, but the Brazer's Wrath gets his health back really, really quickly. Flight is on. Look at the back line. Ding! Taking out that huge damage coming out from ONIC. That might have secured them that Lord.
Man, the Black Dragon form of Ding has been unleashed, and that pull to put ONIC Philippines back in their third tier turret gave so much space. And they've taken 2 important members, Ryota and Nets.
And
how to scale?
Siege is on. Oh no!
Wow.
Oh, Domeng in a rough place, man. He got caught by Kekedut, and the follow-up damage from Super Friends.
See what I'm saying? The potential is there, right? The damage we're seeing unfold here, and now they've kind of evened the grounds for this next Lord. So if ONIC Philippines takes this Lord, they're going to get more turrets and actually probably march down to the base of Nexplay EVOS. So they got to be very careful how they approach this. Everybody's locked and loaded.
It's funny because that was a sure Lord. I don't know what happened there, but now it's going to be Nets being hunted down by Ding on the back foot. It's going to be a Retribution 50-50. Who gets it? It's Sensui! Oh my goodness! And now the chase is on. Ding is low. Look at that! And he's going to get taken out. Same with Boyet. That's 2 members remaining for NXPE. And that 5K gold lead, it disappeared.
How Nets managed to use that blazing duet. He waited for the perfect moment to wait for Nexplay EVOS to use those ultimates right away. They were looking for the opening on how to shut down Nets. But having that Wind of Nature, Golden Staff, and even the Malefic Roar gave an advantage, being in the midst of 3 members, tanky members of Nexplay EVOS, shutting them down right in that objective steal.
Not only that, but the fact that Domeng went down when he did, that's a missed. I'm offended. Lord's going to charge up here. They've got to defend this one. Inhibitor turret goes down. And still, ONIC Philippines holds on to all of their inhibitor turrets. So now they have this minor advantage in terms of the map play. And again, Domeng's got to be careful. We saw how much just him getting picked off before that Lord led to this. And look at it now, the player gold Nets going to the top of the list. He is online.
In less than 3 minutes.
Whoa.
Tensui, though, I think he suffered the same deal. Loses that much of momentum with one death. Oh, man. Deja vu over again, bro.
Wait.
Caught out.
Did they just sacrifice Sensui?
Oh, no.
I don't know, man. Right now, it's trouble looking at for Onyx City as Kekidut also falls.
Look at Nets, though.
Look at Nets.
He's going to be
trying
doing the
to do
play.
something.
Is he?
NXPE,
Wait!
do they see this?
The bait.
No one's backing off. No one's backing off.
Nets is
Rihanna.
going.
Oh, man.
Check
Nets
your
is going
recall.
for it. Check your recalls. Once more. Nets. The damage is
Nets,
not
are you
quite
doing
there.
this again?
It's a problem, man.
No, he doesn't have enough.
What's this? What's happening?
Oh!
Pigeon!
Oh! What was
Oh!
Nexplay EVOS lives!
They live by the skin of their teeth! Oh my goodness!
One hit. And the famous line in Filipino, isang hit na lang.
Oh.
One hit away.
One hit away.
Nets with the shenanigans. It's not a normal day, Nets.
Not today, says Nexplay EVOS.
I got to bring it up.
We've seen you done that season 10. You're not doing that in our base.
If only Goyong was delayed by like 0.5 seconds.
Yeah.
0.5 seconds on the recall.
Nets had the immortality, Rockhart.
Yes.
And 1 minion. Just as enough, but the millisecond recall.
Woo!
Well.
Okay.
All right.
We're back to this point. Lord is now spawning. Both teams only have one inhibitor turret. This could be a difference maker here. Again, everything that just happened there was quite the play, but still it comes down to this next Lord take. You can see Boyette rolling over here. He knows he's got to contest this. Both teams setting up cross map. Keep an eye on both sides here.
I'm seeing a mirror.
Mirroring it.
Yep, it's pretty massive here though.
Oh.
Dairov could be in trouble. Ryota forced to flicker on out of there, but the rest of NXPE, they're starting to crash in. Kekidut from the back. Who's going to get the retribution though? Brusco with a perfect Luminol blast, and Goyong takes it away.
There's the punish.
Still going though. Super
Counter punish
Fritz.
though. Onyx still has some healthy members, and here comes a blazing duet from that Claude.
Okay.
Not going to be enough though. And
They
the
have
Lord.
to defend.
3 members left for ONIC Philippines. Is the damage enough to defend their base?
They've got to defend this. It's a
flicker.
Oh, they got caught there. Oh, beautiful flicker here. There's no blazing duet yet. The timing is off.
It's
the
not.
cooldown
He
is
can't.
not going to reach. And that is going to be it.
We are going to be going to game 3 here in a turn of events from 1 hit away to now a game 3. It's the rivalry we wanted to see.
You called it. You called it, Carl Rockhart. Completely. From the beginning of this match, it's game number 3, and that's how the freshmen make an impression.
That's just how it's meant to be, man.
With the help of the big boy.
Big boy boxer.
Big boy boxer.
Big boy boxer, baby.
He answers a lot, but it's a living answer to high damage heroes.
Hey, all you need is a big boy.
You got to have a big boy on your team. The Avengers had a Hulk.
Sometimes they need to do it on TikTok. The big boy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, all right. We're now going to game 3, right? And this is such a, I mean, if you think about it, when it came down to possibly what, maybe a half a second, if it was delayed half a second, Nets, in his fashion of a normal day, he would have done it again, right? He would have went that backdoor route. But I got to say, Nexplay EVOS, they had an amazing game because for the majority of it, they held the momentum. They started the pacing. They continued it on. They punished ONIC Philippines a lot of the times, and they played around that really, really well. It was just unfortunate that one team fight where unfortunately when you lose your gold laner before the Lord fight, you lose a lot of that firepower, and they turned around that. So now I know there's a lot to talk about here at OSX, so why don't you go ahead and take this one away on how it unfolded.
Thank you so much, Big Boy Naisu. Now that's just Nexplay EVOS bouncing back. As usual, they're called the Comeback Kings back then for a reason. Now, how they understood this match is they need to play it in a sustained fashion. The surprise Baksha pick, a debut pick that Nexplay EVOS did up against ONIC Philippines, turned things around. With the presence of Carry, as I mentioned during the draft, a lot of things, or a lot of teams were prepared to handle this kind of threat. But how Nexplay EVOS uppaced, or how they stepped on that nitrous oxide to take Carry to a faster route to get those items and those important damage that they need up against ONIC Philippines was clearly on point. But looking at the team fight stats, it's more of the objective for Nexplay EVOS that they needed to do. Buy time for the lanes, give Domin space, and it's just Goyong DR just keep on poking some members of ONIC Philippines. Again, there were 4 heroes similarly picked from game number 1, but the presence of the Diroth told NXPE's mind like, hey, we need to shut this down, we need to slow it down, but again, Goyong says, no, I got you on the mid lane, I'll be the one to let you cross the bridge. Carry was the winning condition to get to the other side, but Valentina being and holding the lane onto his, chances, it gave Nexplay EVOS a chance to push it in game number 3. And looking back on the highlights, this is how Nexplay EVOS aggressively rotate up against ONIC Philippines. There were some trades, yes, but aggressiveness, the pressure was on to the gold lane. There was a lot of moments that they were going back and forth for a 4-man rotation, 3-man rotation, but ONIC Philippines sees a different threat. They need to trade this out against Nexplay EVOS to give Nets a bit of a chance to get those items right away. But as we go on to the game, 8 minutes, the presence of Ding, that Black Dragon form, give a lot of pulls, gave a lot of isolations to put them in the basket and trap them and burst them down right away. Just like this, how Ding managed to pull 4 members right back in their last tier turret, leaving Ryota defenseless, and that was one Nuno blast right in his face. So again, this was the problem. They conquer, divide, and isolate the members because of the team fighting capability that ONIC Philippines has. And come to the late game, Nets once again tried to take the base and recreate what he did back in his debut season. Nexplay EVOS, on their first day of the job, they say no. And how ONIC Philippines wanted to have a counter punish, it was too late. And how this one, Boyet, Brusco, and Goyo wanted to play it really strong. Their tankiness really gave so much time for them to rise back and, again, take it to game number 3. There was one moment from that winning march from Nexplay EVOS that the Lolita flickered in. But if we check into our keys to victory, establish dominance as sophomores, well, it's not too late. Better late than never. That's double check for you. You utilize Goyong's hero pool to pressure Nets. Well, we can say that it wasn't that as much pressuring as Nets, but it was more likely to be an independent way of scaling together, and they crossed the problems right away. So this ain't the amateur scene anymore. A different story is building right away, but hey, Nexplay EVOS took it to game number 3, Rockart and Naisu.
Yeah, the rivalry that we've been looking for is starting to take shape here, right?
Yes.
They do play really similar to each other, don't they?
They do, and it's kind of
you. I just felt you right there.
You can feel it watching them, right? I mean, I don't know how much MLBB resonates with you guys in the soul and the heart, but just watching these two teams specifically, you see a lot of going back to it, the familiarity between these two teams, how much they've probably spent playing each other beforehand, and even now on the bigger stage, the big league, you see it unfold. But I do want to point out that I joked a little bit about the Baksha pick being the big boy that you bring out, but honestly, it worked really well because not only were you able to roam around the map at super speeds, but also the fact that you provide the passive with Baksha.
Yep.
You kind of negate some of that sustain, that heal, and it actually just made things really hard for ONIC Philippines to work around. So I would love to see, again, Nexplay EVOS play that game. You know, maybe they change things a little bit. Now, the Valentina, I would be super shocked, surprised, if it goes in the hands again of going there. Because even though they lost game 1, the guy had a good game, right? I mean, he was at the top of the damage list for the majority of the game until he fell off first game. And then you saw it there, game 2, he had a phenomenal game. And back to the key to victory, his hero pool, put pressure on nets. Well, my guy, he's been playing Valentina, right? So what more does he have? So if it's taken from him, I would love to see exactly how that hero pool is for Goyong, and can he put the pressure here? Because he obviously did it in game 2.
Yeah, they got the possibilities. I think at this point we have to start respecting that Goyong's definitely the biggest threat here. I mean, he's not always like the highlight player for NXPE EVOS, but obviously he's the one that makes a difference in the long run, in the back end. You never see it right up front, but he is the guy to take out if you want to win those team fights if you're on the Philippines.
From what I see from the 2 matches that we saw, it was a game of relay, okay? And how Nexplay EVOS sees this is they need to get someone across. The team fighting threat of ONIC Philippines was totally present most of the time, but they need to have it on the line. They need to have the presence that, hey, this is not yet, we're not out of the woods yet, but we need to find an answer on how to counter most of the punishes that they can do.
This is what I'm wondering, right? In your mind here, Rockhart, what exactly was the problem there that ONIC Philippines had? I mean, was it mistakes being made early game? Because we even saw Ryota at one point with 0-3, right? He had a hard time. Kekadut, I say this every time he plays Ruby, right? He has these phenomenal games, and then other gains, and then there's other times where he doesn't have that good of setups, right? He's not landing those I'm offended that he's looking for, and it kind of falters off. So, in your opinion, what did they lack, and how can they adjust for the next game?
I love that pickup on Keku. There's just no in between with that guy.
Yeah.
Whether he plays with Ruby, it's
You
either
flip a
so
coin.
good or so bad. But either way, I think the biggest adjustment they can do is to play the pace. Don't be afraid to play against your opponent's pace, because obviously, you have the late game, right? You're forced to play the late game because you have the Claude. Don't hesitate to take those fights, because when you hesitate to take those fights, the moment you have that left-feathered airstrike last game, you could have taken those fights. We saw them happen, even though they were behind in gold.
I hear you, Rockhart.
Imagine if they did that earlier.
Yeah, I hear you. Play fire with fire.
Yeah.
Fire with fire.
Yeah.
That's the easiest
in
way
the
to put it.
schoolyard.
Oh.
I don't know if that's going to pass here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Not in the
not sure
schoolyard.
where you went to school.
No, play fire with fire in the land of dawn. Just in that space.
So they pick Valier.
You could literally
wait,
go Valier.
you're giving so much possibilities of Easter eggs I may think
Easter
of.
eggs?
No, wait. We've seen Valier roam, right?
Yeah.
And they answered everything on the macro play. And just to ponder on this point, Nexplay EVOS and ONIC Philippines, if they want to stay on this game and how well they know each other, I say play more aggressively. Answer everything how they dictated, but not losing to trades that they do not want to commit.
Well, that's the thing. Both of these teams like to set tempo and play aggressively, right? I feel like ONIC Philippines specifically has just, they play with that style, but then they've just kind of refined it over the seasons, especially from last season to now, that they've just kind of, they've mastered it, right? But there are times where they falter, and that usually happens not picking on the guy, but Kekadut, right? So even if you give him Ruby again, at least have another layer there. At least have another fail-safe, basically, to adjust from that, because you need to be able to follow up on that. And honestly, I do not like Claude. He doesn't work that great with this kind of lineup and with this kind of the play style of this team. Like you don't want to see Claude. They could have even gone with who else was open? Beatrix, I think.
Beatrix, Moss. Yeah.
Yeah, there's other options there that would allow you to not have to be like, all right, we got to wait, what, 10, 12 minutes for you to do the damage, right, that we actually need. Because even with that Farsa pick in the hands of Super Prince, for some reason, because of how much Super Prince had to actually move around and couldn't set up the full feathered airstrikes, the damage was lacking there as well. Because you gotta remember, he was trying to run away from Ding on the Yuzhong again. The box just rolling around every angle as well. So you have already two big things that are stopping you from doing the full force of the feathered airstrike, basically. So I want to say that, yes, the analogy of fire versus fire, play fire with fire, can work here. But ONIC Philippines specifically needs to make sure they have some like extra layers to whatever fire they're trying to build here, Francis.
Yeah, I say be an onion, right? So, well, in the context.
Because layers.
Be an onion. Be a layer.
Yeah, because layers.
Again, onions have layers. You need to have defense. You need to have a good amount of magic burst. You need to have security to protect your marksman. So, hey, let's see another draft how they brew this up.
Onions are expensive here in the Philippines,
Yep,
and now it's time to bring the expensive lineups because we're jumping in to Game 3 to end week number 2 here.
Yeah, I love what you brought up earlier. You know you're going to face off against a team that really wants to play fast-paced. And then you pick up a Claude, which, number one, it's going to lose the lane. And number two, it's going to force your team to play for the late game. So you crippled yourself with that pick, so maybe they can change that in this round of draft.
The Deroth wasn't even a problem during the second game, right? Because of the big boy.
Wait, which way? You mean like it wasn't a threat to Nexplay?
Yeah, and to see that part, they were pressuring onto the XP, and they're pressuring onto the gold lane, mainly of the possibility to buy their time that we can either finish this in 15 minutes less, and that's how we answer ONIC Philippines' strength.
Okay, here's the thing. I think the Dyroth could have been a threat if it wasn't shut down so hard.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Literally in, under 8 minutes, he had 3 deaths. So it would have been a problem, but Nexplay EVOS just handled it really well. And I feel like we're on the course here to possibly see another Valentina first pick from Nexplay EVOS if they decide to go that route. We're down to 2 bans left. Very similar, if not the exact same from so far from the previous game. And with them still wanting to take the blue side here, this was showing, hey, we are confident enough to beat these sophomores and win this series here.
That's how determination works and commitment. Well, Nexplay EVOS, from what we see, they want to make their mark in the pro scene. And from the history of them being up against their old nemesis, ONIC Philippines, the members of ONIC Philippines from Season 10, I say they put something new. Well, they did in game number 2. So if they want to play this the same thing, the only changes that we can see is possibly from the marksman. No. That changes it. Scrap that out. They banned out the Diggy.
All right.
This makes me think that they're after the Yuzhong Kadita combination, double petrify.
They're going to do it. I have a feeling. They have to start right now banning out one of these because you don't want those two together.
No. That's just 2 problems and need 3 heroes or 4 heroes to answer. So you don't want that. Okay,
right. So
Diggy.
I think this will still be a Kadita ban, and
It should be, yeah.
they have to split it up, right? Because the Valentina obviously will still be open to either one of these teams in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, there's a
Kadita.
Okay,
All right.
let's see how they trade this. Will they prioritize the Fredrin, the Valentina?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be the Valentina, man. I mean, I know it's the key to victory. Use the hero pool of Goyong, but you don't have to. You've had phenomenal games for the most part, game 1 even, and then game 2. Just give the guy the Valentina again and be that confident that you can win this game starting with that puzzle piece.
Well, if you're building a jigsaw in how many pieces, you would want to start with that big shape, right? Well, let's see. They're really taking their time on how they would really want to have this trade.
All this time for a Valentina pick.
Longest.
Wow.
That's the longest first pick I've ever seen, I think.
It is.
All
the time.
They really took their time with that.
You guys think we're gonna?
And they had to say it.
We're gonna dip into the hero pool.
That's how you
Joke's
test the
on you.
waters. That's how you test the waters on a swimming pool. Is it hot or is it cold? Oh, okay. I'm good. Valentina.
JK, I'm still an onion. Not anything else, right? So locking in the Valentina here. Are we going to see a Farsa in response from ONIC Philippines here?
I guess they don't have to right away because it's very unlikely that they're going to go, that NXPE is going to go Valentina jungle, right? So they don't need to rush that Farsa.
Okay. Good call.
Right? Classic net zero, too.
Okay.
This is better, though, than the Claude like we were talking about,
man.
right? So at
Huge.
least, like, you have yourself this early marksman pick, allowing you to hopefully pop off with the damage that you need
at
there.
Butters.
That's
Oh my
Butters,
God.
by the way.
Man, we're talking about freshman year, but this is way below freshman year. What grade was this?
That's pretty amazing. No, and I think that is Butters' freshman year.
Wow,
Not
that's
on
how
the
he
left.
looks?
That cannot be Brett. That cannot
No,
be
that.
freshman.
Oh!
Yeah!
I just can't stop
know
myself.
It. You know it.
I just got to say, he has the best locks of love right there. The hair on
yeah.
Butters.
He's a literal game face.
Yes.
Oh,
Love
that's
to
how
see
you
it.
win smart, right?
Yeah.
Game face on.
Game face on, bro.
Well, right
A
now.
good icebreaker. Well, wait.
Good icebreaker. Hey, good thing we don't ever have to pop up on there, right?
Oh man,
'Cause
thank
my
goodness,
gosh.
right?
Even-
Oh,
I don't want
you're
it.
in danger. You
Man,
better be. You gotta
actually,
watch out.
you could be the
Yeah, you're
the
next.
offering from the English desk.
No, we don't need an offering, right? We'll just leave it. We don't need it. What we need to do is talk about, there is a difference here, boys. It's Akai and Lolita. So they trade the Yuzhong to ONIC Philippines, but now it's NXPE taking the Akai going in the jungle here.
Oh yeah.
Something new, huh? Okay, Akai. 2 tanks. Oh, I'm just probably thinking that, well, this could be in the jungler, or the jungle, this Akai, and they need extra physical damage if they're getting with this route. Because for the side of ONIC Philippines, they're slowly answering 5 to 9 minutes if it's good. But if you're on the tanky side, both of these teams also need magic damage. So they ban out the Claude. And for Nexplay EVOS, since there's no tank still for ONIC, what could be the option here? I'm thinking...
I don't know, Sensui. I mean, I've seen people pick up Rome Frederian. That's still a possibility. I know it's unlikely.
It's hard, though.
But yeah, it's unlikely.
I tried it and I lost.
Possible.
Yeah,
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Ah.
It's better in the jungler, so maybe it worked for you. Sana all, but yeah.
Sana all, well, to be fair.
Yeah, right. But right now, the glue ban is really nice for ONIC Philippines. And now there's no XP hero for Nexplay EVOS.
Interesting.
Unless. No, it's not.
No.
I would say no.
No.
It's not an XP Akai. We have seen it, though. There's been a world where we have seen XP Akai.
Yeah. To translate what we're seeing right in front of our
beautiful.
screens.
Look at that. The Farsa ban.
Oh,
that's perfect. That is perfect.
Punished.
Oh, they felt it coming. Nexplay EVOS felt it coming. No, they're not taking it because how tankier. Well, they're really tanky as of now, and they don't want that burst. Oh, okay. Kicking it again.
Yeah,
For
these
the
guys
Ruby.
They're tanky. They're quite tanky. But this begs the question, what is your mid lane option here? Is it, do we see Kagura? Do we see, something different from Super Friend specifically? Because...
Oh, how about Selena?
Oh, thank you for the Melissa. Finally.
Selena, it could work, but, it's not the best choice, right?
Yeah, because you have a lot of people that have so much crowd control if you get locked in a bad arrow.
Okay.
You know, so...
Oh my gosh, we're finally going to see
Oh my god, yeah.
Gojo.
Wow.
Not nerding out, dude.
So happy. I'm so
Thank
happy.
you, MLBB, for this collab skin. Finally, we're about to see it on Sunday.
I know
Today.
everybody at home is saying the same thing.
It's Gojo time.
It's Gojo time.
Oh, yeah. But
Well,
now,
Okay.
is it Gojo time for ONIC to go up against Nexplay EVOS? They have the Benedetta, they have the Melissa. Oh, they need firepower for this one.
Imagine he just plays the default skin.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Oh my gosh, we are gonna have a long talk if you do that, friends. We're gonna have a long talk later on.
Okay, though. Speaking of that hero pick, though, I think this is a good option. Probably one of the safest that you can do since the Farsa was taken out. And it begs the question, now this time for Goyang, what ultimate do you take? Yes, you have a couple options technically, but I honestly feel like it's almost better in a lot of this game scenario, in this third game scenario, he tries to take Kekadut. You try to take the I'm offended and you try to get the setups here because you have a lot of options for you. But that will be the big question here. There it is. Hands in pocket, looking good, fresh, and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last game of Week 2 here. NXPE and ONIC Philippines.
I have to say, because of this savior pick, though, Kekadot's responsibilities in this draft is bigger, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard to keep the savior alive, and you're gonna have to play the best game of your week if you want to make this work.
It makes sense because you need to land the Mystic Field skill 1 combination as we usually do, and to aid it with something else for a setup, Kekadut is the way. I agree with you, Rockhard. Now, we need also to check how Nets would really have a good time into the gold lane, because up against a Melissa, this is a two-man team in one. He has a shield with the ultimate once he hits level 4, and he can be independent by pushing on just like that peel early game.
Yeah.
The thing I like, though, is at least, you know, we were talking about the coin flippiness, right, of Kekadut on the Ruby specifically. And even if he has a little bit of a tough time here, you at least have the layers. But, you know, the poking back and forth between pretty much everybody at this point, focusing on Kekadut, they do want to give him a hard time because he is going to be looking for those setups. But the fact that you have multiple layers of CC on top of this Ruby, you don't actually have to completely rely now on Kekadut. If you get an amazing Mystic Field with Super Friends, that's already a setup. You have the knockups and the taunts from Sensui. That's there as well. Ryota's there to go dive into the back lines, cause some havoc as well, has the Petrify. And if that's not enough, Nets should be able to get in range from that point. If he doesn't, I don't know what's happening. And so the layering there is perfect. This is the onion you were talking about.
You got 3 tanky boys right there, and they are playing up around here. Super Fins on the back. Huge scruffle around the turtle area.
Boom.
And there it goes. Sensui locks it in. Goyoung's at the back. He's trying to get into Super Fins' area, or his domain.
Ooh.
And
Oh.
it's going to be the chase for Goyoung. That's a 1-for-1, but Turtle goes over the ONIC.
Talking about aggression check. Yep, use a flicker to secure a kill, secure something else. Yeah, that's Nexplay EVOS saying yes to everything. But man, that ultimate from the skin of Super Friends, I never seen Savior this chill. Amazing.
Speaking of chill, I love that you guys have been going all full analysis mode for the past 2 minutes. But all I can think about is if I see Fredrin and look at that, Gojo
They
walking.
walk together.
They walk the same. That's what I've been thinking for the past 3 minutes.
That's how you walk
Yeah.
in your freshman day, in your initiation day.
No, that's a sophomore walk, man.
See, look at how they walk.
That is like, okay, everybody says that Fredrin's the Chad
Yeah.
or like the daddy, but then what does that make this Gojo skin? It can't be his son.
He's a Tito.
No.
No, you can't say Gojo is a Tito either. That's uncle, by the way, for our international viewers.
How about Opa? He's much younger.
I'm gone.
Well, look at how they walk, man. That's how you walk
That's
standing
how
tall.
you walk, bro. Oh, man.
But going back to
There
the
can
game.
only be one Chad.
We
Sorry,
are
ladies and
huge
gentlemen.
nerds.
We're rambling here.
Okay.
So now catching back up into the game. This is the thing. ONIC Philippines, they have the objective advantage, but it's still 1-1. My question is, as the game goes on here, do we actually see the CC come out on top for Nexplay EVOS, right? You have
Yes.
Lolita, you have Akai this time, who we actually don't see too much of here usually now in these competitive games. I mean, the lockdowns can be there, but especially when you have a Lolita paired with this is what I'm worried about. You're setting up the Nuno and Blast. What if you're pushing people out or you're pushing people off angle here?
They might counter each other.
Yeah.
Right. That's a good point.
One-shot deal setup. If Kekadut misses that, the only answer or fail-safe for NXPE is the heavy spin of Boyet, okay? Being the Kai, you answer to a complete functional setup, just like this.
Here comes Brusco.
Oh.
Beautiful Luminol Blast. Actually, they will secure that turtle. That's
Wow.
turtle number 2. And that is just ONIC members falling one after another. That's a pretty good fight for NXPE.
Oh, wait, I'm just wondering how the damage is so high right now for Nexplay EVOS. And they're taking Tensui and Ryota.
All right, here's the thing, right? I've been thinking about this since earlier. NXPE, they have to be the ones to initiate first, and they have the advantage, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way they're going to win this. They just have to start the fights always with a Numinal Blast or with a huge Hurricane Dance. And if they do, look at that, ONIC, they will have a hard time.
Not only that, but the fact that, you know, how that fight unfolded, what you saw too, Nets wasn't there, right? So Doming was there. He had the Inspire. He was able to grab 2 assists off top of it. So they just had more of that damage in their favor here. Now, The lead is starting to build here, OSX. How's it looking in terms of items?
Now for the two gold laners of the opposing teams, both had the same corrosion site, still having a good time in their early game. But one thing also is shown here, not just by the items, but the team fighting capability of Nexplay EVOS. The setup is deadly. No matter how or what time it is into the game, they can completely have a complete lockdown. Brusco being dependent on the ultimate, just like this, he's dropping down onto Nets.
Oh man, I think Nets is going down there. And then he does. And Sensui can barely do anything because of this Akai. It's so difficult for Sensui to actually do anything. So much CC, so much disruption on NXPE. And ONIC can't do anything about it.
That's the thing. They lack a lot of damage, more than expected here, ONIC Philippines, you know? So that's the, I guess this is kind of like downside of Xavier, right? Your toolkit's great, but you're almost like that in terms of Claude, what we were talking about before. You need time. You need, what, to get past that 12, 13, maybe even 15-minute mark where your cooldown's so low, you have the items you need, your damage is quite good by that time, so it's obviously lacking. And with Goyoung having his third game on this Valentina, he's already having a massive game here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already the top of the damage done.
And look at this. On the flip side, Ding is also doing work to disrupt whatever ONIC's trying to do to get back in this game. Brusco DR advances the Numenon Blast with a flicker. Kekadot's in trouble. And they're playing with fire here, and they know how to handle it.
Man, the zone out of Brusco by using that ultimate right in the turret left Nets to just be in a safe space.
Here's the counter punch. Ryota trying to get some damage into Ding. But that is a Benedetta. I don't think he's going to go down quite easily, but he does in the end. And again, ONIC just trying to leverage Nets as much as possible. They're getting beaten out by NXPE at every turn.
How do you really manage to pull this out up against Nexplay EVOS? With Nets using the carry onto this game, you would need to have that items in. Only has right now is the boots and the corrosion sight. Up against Melissa, he has two. Golden Staff and the corrosion sight. So this is more an amplified level to commit with the skill set of the heroes of Nexplay EVOS. So you have the knock up, you have the burst, but right here that we're looking onto our screens, how does ONIC Philippines bounce back from this is, as these two guys mentioned right onto the desk, the magic damage was lacking, the physical damage was not showing up yet, and how Nexplay EVOS managed to slow things down, it's working up against ONIC Philippines. Taking down turrets one by one, and also the first tier turret of the mid lane is already gone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's a lack of damage, and also just they're getting kind of outplayed at this point, because Nexplay EVOS, when they have this type of momentum, they play really well around it. The big thing, too, is Nets isn't able to even get in range of a lot of these fights, these skirmishes early on, and that's a problem, right? Nets also needs time to get the items himself, but still, look at what's happening here. And it's going to build on. Boyet gets out of there with the ultimate, the Hurricane Dance out, and plays around it. Lord is now up, though, but look at the push topside as well from Ding, putting pressure everywhere.
Oh, they're putting up so much traps against ONIC Philippines. The presence of this Benedetta answers to a lot of possible late game madness from ONIC Philippines. Do you have the carry? Yes, we have all eyes on the possible threats. But how Nexplay EVOS is seeing this right now, spread everything right on the map. There's push, there's a Lord. What's ONIC gonna do? Will they take Benedetta or will they take Ding down? I don't know, man. This is just too much for ONIC Philippines.
Their vision is being split so hard. I know what you mean. Because if they fight 4v5 here, they will be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, they at this point, 10 minutes in, they don't have what they need. So already, this should go in the hands of Nexplay EVOS unless Sensui gets an amazing retribution battle off here against Boyet. But we'll have to see. We know how good Boyet is at getting these objectives secured. So they're still poking for. Here's the setup.
There you go. That's Brusco alongside. I mean, what are you going to do? A Numenon Blast and a heavy spin? How are you going to get in position to go for the retribution? It's impossible.
A worthy trade. A worthy trade. An ultimate, a flicker. That's how you scare ONIC to contest that objective. There's no way they would contest that because, as you said, as we all observe here, they need time. Because with this, looking by the items on how the richest person is to be here onto our screens is none other than Melissa, now who has a Demon Hunter sword to answer the tankiness of ONIC Philippines. Clearly building to how to penetrate their own defenses and how the push is managing to go inside the base of ONIC Philippines right now. I can't sugarcoat it any more longer, man.
Yeah,
Nets,
7K ahead.
7K ahead. How is Nets going to bounce back for this? I cannot answer. He needs more time. He needs more space. But no. Nexplay EVOS is just closing everything that they can get.
Tried to do it with the I'm offended. Boyet able to heavy spin away. That's the story of this whole game. No one can actually just go straight into Boyet right now. It's impossible to contest his retributions. So much crowd control. Even Goyong has that dragon and the knock-up afterwards.
Look at
You
the
can
player
see it,
gold.
yeah. There's the player gold, right? It's definitely showing in terms of the skirmishes and team fights, the way that they're unfolding. Super Prince has to be able to catch up a little bit here on this Xavier pick to really allow himself and the team to stay in this game here, right? I mean, yes, that was, only the first Lord of the game, but you actually saw the kind of lethality of having a Numenon Blast plus that heavy spin available to you and really being able to actually lock down when it works together, right? The synergy is there, but hold on, they're going for more.
Ryota, usually the tankiest member of any lineup, just got shredded so quickly there with a few skills
Melissa.
from NXPE.
ONIC Philippines, what they need now, right, Rockhard, it's shredding. But looking onto the stats, Nets was sitting at sixth place in getting the damage for the total damage to give on the side of Nexplay EVOS. And how to see this longer, the only damage that they have is Ryota and Super Friends. It's not enough to give out Nexplay EVOS, Akai, and even Lolita.
Man, they're trying so hard to whittle down Boyet as much as they can.
Oh.
And I think they have a chance to do it,
It's
but
not
not
enough.
today. They cancel the
enough.
Luminon Blast. Ding is going for the back foot, but he gets taken out as well. And Nets finally gets something on the board.
Yeah, we're
Nice
seeing some
attempt.
light, yeah. Seeing some light here for ONIC Philippines. If they keep on doing that, closely getting pickoffs, isolating members of Nexplay EVOS, and because of how tanky their lineup is, I say that could work. They need to have a stopwatch for this on what's the perfect window to keep on doing this, because if they want to play this longer, they need to take them down one by one in some fashion that they don't know. Element of surprise.
This is where we see, can Kakadu pull this off? The setup he's looking for. Here he goes.
Oh, they go for Brusco. He's almost taken low, but look at that bulwark. It really is so difficult to bypass. Even at a low health, he can disrupt the attack damage coming in from Nets, and that's why Nets is having such a bad time.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Boyet, though, going for the heavy spin. He resets the
damage.
Lord, and he's also in trouble. Here comes that dawning light and hits the mark. There's
Big.
no retribution, but it still goes over the NXP. Oh my goodness. Net secures that Lord, but at what cost?
Oh, no. Nets has to stay alive
What are
here.
you going to do, brother?
He
What
needs
are
to
you
recall
gonna
back.
do?
He got the Lord. Is that enough to keep them in the game here? Ryota will be up in 10 seconds.
That's going to be an eternity here.
Recalls are up. Nets is the only one left to defend the base. Only 3 waves of minions left.
Oh, look
There's
at that.
the Lord.
2
minion
seconds to
wave.
go for Ryota to come back, but
They're in the
It's
game.
enough. It's enough.
it's enough. I answer Naizu, yes, it's enough.
Yes.
I was just at the edge of my seat to answer that question because it was so damn
I
close.
know. It's
Well-
surprising that NXPE didn't go full throttle in that last
Yeah,
one.
I'm actually surprised as well, but they're going to handle this Lord fine. This should finally be the tier 1 turret going down there, at least for ONIC Philippines, to get a little more space to work with. But still, I mean, we're seeing it, right? That was the struggle, though, of Nets especially. The damage is there. It's can he get in range and also avoid all the CC being thrown at him?
Well, CC is a problem, but on the items, you have the Dominance Ice, you have the Antikyras, you have the Guardian Helmet for the Akai and also for the Lolita. I say they can hold the damage of Nets. So what we just witnessed is the pickoff that they're trying to do against Nexplay EVOS could actually work, but they need to respect the goal lead, okay? It's still not a joke. It's 6K, not being out of the challenge yet for ONIC Philippines. If they want to maybe
see the light onto this game, maybe just don't mind the Akai and the Lolita, separate them out, okay? Because they're really, really tanky, and you don't want to waste all of your damage, all of your resources against these two members of NXPE EVOS.
Well, that's the thing. Even being tanky here should still work in favor of ONIC Philippines because the carry's going to shred through them. The downside, though, and what we saw earlier, is when that bulwark is thrown up with Lolita, and then you're not actually able to get that kill you're looking for, so you're putting yourself in a bad position, and then you're going to get collapsed on by NXPE. That's what you don't want to happen for Nets. You know, he should be able to shred through these tanky heroes, but if you're overextending yourself and you're not too careful, it's going to be easy for Nexplay EVOS to kind of outposition ONIC Philippines here. So I expect this to just be a kind of a stalemate back and forth, no one committing too much just yet, because next up is the next Lord, right? What, in 20 seconds here. So the only other thing that I want to mention is the pressure that Ding is putting across the map is something that they have to be careful that they don't get played with the same card that they tried to deal with the previous game.
You can't tunnel vision if you're ONIC. There's always going to be a Benedetta who's trying to go into your base. You got to keep that in mind. And it's hard to team fight with that.
I love that you both mentioned how ONIC Philippines could get a taste of their own medicine with this Benedetta. It's possible. It's open. Look how he managed to push through, securing the bottom lane possible split, right? So it needs to be respected. It needs to be guarded. But by looking at the map, how ONIC Philippines wants to put focus onto this area, well, they need to leave at least just one, just in case.
Well, right now, Kakadut and Nets trying to get in position here. We had Super Prince clearing the base the best he can. Still going to be holding on to that. He should have the ultimate up in just a little bit, the Dawning Light, but still, Lord at 4th of the health here. What team wants to go for it? They break out.
They're trying to go and stun up to Boye, trying to disrupt him as much as he can. He still has the advantage with a heavy spin and the retribution. And ONIC, they're going to have to back off, but Ding, he's attacking Nets directly. Able to jump out at the last minute, or last second, rather.
Okay, so that's okay. The fact that no one went down there for ONIC Philippines gives them a better chance here to defend this successfully, right? Nexplay EVOS, though, even with this gold lead, like you mentioned, OSX, they're still able to pull something off here. Their ultimates should be available as they get into the siege here. Although they're down now, we'll see how ONIC Philippines defends.
This is the window that they can do. A good pull.
Oh, that's a huge pull. Multiple people from ONIC being disrupted. But look at this. Ding is at the back. I think ONIC just cannot handle the AoE that's coming out here from multiple members of NXPE, but they kind of forget that turret. You can't really take that much damage. Look at that. Dawning Light almost took out Brusco as well.
Nexplay EVOS went too deep. Oyong just got his first death, and this one crucial pickup from ONIC Philippines to buy more time.
Looked like it was over for a moment there.
Yeah.
It definitely could have been.
It was so close. Now, by just how to even justify to defend or to hold ONIC Philippines defenses right now, completely going strong. We have the Divine Glaive, you have the Glowing Wand for the Savior, and you have that Lightning Truncheon. Is it enough? Could be, but combining all the powers of carry, he was forced to use or to buy the Athena Shield, mainly of the damage that he can get from Goyong. So now, that slot could actually be changed depending on what tactic that he can use. But in terms of leveling that damage, it's keeping them alive.
This point, you know, almost to the 20-minute mark here. And what, with the next Lord going to be up in a minute, if I'm assuming no one's going to go down, right? Unless an amazing play, a concealed play is made here. But the thing at this point is it comes down to juggling a couple items around that can be a deciding factor in these team fights, right? There's a lot of immortalities on both sides that they have to work with. We're going to see some juggling around with probably the Winter Tranches as well. Of course, the Wind of Natures. And at that point, those minute decisions and setups are going to be crucial. Now, the Super Prince fighting from the backside, what I'm noticing is he's not able to get the damage he wants so far with his Xavier, even being at the 20-minute mark. Now, the best thing is if he can get some clutch Mystic Fields off. I think that is actually going to be a crucial thing for their success, because what we're seeing, pretty much stalemate. 15 seconds, next Lord's up.
I hear you. Counter CC, give space for nets. I've seen the damage, by the way. Just 3 hits, almost half HP for the Akai. So what they need now is space, angles, surprise setups. Well, Flicker is up for Kekadut. It could actually work. But this Lord, this will dictate who wins this fight. We've been going at this for 20 minutes. Now it boils down to this. Who's going to draw this first take?
They lock into Sui. There's no backup.
Wow.
Oh my god, are they conceding the Lord? I think they are. They are so out of position right now.
Okay, he had the immortality though.
Look at
They're still
ONIC.
gonna play around it.
Ryota trying to dive in on the back, trying to see if he can disrupt the NXPE lineup, but they are punching back.
Ding.
They get the back. He's hunting down Super Prince. He's hunting down Nets. The back line of ONIC can't really do much. And they take out the Benedetta in the end. Without any backup. Huge! Huge setup here from NXP. Look at that. Kekada almost falls. Eyes on you. Hurts. And it hits like a tank from that Melissa.
Another reset. But that team fight, ONIC is answering, we can fight you now. This is their own game, 21 minutes in. And they're holding it through.
As long as they don't get caught out by Ding, they seem to be doing fine.
I mean, again, what I was saying before all that unfolded was those micro decisions, the pushing and pulling between both teams, juggling the items, and even immortalities coming into play here. So now, this is actually ONIC Philippines' Lord to take as 2 members of NXPE are still down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're hunting down Brusco, but look at that. That bulwark just way too much to handle. The burn, will it be enough? It does. It pops the immortality. That is huge. Now NXP are going to have to be very careful approaching this Lord.
No immortality for Brusco there. Ultimate is still safe. Now he needs to land that perfect Numenon blast up against ONIC Philippines. They can now take a punch. They can now take a counter punish. But this point, they're luring NXPE in, and they want to have this Lord dance. They can take it, but now they're really far away. But I'm sensing something different from Ding right now.
It's the turn.
Ding!
Eyes on the map. They're holding down Gekidut and Sensui.
No.
And with a little bit of assist from the Lord. Look at your base. Ding is on the hunt. He's hunting for Gojo right now. Where is this savior? And he's going to be happy with just Nets. That's 2 members going down for ONIC. And everyone from NXPE is alive and well.
They still live to see another day, but Nexplay EVOS from the back and forth Lord dance, they have a chance to push into the base of ONIC Philippines.
I don't know if they can actually hold on here. 3 members of ONIC Philippines. About 20 seconds for Kekadut to be up. Ryota has 30. They've got to hold on a little bit longer as NXP gets ready to assault the base.
I mean, here's the thing. If you want to hold, you want a savior on your team. At the very least, right? Nets, he's able to take out the Valentina. Ding could still be in trouble as well. Look at,
that
it hurts! Eyes on me! Coming in from the Melissa. Oh my goodness, but look, ONIC.
They hold on.
They hold on for dear life.
Nets is still doing it. Nets is still doing it, ladies and gentlemen. ONIC Philippines is holding for dear life onto the base. The answer is the ultra late game. Defense, items, it's all in. Now what they cannot do is to commit to those small windows of mistakes.
This is the power of the savior. All you need is a savior. You can do this all day.
From 6th place. Earlier now is #1 for the total damage. Nets.
Him and, I mean...
Doming
are
keeping
literally
up.
tied.
Literally.
You know, for the most part, a little bit, very minuscule amount dividing them. But I at this point, it's like, which roamer can set you up better here? But what we're seeing is, and I said this early on, Mystic Field is going to be clutch for ONIC Philippines in these fights. And whether that's to engage or disengage. And if they play around that, they do have that minor advantage. So Nexplay EVOS, as they get geared up for whatever they decide to do, if they want to put the pressure on, find a pickoff, or if they just play safe, let's wait for another Lord here. And at that point, that Lord dance is going to be crucial and deadly because the Lord itself is going to hurt, right, when you're trying to find it. And the Lord dance is going to be a lot tougher here for both teams.
Yeah, and the item change here, as we noticed, the carry. Nets right now, the last slot of this inventory was the Athena shield. Now he's going on full physical damage immunity. He knows he's going to be the primary target. He has no immortality, but the Wind of the Wind chant could give him much of a second if he gets pinned down first. Now, on the other hand, Melissa having the shield onto her side, by her ultimate rather, she has the Athena shield, mainly because of the threat, as Naisu mentioned, the ultimate of the Savior, right? It makes sense if they go to that move, because in a distance, if you want to just keep on poking, you just want to keep on setting up a perfect mystic field, and even look at that. We're just talking about it. It's the global presence of the ultimate, and you just keep on doing it over and over again to spam everybody from Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah, we're at 26 minutes. We are at a point where the items don't matter as much.
Correct.
And the goal lead for NXPE, it's basically even Stevens. So it's all about skills, boys.
All about execution here for both of these teams. Ding still parking himself top side. Going to try to either push that lane or just clear it the best they can.
What's the call here?
Trying to win this objective fight here. Lord half health. Sensui trying to get some vision. Look at it again. Kakadu to Nets, and also keep an eye on Ding here. Lord now half health. Super Prince has the job of keeping the base safe here.
Ooh,
watch the junglers.
My goodness. Dominic is keeping the space.
It's going to be so close. Super Prince at the base.
Who's going to blink?
Who's going to go? Kekadot, Nets.
Okay.
Oh, what happened? They showed their plan, and I think that will mean the NXPE will have the advantage in terms of
Will they commit to this?
There it is.
Oh,
Boyet just going
away.
straight to the back, and now
Oh!
Sensui with the. Oh my goodness! How?
Ding!
Wow! Ding! He's doing his damnedest to see if he can dish.
Oh!
It's a huge scuffle. Eyes on You is hurting everybody from ONIC right now, but look, the sustain, it's looking like it's enough. Oh my goodness!
Wait! Ding! Ding is going for the base!
Ding! Oh, it's not enough. It's not enough.
A trade of 2-1, and ONIC clearly steals complete fashion by Sensui. Oh, buy time again. This is ONIC Philippines game. And just as that, the lead is shredding down from Nexplay EVOS.
I gotta commend Sensui. How did he do that against a heavy spin Akai? I will never.
Man, the experience, the history. He went up against Carl TZ. Now this is just purely translation on what he's been up to.
Every time this happens, I'm always like, man, this is the perfect hero. The way that he walks, the way that, especially at moments like that, you're just like, man, that's just smooth, right?
The way that he walks.
Like a Chad.
Like a Chad. And now it's NXPE's turn to defend their base.
Happy death, happy life. Ding, though, is going to be so problematic. We'll use the Winter Truncheon to buy a few seconds, but will not be enough with the damage output coming in from the carry.
Wow.
And now it's ONIC. It's ONIC time. They go for the finish, and they win with a 2-1.
And the sophomores prevail here in an epic battle. Schoolyard Brawl, game number 3 series versus NXPE.
Look at the faces right now onto our screens. They felt how the pressure was so high for ONIC Philippines to lose this game. Looking at the faces of Coach Bluffsy and even Coach Lyric right onto the screens right there. That could mean difference. Look at that. Man, from initiation day to hey, next time we'll meet again.
Love to see it.
Smiles all around.
Yeah.
I love that.
Again, there's so much history between these players on both sides, and they gave us an epic ending to week 2.
Yeah. This is not a normal day for Nets. I hope so.
It is work cut out for him, right? And I would say, too, if you're an NXPE fan, if you've been following even these guys for a while now, there's hope here. I mean, they look great. I mean, they just need to refine themselves, and we said the same exact things about ONIC Philippines last season. So NXPE, I feel like, is in a great position here, and every time that they do have one of these series, or they get a loss like this, they're going to learn massively, and they're going to improve, and I feel like that is something that's really exciting to see unfold here for NXPE, because there is a ton of potential there.
I have to say, if you are an NXPE fan, that's still a game to be proud of for these guys. Because imagine doing that against the sophomores, giving them such a close game. Obviously, a rivalry born, but still very much brothers outside the game. That is still something that means that NXPE is a tough opponent.
Yeah, it's all about the impression. It's all about the challenges. If you are Nexplay EVOS right now, that's how you slowly make a mark. Up against ONIC Philippines, who had a chance yesterday up against, well, Echo World Champs. Now, this is how you level things, because in week 2, the teams hasn't meet everyone yet, okay? So this is how you build experience. This is how you build yourself, because we were talking about earlier that this is a different chapter for these two rivals. From the amateur scene, you're nemesis, but now in the pro scene, you're starting to create another story, another destiny, but this translates to a different thing, right? This is the start of something new. That's high school right there.
That's high school right there.
Feels so right to be here with you.
I was gonna say, and then we get the opportunity to see the awesome skins in action. And I gotta say, I was a little worried about the Xavier though, because at one point you're kind of like, you forget, because Xavier was locked in so many times before, and then he kind of fell off, and then you're like, all right, where's the damage, man? I get that you have low cooldowns and you have a cool global ultimate and everything like that, but at some point, Super Prince was just like, well, I'm going to park myself in the base and do the best I can. But really, again, it came down to those Mystic Fields, a lot of those. And at that end where we had that amazing lineup of a team fight in that side of their jungle, and he had that dawning light on multiple members, and everything kind of just unfolded there, that was where you have this whole... That was a long game. What did we get to?
It is.
Was that 30?
Almost
How
30.
many we even reached, 69 seconds for a recall?
Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing, right? We had such this long game 3, and I feel like we had an amazing end to it, because that last team fight, there was so many immortalities and winter tranches being popped that honestly, you didn't know who was going to come out winning that
hard to track.
situation.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, especially in that last collapse
Yeah.
around the purple buff area. I didn't know who was going to win there.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're popping like daisies, right? And we don't know who's who.
Well, we're
It's
going to
ONIC.
hear. Yeah, we're going to hear from ONIC Philippines with Mario Aquino on the stage. Love to hear from this after this victory.
Thank you, casters. Now I present to you the winner of the intense match, ONIC Philippines. Congratulations! Ito, gustong sumagot ni Boss A. Kinuha niya yung mic. Ito, talagang gusto niya tong question na to. Ano mo, sa likod, a lot of people were saying nga, ang ganda ng laban, ang ganda ng clash. Sobrang tight ng match. How is it like facing the new NXPE? Alam ko, lagi kayong nagtatapat sa mga grand finals sa iba't ibang torneo. Ngayon, you meet sa MPL. You have one season ahead of your opponent before you met here. How special was it to beat them here on your stage? Naka-on yan.
Meron?
Yes, meron.
Actually, nakaka-proud po kasi it's been a year since we've faced them on a tournament stage. And it's just a nice feeling to be able to share the stage with them after a year, tapos nanalo pa kami for the first time against that same team.
How is it like bago kayo, alam niyo naman na today you're gonna meet them, bago kayo pumasok dito sa stage, ano yung mga usapan? Kasi, syempre, may type of revenge tayong gustong gawin dito. Sino yung pinakagigil? Kasi, alam ko, kumpara sa mga ibang laban, medyo mas mabigat to sa inyo in terms of the pride, right? So, sino dito, if we can point out, yung pinakamaraming sinasabi, yung pinakagigil?
Si Rapidot.
O, Rapidot! O, wala dito. Si Keki Dut na lang. O, ikaw. Okay. So, gaano kabigat ba itong laban na to para sa inyo? And, eto bakit naging Keke Dot to Keke Dut?
Ginaya ko si Rapidot.
Oh, okay. So, yun yan. Okay. So, gaano kabigat ba itong laban para sa inyo? Gaano ka-importante na mapanalo nyo to?
Wala po. De, sabi kasi ni Coach laruin lang daw po namin yung nakalimutan na namin yung yung dating nangyari.
Panibago naman.
Tapos bago na yung dito.
Ayun. Okay. Clean slate.
Ayun lang.
Fresh start. Speaking of, every time you finish the game at 15 minutes, kayo yung nananalo. First time na umabot ng gantong kahaba, panalo kayo. What is it about finishing early game na pagkatapos nung about 15-minute mark, nahihirapan kayo? And what's different about this time? Because 28 minutes, you guys won. Pwede mong ipasa.
Siguro sa comms po namin, kalmado lang kami, di kami nape-pressure kahit na sobrang laman na yung kalaban namin.
So today, it was different because of the comms.
Saka narete ko na yung Lord.
Ayun.
Di ko narete kakapon.
Oh, speaking of, wait, I want Nets. Oh, pag-usapan, yung dami mong fans. Pag-usapan natin yung game number 2 na muntik nyo nang masweep yung kalaban. Nandun ka na, nag-segue ka na, split push.
Lagi nangyayari.
Sabi nga ni Manjil, isang one hit na lang. Anong sinabi mo sa comms nun? Gaano kayo kagulo nung time na yon?
Si Prince, di niya kasi hindi niya inultihan yung isa eh. Nakauwi. Saka lagi nangyayari yun, yung one hit sa RSG din yung playoffs, hindi rin natapos. Di talaga ata matatapos.
Anong sabi mo nun sa comms?
Dep na lang.
At coming into, syempre, gusto mong bumawi, game number 3, gigil ka. Anong sinabi mo sa team mo before coming to game 3?
Chill lang, kahit maka-early sila, basta kami bahala sa late game ni Prince.
And take a look at what they've done. It took about 28 minutes for them to win the game. Congratulations once again, ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow. Go ahead. Titilik silang lahat pag-walk niyo doon. Oh, take your walk. Excited ang inyong mga fans na maka-appear kayo dyan. Old foes meeting sa biggest mobile esports league of the country. They're one season ahead and they showed that now they are much stronger. ONIC Philippines. Himayin natin ang ating laban at balikan na natin ang ating casters. Casters, pasok.
You see, it's not a normal day for Nets because even he was like, man, he didn't know if they were going to come out with a win on that series or not, but they did, luckily for them. And yeah, the sophomores win this battle, right? They'll meet again, though. Don't worry. And I'm sure a lot of people can't wait to actually watch that rematch later on in the regular season. And specifically, too, I got to say, again, we already said it, NXPE fans, rejoice. There's a lot of potential, a lot of hope there for NXPE. Hopefully they can learn from this, reform themselves, refine themselves a little bit more, and then we see them really excel throughout the regular season. But this is, I would say, one of the best ways to end a week, if not for week 2, right? You go 3 games, and it's amazing to watch. And I know you guys enjoyed it, too. I know OSX is going to have more to say in a little bit. But I got to say, too, the question here is Super Prince really, because if I remember right, last season Super Prince was a lot of the times where he was like that super rookie, right? And now it seems like he's stepping into the shoes here. But OSX, I know you have a lot to say. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Naisu. ONIC Philippines says no today for that possible reverse sweep. It's ONIC Philippines gaining advantage against Nexplay EVOS. Again, the sophomores lean seniority over the new freshmen on the block. Again, to reiterate this game further, man, 18-11. The score is not even for how ONIC Philippines won up until this match. We were hearing upon the interviews that there were some communication. Well, they got back on track by fixing some small windows while heading into the ultra late game. That's 28 minutes and 37 seconds. If we look into the lineup of Nexplay EVOS, they're more on the tankier side, and that it has a more late game insurance for split and also pickoffs that they can do against ONIC Philippines during the early game. Now, for this one, it was all about the objectives that they want to have against ONIC Philippines. Even to the damage of the turret, not until we went to like 10 minutes onto the game, ONIC Philippines was also struggling to get more of the defenses down against Nexplay EVOS, and how they wanted to play it is for the longer route, for the longer highway to put them to a greater
test. But as you can see, Super Friends, during from the 5 to 15-minute game, we were not feeling more of the magic damage presence as Rockhart and Naisu mentioned. But onto the game, looking at onto our screens, it's Sensui finally securing the lore that he missed yesterday, but in a different game, he made it to win this match. 1, 5, and 7, all for the sustain, and building that Queen's Wings on the last part of the game gave way to be more, well, tankier up against the threat of Nexplay EVOS. Going back to the highlights here, this is the more aggressive movement that we've seen from Nexplay. And if we talked about our pre-draft discussion with Rockhart and Naisu earlier, play fire with fire. But how would they answer that? Back to the keys to victory, choose when to have team fights, because in the early game, the advantage is with NXPE. The game keeps on going, 12 minutes into the game, they have knockups, they have the reset, but one thing that was lacking in the side of NXPE was damage in the side of ONIC Philippines. That, like how they managed to escape and make a reset again over and over, gave way for Nets to buy more items. He was most focusing on to a defensive side heading into 18 minutes of the game. This was the moment that we knew that the game was about to end. Even me, just by watching on the screen, how do you manage to defend that? But that crucial kill, taking down Goyong, gave way for Nexplay to finally look back and see what was missing. And also, again, I am lost for words by just going back into this game, because to explain this, I don't know. It's late game. It's late game, ladies and gentlemen. And
fight.
Yeah. It's late game, and this is one of the problems that you also see. The window of mistakes. It didn't matter. The items didn't matter heading into late game, and this was one of the problems that Nexplay EVOS needed to solve, and how they managed to, and that is to divide the members of Nexplay EVOS. There was an attempt for a split or push with the presence of the Benedetta, but opening their eyes of the possible threat, they sliced through the members of Nexplay EVOS, shredded out, and they targeted the most important parts. By just looking back on that replay, that was one heck of an intense match, but not a normal day for Nets. But ONIC Philippines finally gaining their win from their loss.
You know, I don't even blame him for
I
just
felt
giving
the same
up
way.
out there, because it was just so good to watch. I personally just loved watching that.
I did too, and when you're really trying to break it down there, sometimes you get lost in all the beautiful plays that are actually happening, right?
Yeah.
And even at the end there, so how did they defend, right? How did they defend? Again, it was a Mystic Field, actually, like that stopped that from ending. And just even that last team fight was beautiful. So we had the pleasure of just being able to cast this last series. It was a great one. It was the brawl, basically, that we painted the picture of. The high school brawl, basically, freshmen versus sophomores. And it's been an amazing way to end week number 2 here. And I can't wait to see how everything that these teams have learned from this week alone, how they prepare for week 3 ahead of. Because before you know it, man, we're going to be hitting that halfway mark of the regular season, right? In 2 weeks? So there's a lot of adjustments that can be made here. So it's been a great game, great week. Again, I'm Naisu, Rockhart, Noah Sex. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino.
You've witnessed intense matches today. Bren Esports continues to stay strong and start this campaign with sweep after sweep after sweep. That's 3 sweeps in a row for Bren Esports. Meanwhile, our closing series lives up to its expectations. ONIC Philippines. It took game 3 for them to finally avenge their series with their opponent, Nexplay EVOS. Grabe ang mga ganap. Week 2 pa lang yan. Sa susunod na linggo, week 3, abangan ang mga ganap dahil ang ating unsung heroes papatunayan kung bakit ba ang Pilipinas ang malakas. Once again, thank you to Jan Joseph Lida for this beautiful outfit, and I'll be expecting you next week Friday for week number 3. Muli ang Mara Aquino nagpapaalala, sa harap man ng pagsubok o tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.